Live. Someone tell me when I'm live. Am I
Uh,
live? Talking to you
you
guys too.
are you
Hey,
are you are live?
I'm live?
Do I have
Yes,
like
you
a
Okay.
are
like a
live.
Can
delay or
everybody
something?
hear
You've
Why
me?
gone
is one
live.
going live?
Can everyone hear
He
both
just went live.
me as well as the other people that are not me?
Yeah.
The less interesting people?
Yeah.
Alright. Cool,
I
cool,
am
cool,
the
cool.
most interesting
Cool,
people.
cool, 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 cool,
Sure,
cool,
pal.
cool,
Sure,
cool,
pal.
cool. Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you all? Are your penises doing well today? Uh,
Yeah,
that's good.
actually.
How
That's good.
does that not get you demonetized in the
That's good.
first minute?
Dude, it's crazy the stuff that gets me demonetized and the stuff that does not. I don't. We'll have a conversation about it in a couple of minutes when I'm allowed to
Oh God, I
talk.
can't wait to find that out.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. I can't believe like all the videos that say certain things that they say demonetize them, but then like I'm like I say that all the time. Like why? Like why is that? Like I've never even I wouldn't even know about that if I hadn't seen other videos that apparently talk about it. But yeah, I don't get demonetized for the same stuff, but I get demonetized for other stupider things, which is super weird. But what we were doing? Why are we here? What's this? What are we doing on the stream? I totally forgot
Aliens.
what we're here for.
Aliens.
He's an alien.
The best
Alien
race.
Isekai.
So like
To be raced
Like
as.
Mexicans?
Uh,
Oh
Mexican
no.
life.
No.
Yeah. So no. Yeah. We're gonna be Isekai. You guys chose this. I wanted to do classes, but the voting like unanimously or not unanimously. That's the
That
wrong
was a
word. But
vote.
yeah, there was a Jesus fake fan. Okay, there on the community post. There was a poll that was put up, and people voted for if we were going to do best race or best class to be isekai as. In the best race, we were just doing alien races. In the best class, I was gonna have stuff like Warframes, like Space Marines, like stuff like that. But everyone wanted race, so we're doing best races. Yeah, someone mentioned that we only have three currently. That's because I haven't put them in yet. We're gonna let the stream and people who are watching the stream kind of come up with a lot of them.
I want to be crypto.
So basically, what we're gonna do is the basic concept of the isekai tier list thing is we're gonna take a bunch of different science fiction races. You're getting pulled from your world. You died. Something horrible happened. Whatever. You
Okay.
hemorrhoid exploded. You died, and then you get taken out of your world and you get thrown into a fantasy world where every single alien race, faction, and horrible cosmic thing that could possibly happen wrong is all happening at the same time, and you have to pick what alien race you want to be when you go in there. You go in there at level 1, and you can level up and you can become stronger in different ways and go into different tiers and all that kind of stuff. It's like the whole isekai video game rule universe, but you're going to have to be born in the society with the species that you are choosing to go with. So don't be too worried about how strong a particular species is. Like a lot of people are going to instantly want to say Saiyans and Kryptonians
what
and
I was
things like
thinking,
that.
bro.
I'm sure because you're basic. But but non-basic people, I'm just messing with you. But basically, the idea is you're going to go at level 1 regardless. Like if you're Kryptonian, you're going to have Kryptonian powers, and you'll level up, and you'll become stronger and stronger and stronger. And you'll be able to become Superman levels. But to become Superman levels, you got to be like level 1,000, in the whatever thing. You can also be a Predator that's level 1,000. You can fight against Superman. We're not really doing who's stronger. It's just like which one just would be cooler based on where you're arriving at, the society that you're going to be a part of, what their whole deal is, like who would be luckier or unluckier to be in that specific place. And also, like, how cool would it be to be that? Like, if you're a predator and you can level up and go down the whole level up trees of the predator, it's cool that you could be like kind of equivalent to Superman, but do you want to be the Predator? Because the Predator's whole deal is hunting, and there's like that whole society, and even at level 100, you're kind of very limited on what you can and can't do. Their technology is very limited, so it's sort of like that's going to be a part of it. There's probably other species that you could pick that will have a far more wide variety of different classes that they could pick from. It's like, and we're
They
gonna
also have their culture.
yeah, and then this is all stuff that we're gonna have to talk about as we're building the list. But I'm gonna let the actual you guys who are in the stream talking, as well as people who are messaging in the stream chat, like create the list basically. So you guys come up with different people. Like as you said, I didn't even put Kryptonians and Saiyans on yet because I just started doing this like a couple minutes ago before the stream started. But yeah, so I'll add Kryptonians and Saiyans because I know that those are two that people are gonna want for sure. But you guys let me know what other species or races or whatever should be on the list for sure.
How
And
about Cybertronian?
Yep, we can do Cybertronians. Hold up, Cybertronians. All right, we're gonna add them. We're gonna add them one by one. Once we get to 15, though, that's gonna be it. And then if you want to have stuff added after that, you're gonna have to do super chats and stuff. So, damn it, come on, let me give.
I got a good one. The Creed
Yeah, but
from Image Comics.
yeah, but you said I have a good one instead of just saying it. So no. I'm kidding.
What do you mean, no?
I'm kidding. Jesus, just tell. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. The Creed from Image Comics. Hold on, wait.
Would the kaiju from Pacific Rim count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically.
I mean, well, they're
We're going by the rules.
they're an enslaved race. I don't know if you'd
But
want
they're
them.
still.
But aren't they all
Well,
terrestrial?
if you go with like the
They're
precursors,
They're
like,
biological
what's the
weapons, actually. If you're gonna,
Yeah, they're a tool to be used by other people. I don't know if you would want that. I mean, you would basically be Isekaied in the world being mind controlled.
Yeah.
But aren't they also kind of like terrestrial though too?
What do you mean?
what do you mean?
Like, aren't they from Earth originally?
No.
No.
They arrived
No?
through
Actually,
portals
hold
from
up,
another
hold up.
dimension.
I have an argument that would say that you could be at least a decent kaiju with evidence from Pacific Rim: The Black.
Oh, that's true. That's
That's
true.
It's racist.
Those guys aren't actually controlled, and and it is possible for kaijus to break out of control. I just don't know
Yeah.
how, but you could ease the guy yourself into that timeline.
I don't.
you'd be
I don't.
fine.
Well, you don't get to choose a timeline. But like I mean, would you really want to be Isekaied as a species that is enslaved but can maybe not be enslaved if you play your cards right?
I think that's a
Not
great
really.
deal.
I don't think I'd
Great
want to.
I would.
It's really
Awesome.
risky. It's a risky play.
The cards are stacked against me. I'll go all in.
Just go all in, mate. The heart of
That's
the
a
cards and
perfect
stuff.
idea, man.
How about
Can we
the
add
other gods
Super
from
Earth
Lovecraft?
humans?
Let's see. Hold up.
But they're
I was
human.
thinking like the Forerunners from
Human,
Halo. Like, if you could be
though.
a Forerunner, that'd be fucking sick. I mean, considering the fact that they're so technologically advanced, you could probably have more knowledge than pretty much anyone around you. You know what I mean? Like in
Well,
comparison, everyone will be like a caveman.
I don't know. What about the elders from like the Covenant from Halo? I think that'd be like more interesting. Man.
Oh, the fucking the
I forgot the name of the race, but you know, like the elders.
You guys
Elders?
know? You guys know
elders.
G-Man?
Yeah. Whatever
You
they're
know,
called.
Hold on, hold on. I'm
His
trying to figure out what this guy's talking about.
employers or whatever.
Elders.
The
Are you
what?
talking about the
The
precursors?
prophets.
Oh,
Prophets.
prophets. Okay, those
Yeah.
dudes. What? Why would you
I
want to
haven't played
be
Halo.
prophets?
I haven't played
terrible
Halo in like
spies.
years.
They
Yeah,
have-
but they rule basically an entire fucking space empire.
Yeah, but if you were a foreigner, you'd be the most powerful empire. Like
You
I
die
feel like,
out. You would die
That's
out.
Xenomorph.
Someone said Illuminate in the chat. That's the same issue with the kaiju. You'd be mind controlled the moment you're born.
yeah, that's yeah.
Uh,
But
Let me see.
You wouldn't know you were controlled if you're controlled from birth.
Yeah, but
just
you're
like-
picking you're picking the race before you go in. So it's like, do you want to willingly be like, I'm gonna be mind controlled in this new Isekaied world the moment I get there? Is that really like what you're wanting?
that kind of sucks.
Hey, man.
I wouldn't want that.
That's our happy. They're happy.
Rouga, there's a lot of sci-fi races that are hive minds. If you were to become that race, would you get to be in control of the hive mind?
Part of the hive mind.
Or just
You
a
would
drone?
probably just be part of the hive mind.
Damn, so there goes
Yeah.
xenomorphs and you know like the Borg and stuff.
Let's see.
Wait, the queens ain't a hive mind though.
Well, the queen's just a part of the hive mind too. The hive mind is a
Yeah,
hive
I'm
mind.
more-
You're not a hive mind. You're just one dude. So why would you be
I'm more
the hive
conductive.
mind? You would the hive.
That's a good.
The whole idea of the hive mind is it's a bunch of brains into one species.
That's a good point.
Damn.
You guys know?
someone
you guys
said-
know
I don't know
G-Man?
how much I want to be that race. anymore.
Someone said Kirby's species. Does Kirby's have a species?
It's
I-
Well,
no, it was
they
an
don't have a
individual.
name.
Isn't
But
there
it
only
is-
one
Yeah,
Kirby? I
it's-
thought.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a species.
He's technically a star child like Mario and Luigi, not really.
He's whatever Meta
Oh,
Knight
he's a
is.
I don't think
star?
that
That's
can't
his
be-
race.
That can't be canon. That they're all star children because they're owned by no they're all Nintendo, aren't they? But
Yeah,
they
look
don't
it up.
take place
So
in
is
the,
Bowser.
but they don't take place in the same universe.
Mhm.
I'm
I don't
pretty
know.
sure in the Kirby anime, they're called Star Warriors. I don't
Oh,
know if
someone
that's true or
actually
not.
just posted
Do
that.
they all
in
have the same
YouTube
ability where
chat.
they can swallow things and gain their abilities? Or is it
Well,
just
Meta
Kirby
Knight
who has
doesn't
It's
seem
just
to have
Kirby.
that.
It's just Kirby.
It's
But
just
I don't think that's.
Kirby?
I don't
Yeah,
think. I don't think.
Mega Knight can't do
I
that.
don't think Star
Meta
Child.
Knight.
I don't
So
think.
Kirby is built different.
I don't think Star Child is a race though, because you can't say that
Kirby's
Bowser,
like the
Mario, and
reincarnation of
Kirby are all the
God.
same race. Those are totally different races of beings. You could say that their title is Star Child, or they have been chosen to be Star Children or whatever. I don't really know the rules behind it, but they're clearly not the same race.
Yeah, Kirby is like the reincarnation of God. He's not like he's not a
Canon's
normal
real.
So
thing
he's
of
Jesus?
whatever he is.
He is basically Space Jesus, kind of.
Oh, I see.
All right, let's see the Furon, Super
In a
Curtis,
fucked up kind of way.
Protoss, Star.
Tarnished from Elden Ring.
That's not an alien.
I don't think that's a sci-fi race,
How
though.
about or a sci-fi race? About incursions from Ben 10. Let's see what I miss. Nano just saying stupid shit again. Same as always. Just fucking Nano. Let's see.
Are we only going to do one Mass Effect race, or are we going to do more?
See,
than
that was the
one?
thing. Someone said the Geth, but I already had the Turians on. What Mass Effect race should I do if I'm not doing the Turians? Would y'all prefer?
In space. What about
Who's
the space
the
chick?
fucking... Huh?
What's their name?
Who's the
space
what?
chicks. What are their names again? The
What's
space
it?
chick. You know,
I knew that was going to be
fucking tentacle heads.
the
The
blue.
yeah, the
blue people.
Asari.
Oh.
The only issue I had,
Asari?
the only reason why I didn't put Asari on here is Avatar. The only reason why I didn't put Asari on here is because it's an entire female race, and like
Whoa,
90-something% of the people in my channel are dudes. So it would be like you'd all be getting sex changes when you go into this other race.
Whoa, I'm a woman now.
Like you'd have no choice. So it was like I think it would automatically go in like D unfairly, like in a way that it doesn't deserve to, simply because people don't want to go through sex changes necessarily. A very small percentage of people
true.
would want that.
That's true.
So I just like simplified and been like, Turians are kind of fun. We'll just do Turians.
Yeah.
Rex,
Well,
I
Krogan,
think
though.
the
Krogan
Krogan would have been a
40K
better
are
choice
a
than the
are a
Turians.
hive mind
The
race.
Krogan have better regeneration.
Well, also-
I
well, they
believe they're
can't-
able to
well, they
heal
can't have
from
kids,
wounds a
though.
lot faster than
They can't
most
really-
species.
You can't really fuck.
Yeah, they're like this. They're the second
Well,
strongest.
you're not gonna be
species.
fucking, bro. Like, I mean, if it's just you and you're a single Krogan in an Isekai world,
Can
I mean, I would
Krogans
rather
become?
have-
Can Krogans become biotics?
yes,
there-
they
oh,
can.
yeah.
They actually they
Rex
can.
is
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
there a
Rex-
Krogan? Is there? I can't remember if there's a Krogan biotic anywhere in the
Rex
series.
is-
Rex is.
Oh, you're right. Damn. Don't I feel stupid? Well, okay. So I guess I don't. I guess what I'm saying. I've never seen a purely biotic Krogan. If that makes any sense.
I've never.
To be fair, like, do they really need it, bro? Like, they're fucking beasts alone.
do.
Why not?
Rex
There's
is
there's
Barber.
why not? Some of the most
I don't know
powerful
if it's
some of those powerful
pure.
characters in the entire series are Asari biotics. Just full on Asari biotics. They're insanely powerful.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like it wouldn't. I mean, if you did have a just full-on biotic Krogan with the physical prowess of a Krogan, automatically just you'd be like the most beefy biotic in the universe, basically, like without a doubt.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I can't remember a single instance of there ever being just a straight up biotic Krogan.
It happens. I know that in Mass Effect 2, what's it called? You know Grunt? I don't know if you've played Mass Effect 2, but
Yeah.
Grunt, you can
Who
spec
hasn't
him.
played- It's the best one. Who wouldn't play fucking Mass Effect?
Honestly, dude, fucking the suicide mission, honestly, the best final mission of the entire series. I don't care what anyone says.
It's one of the
But,
best final missions of any game. Period.
I won't go that far.
No, I
There's a
debate
lot
that,
of
but-
there's a lot of good
Yeah,
final
there's
missions.
a lot of good ones, dude.
I
But,
still stand by the fact that it's
I
one of the
believe
best.
Grunt can be spec'd into biotics in some way. If not, like there is in the multiplayer, like I don't know if anybody remembers the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. The Krogan warlord was a biotic Krogan that used a quote unquote biotic hammer, which was this piece of I don't know if it was technology or. If it
Ooh,
was
you know
just-
what?
Multiplayer
I
campaign.
just thought of a really good one. I was about to say Lorax. Is it Lorax? Whatever. Not
Lorax.
Not Lorax. What is it? What Ratchet is? Starts with an L.
Ratchet.
Ratchet and Clank. Yeah. What's the species called?
Isn't it Laura? I thought it was.
Lombax.
Lombax. Lombax. That's right.
Yeah, long. Yeah.
Lombax. Let's do that one.
There's
I
like
like
two of them because
I
there's
like
only
that
one per dimension, isn't there?
No, they were an
Who
entire they were an entire race, but they were wiped out. He's the only one
Sad face.
left, which is
Wait, have you played the most recent game?
which
though?
goes
'Cause there
into
is multiple.
what's the most recent game?
Like,
Oh,
the
you're
one
talking
per-
about the one with the chick. No, that's still the same situation. They were
There was one per dimension or something.
there wasn't one per dimension. There were two because he went into another dimension and he found another one. But the whole reason
That's a good
why
point.
Ratchet's by himself and there's no other ones is because he was his species was wiped out. They go into it in the time we call it, like Quest for Booty and like that trilogy. They go over it.
Yeah.
I actually hate that trilogy because it retcons so much stuff in a really stupid way. Because like we already seen another Lombax in the series.
Do we have any Star Wars races?
I mean, is there any Star Wars races you would want to be? Like there aren't a whole.
Halo.
There aren't a ton. You would want to be a Hut.
What about
They're
the
powerful, man.
Isn't there a
Out of the hut, baby. Here we go.
what about that mercenary from
Oh.
Jedi Survivor?
yeah the regeneration dude?
Ooh, that's a good
can be
one.
Cad
That's
Bane.
He's
that's,
like
that's
like
a good one.
immortal.
Yeah. He's also in there. They also have one in the Clone Wars 2D animated show as well. I don't remember what it was
Yes.
called though. Does anybody know what that species was called? Star
I can look it up.
Wars healing squid. I don't even know what to call that thing. Healing.
Do
Is the
races
Zillow
have
Beast,
to
or
be
are you talking about the Zillow
civilized?
Beast?
No, not the Zillow Beast.
Somebody
But
look
a
it up.
Zillow Beast is a good.
I'm on it. I just. What year did that cartoon come out again?
Oh, I don't know.
Like
It's,
2003.
he's like one of the final bosses in Jedi Survivor.
I know. I just.
Look up
The
Jedi
races
Survivor. You
we're
look it
choosing,
up.
do they have to be
better.
civilized, or can they be like feral?
Do you
like-
want to be uncivilized?
But some of those races are also very powerful, and if you get to keep your own mind, you yourself will be civilized, even if your race is not, because you keep your own mind. So then you can still get all their benefits of the.
Would your
beast
mind be
race.
able to comprehend being inside of a fucking animal's body?
Eventually.
What are we
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about?
yeah,
Wait.
yeah.
What are we talking about? What's the who's not
He's
civilized
talking like
or civilized?
animals, like fucking. He's asking like if we can do like uncivilized species. I'm asking why you'd
Does
want
the
to be
race
an
have
So-
to be civilized? Or
uncivilized
can we
species.
be
So-
beast races because we have our own minds, meaning we would be more intelligent and be able to use it to its fullest advantage?
So the alien that you were trying to get the name of is called a Gendai.
How do you spell that?
Oh, I looked. I got the Zepho
G-E-N.
from
G-E-
Survivor.
Alright, but it's spelled G-E-N.
So wait, are they
and then you
two
gotta-
different? Are they two different species? Because they're both squids
they
in
must
suits
be.
that heal. Yeah, I got
It
Gendai.
must be. I don't know.
I got Gendai as well. So we're just gonna
Ooh, I got an idea.
do Gendai for now until
Alright.
corrected.
Whatever. What the fuck is that one dude from Star Trek with long ears? He's like a separate
Elf.
race, isn't he?
Spock.
No.
Spock. Whatever. the
Oh,
fuck he is,
he
man.
was talking about Spock. Okay, I thought he was talking about the ones that are like merchants that have really big ears. I forgot the name
Spock, man.
of those guys.
Isn't he just like a better version
Grunt
of a
from
human?
Halo,
Vulcan.
best race.
Vulcan.
Yeah, he's a better.
Right.
Yeah, I'm surprised nothing from Halo is here.
He's a
Flood.
Vulcan, but he's better than the fucking non-Vulcan
Vulcan.
things.
Do you want to be a flood? How the fuck would you
no.
want to be a flood?
Like your
I'm
entire
gonna-
MO of a flood is just that you fucking
Uh,
eat food, and that's everyone, bro.
At
think
least
the
You
elites
automatically
have
make
profits.
enemies with everyone.
Are the two picks from that.
Kind of dumb.
Slug, let's see.
as fuck.
There's a super buff Hut in Star Wars comics, Halo Elites, there's elves, Wookiees.
Why would you want to be a Wookiee?
Yeah, I don't know why you
Race.
would want to be any
Powerful.
of the none of
Be
the
tall ones.
none of the aliens in the Star Wars universe have particularly interesting abilities or advantages
pretty
or
much
they're
humans.
just kind of basic species. You know what
You
I
could
mean?
be a
Like-
giant slug.
The Wookiees have the
be
ability
a
to
space
match
weird.
the. Yeah, but they have the ability to match the strength of brutes, and they have their fur that can resist napalm and heat the way that is better than any armor, and their claws
not
which can dig into steel to climb up those tall trees. Like I'm not saying we have to go for them, but I think Wookiees do count as a good alien from Star Wars, and is not just generic.
What about
Yeah, but we're
Yoda's
talking like
race? They have a
badass.
natural connection to the Force.
That's true.
Yeah, they
Oh,
live
you
for
want
900 years.
Like, would you want to be 3 feet tall?
Look, guys, we just did Star Wars.
Yeah,
we
you
did
would have to be-
we did the Ravis
No.
race in Star Wars. So let's move on to another
Was there?
universe.
What about?
The Elixir from
What about
Destiny,
the-
those are pretty cool.
What about the Combine?
That's from
Is there any
Half-Life.
good Marvel alien
Halo?
races?
Yeah, Half-Life 2.
I don't know anything about the
Half-Life.
Combine, but I'll add them. Hold up.
Aren't they just like dudes? I thought.
I don't know.
They're kind of like the Covenant a little bit. They enslave races, that sort of thing.
Why don't we
Yeah.
have
Aren't-
anyone from the Covenant?
Isn't
on
an
here?
individual covenant kind of like just a dude though?
Some Covenant are different in terms of like let's say the Hunters. The Hunters are a colony of worms.
These
instead
look
of
like
an
regular.
individual
I'm not gonna
person.
lie. These look like regular dudes with like gas masks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
I
thought they
don't
were
know, man.
humans.
Are they? No. Well,
Yeah,
but
they're
they're-
basically
I
robots.
thought the Combine were like a bunch of different creatures, bro. Like they have like those
No,
Well,
like, those are creatures. They're not part of the combine.
No.
well,
all-
you
I
have like
Oh, we'll be
Yeah.
more specific because the Combine's the faction. Like the if
Is it?
well,
Well, yeah, we need a
well, you
race.
have-
You can't just put a whole ass fucking faction.
Gonna see what
One-
species dominates the Combine real quick.
Yeah, because these are just like people with gas masks. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know much about it.
Oh yeah,
think
but
that's
they're
pretty
also
what they
like
are.
essentially robots too. Like they have no free will. Or at least the special.
Why
forces
do y'all
guys don't
keep
have free
picking
will.
alien races that don't have free will and are mind controlled? It's like the
they're
fourth
not,
one.
They're not alien. They're just humans.
You
They're
guys-
just like
Yeah, they're
a-
humans.
You
They're
guys-
not even aliens.
yeah.
Humans
guys-
dominate the Combine.
Oh, then we're not doing the Combine. If they're not aliens, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of the
Well,
list.
Is there any?
I know, but the
What
Combine is
about-
but the Combine is like more than
What
just
about like
humans though.
alien race? Is there any
Uh,
good alien races in Marvel?
Androids from Nier.
Eternals.
Androids
Thanos.
from Nier are not aliens. They were created by humans on Earth, so those are not aliens. I would actually, I'll
That's for the
say, I
robot
was
too.
I was thinking of Tebow when I started making the list too, but they're also not aliens.
Tebas?
Those are just humans. So that would would not work. Let's see.
Here's
What about the elites or prophets from Halo?
Okay, the
No, you
Combine.
gotta choose
Pick
the
the
main-
elites.
Yeah, we could do
If
that.
you're gonna do elites, bro, do the elites.
The
We could do
Combine is.
the
Yeah,
drones.
no.
Hold on. The Combine is named the Combine because they combine other alien races in a more giant army.
But we're doing races.
You know,
we're not doing
that's a
factions.
fucking
So you would have to give me a race.
No,
What about the head crabs?
What about the Saiyans?
That-
from
yeah, but
they
that's
combine
the-
alien
Well,
species.
Saiyans.
Saiyans are already on the list. Or if you're not watching the video, if
Are
you're
they?
not watching the stream, you need
I
to
am
be watching.
Oh, I
it.
didn't.
here's another obvious one. The Viltrumites.
Yeah.
That's
Viltrumites.
they're just what do you call it?
Mix.
Cheap version of the Kryptonites that are already on the list. Like
Well,
they're
the
just
thing is
shitty Kryptonites.
You're right,
Yeah.
but
Less-
they also
okay.
have the Zenkai boost from Dragon Ball.
They do that is
Saiyans.
true.
Do they?
Like, that
I
is
thought
true.
I
They
thought
do
Al
have
no I thought
that.
Alan had the Zenkai boost. In Invincible, Alan has the Zenkai boost. The Viltrumites don't have a Zenkai boost.
Oh, yeah, I got that mixed up. That was my bad.
Yeah, no.
Someone said
What's up?
What about
I was wrong.
Okay.
someone
Iridians.
said
Okay.
Mobians.
Someone said Iridians in the chat. We don't know enough about the Iridians. We know so little about them. Like they're still kind of a mystery. They were supposed to explore them during the third game, but they're from Borderlands. But they didn't. They just ignored that they even existed. So that's a bad one. Until we learn more, there's really not a whole lot we could say about the Iridians. Let's see.
What about the?
What about whatever the?
Oh wait,
Become the Mad
What
Titan.
about
What about what
fucking,
Boros is?
What about what fucking whatever the
What
fuck
about the
Alan
engineers?
is?
The
Oh, the
Oh,
engineers from
from Aliens?
Alien vs Predator.
No,
Yeah,
not
the
not
engineers.
not Alien
If we
versus
had the
Predator.
Predators,
Oh,
but-
that's
should have the
a
aliens.
good pick.
Is
bro.
it,
The
though?
engineers are actually a good pick.
They
Yeah,
don't-
it is. They're like what? They're like almost 10 feet tall.
No, they're
They're,
not. No, they're not.
They're not.
No,
Yeah,
They
Like,
are.
they
They
some
are.
are.
they're
but
not.
all of
They're
them.
They're
also-
not 10 feet tall. I mean, we see them in the
There's
movie.
a-
They're like they're like
Well,
a
they're
little.
like-
They're a little taller than humans, but they don't. We don't see
No,
them
they're
do.
significantly taller than
The
the
only
humans.
thing they do is get
Call it
completely
8
wiped out. The only thing we ever see them do is die. Like
Well,
we
that's
know they
something like,
created. We know they created the xenomorphs.
Right,
but they.
but here's the thing though. There's a comic where
created
like a
humans?
predator. There's a comic where a predator loses to an engineer, or like almost does, I should
fairly
say.
easily too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
If you're
but
talking
it's-
about the engineer,
they're-
they're
they're-
10 feet tall.
And that engineer stood significantly taller than the predator. And this was an elder predator, by the way, who almost lost to this engineer.
Elder predators on average are like 8 foot something. So
Okay, so
how much bigger was it?
Okay, so the engineer can beat a geriatric predator. Awesome.
Like head and shoulder. Well, I mean, elder predators are like one of the best, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, they're ancient. I believe like the hierarchy is like you have to go on like significant like these they have like trial hunts, right? Like each time you go to like increase your rank, they drop you off somewhere. You have to bring a bigger prey each time. Someone can fact check me on that, but I believe that's semi close to what it's supposed to be.
Well, wait, hold up. We can't. Okay, so we can't do the. We're not. Well, we can't do the engineer because like. We generally try to limit to one per franchise, and if we already have the Predator, then we can't also have the Engineer. At least not.
Alien and Predator are part of
the Xenomorph's not on here. We just have the Predator right now. We don't have
should add the Xenomorphs.
Yeah, just hear what I said.
Yeah,
but
the thing is,
what's up?
Like, what is it in the Xenomorph world? Predators don't exist, but in the Predator world, Xenomorphs exist. It's kind of weird.
That's not true. Yeah. That's not true anymore. Disney owns the rights to both. And
that's not true anymore. Oh,
no,
okay.
Disney owns the rights to both, and in the new movies, they're making them. They're the same universe now. Like the animated movie that came out that was a Predator movie is like talks about the aliens. The next Predator movie that comes out is going to have an android from Aliens in it. They're currently making another Alien movie where they're hinting at whether it is rumored that the movie is going to also imply the Predators are in the same universe. Like, yeah, since they're under the same banner now, there's no like legal repercussions. So they're just all exists under the same banner. So yeah, they're just the same universe now. Which I mean, kind of it's about time because it's like that was like they've been teasing this shit for decades. Like they might as well just we're the same. And honestly, I thought it was it always sucked that. The Predators franchise never dabbled into other aliens, like other alien types. Like it should be.
Rambo. It's true.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hello. The head crabs. I'm assuming that's also from the from the
that's Half-Life.
Half-Life.
That's
yeah.
Half-Life.
Why the fuck would you want to be?
Yeah.
It's not.
Why the
Hold on.
fuck do you want to be a head crab?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Why would you want to be a head crab?
Well, who keeps
It's not only the
head crab?
Someone said the Argenta from Doom.
Hold on.
Which I suppose are technically aliens. Would you all prefer the Argenta or the demons? I feel like the demons are more.
The Argenta is more of an.
Why would you not want to be a demon?
I know.
What demon you?
Why would I not want to be a demon? I
It's
can think of many reasons.
Well, okay, name one.
It was not.
How much off?
Perpetual misery.
It's not
getting murdered by Doom guy.
It's not perpetual misery to be a demon.
Well, I mean, in the Bible it is.
We're talking about Doom. This isn't the Bible. This is Doom. So that's not necessary. Also, I don't think there's anywhere in the Bible that says that every demon is suffering in hell. I don't think that
they're torturing the fucking sinners. Of course they're
going mad. They're going mad right now in the world, and in their madness, they're trying to bring us down with them. So yeah, they're mentally being tormented, and they'll be spiritually tormented in the afterlife.
I don't know, man. I think they're loving it down.
Still, when the fuck did we get to the Bible?
Because I think Satan seems to be having a relatively good time. It just seems like he's enjoying himself. I don't know. It's just
he's having a good time.
I disagree, but
Someone said the Mobians from Sonic.
Oh, wait,
what?
I don't know what that is.
I don't even know what that is.
Is that an alien?
What about the Eternals
Sonic's
from Marvel? They're a pretty powerful alien
Sonic.
race.
Does Sonic count as an alien?
I don't know
why in the Archie comics, yeah, he is.
Is Sonic an alien?
Yeah. In the movies too.
All right, let's see. Hold up. I'm adding the Doom demons because I don't have any issues against the Sentinels or the Argenta. I don't have any issues against the Argenta. It's just out of the two, I think the Argenta are very similar to a couple of the other races that we're gonna be. I'm trying to get like the more alien species. I don't want to have a bunch of species that are just enhanced humans on here. I want to have like interesting species.
Massive.
The Hanar don't even look like they just look like giant jellyfish.
That's speaking third.
Remember when somebody? Hold on. remember when somebody was talking about the head crabs? It's not only the head crabs. It's the entirety of Zen from
Then
Half-Life 1.
Let's just not do fucking Half-Life, man.
Oh yeah.
What are the aliens
The
from?
Combine?
What are the aliens
Combine
from
are
Serious
very
Sam?
mysterious.
The Combine is not
There
a
isn't
fucking alien
there
race. It's
there
an
isn't
action.
one there isn't one alien
know.
in Shush. There isn't one alien in Serious Sam.
It's very
Serious
mysterious.
Shut the fuck up. There isn't one alien in Serious Sam. There's Mental, who has an entire alien army that's a bunch of different aliens pulled from all across the universe. So we don't have like one species. Like basically every single
What about-
individual enemy
I saw
type.
like a Combine.
Kinda,
I
yeah.
forgot their name, but what about like?
What
I
about
forgot
Duke
their name, but
Nukem?
what about those fucking? What about the Martians?
Nukem's
Whatever.
man.
I forgot their name. The Earth Defense Force, the fucking Martian people, whatever the fucking name is, I forgot.
Oh, the
People that
Primers?
were on Mars.
the primers.
What were they?
Yeah, yeah.
How about those guys?
It sucks to be them, man. I don't want to be that. I mean, we can put them on there, I
Someone
guess, but I don't know.
Someone said the Petro Sapiens from Ben 10.
Oh, okay? What species should I do from Destiny?
Oh, dude, light work, bro. I'm the guy.
I thought you already had
Hive.
Destiny.
Hive.
say it.
Hive 100%.
Say it.
Hive?
Do they have a hive mind?
Yes. If you start, no, they don't have a hive mind. So the way it works, right? If
You can
if-
forgive him for thinking someone called the Hive has a hive mind.
Yeah, on my mama. But if you're okay, so pretty much sword logic is the idea of whatever you kill makes you stronger. So let's say you start off as like a worm, and then you kill a spider. So now you're stronger than that spider, and you become like bigger. It's a whole chain until you reach like the epsilons of like the hive hierarchy. where
Okay,
you
well,
become
let's talk about we'll talk about when we actually get to them. But I looked up Hive, and I'm getting like 40 different pictures of different beings. So I don't know which one's the Hive.
So they're all of the same race. The thing
Okay.
is that they all are in different levels of their ascendancy.
Okay, so I'm gonna put down a character. It says here Hive God Eris. So that's a part of that faction or whatever.
Okay, so a little bit of lore. Eris is
Don't-
actually
I
was
just-
originally a guardian.
Just tell
No,
me what
okay,
picture I can
no,
put down.
No, don't put Eris in there. Eris
Okay.
is technically human.
Okay, what about a knight? I see here a knight.
Knight, yes, that is right. That is Hive, yes.
All right.
That is yes.
Then I'll put that
works.
down. Okay, cool. Next
Hive.
species.
Someone put the Galra from Voltron.
I'm trying to remember like what the Golron could do. They're just basically generic aliens with like laser sci-fi weapons. Like I don't know if there's anything all that interesting about them. The most interesting thing about the Golra is that they fight against Voltron. Like I can't think of I saw all of the Voltron show. The new one was terrible, but I don't remember that much stuff. They have magic. That's kind of cool because there's like a witch that works for the Golra. But I don't know. Can you tell me anything unique about the Golra that would make them like worth putting up here?
Well, Zarkon was able to fight against Voltron, but no, not one of like.
Ooh, Monsters
I'm
from
pretty
Evolve.
sure-
Sorry, Monsters from Evolve. Putting those up there. That's a cool
Oh,
one.
W pick, yep.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's
What about
Are all of
Martians
them the
from
same
DC?
race?
Yes, they're all the same race. That's one of the
I didn't even know that.
yeah. That's one of the cool things about them, and we'll go over it. But let me get a baller picture here. So let's put
Someone said that.
let's put my boo up here. This sexy bitch.
W, let's go.
You zooming in on the
No, I'm not
That
zooming
one's-
in. I am not zooming in.
okay.
It's just a picture.
Damn. All right.
Shame.
Oh, I had my pants down already, bro. Fuck.
All right. Let me see. How many
What
is
you
that?
doing?
How many is that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2 more. We need 2 more in the 15.
From DC.
It's done.
Agreed from
Someone's-
Image Comics.
Yeah, we could do one from Marvel
about-
and one from DC since we don't have one.
Oh,
for you.
Eternals for Marvel, but don't we already have DC? We
What
have
about the
Kryptonians.
Kryptonians?
Eternal sucks.
have
Whoa,
Kryptonians
yeah, we have the
there.
Kryptonians. I'm sorry. I'm
Like,
okay, so one.
Oh, you're right. Kryptonians
So let's.
are in there.
You're
Never
right. So what's one for Marvel? Skrulls maybe.
Asgardians?
Aren't the
Yeah,
Skrulls
Skrulls are-
like basically space Jews?
I don't want to do Asgardians because that's just
Oh,
Norse.
what?
That's just Norse gods, and it's boring. I hate
Yeah,
it.
they're just good.
They're just Norse
ask
gods.
The scrolls are space Jews.
The Beyonders
Yeah.
from Marvel.
Aren't the Skrulls like space Jews or something? I thought.
Keep the stream. Thank you, Doug, for the $2 because you remembered super chats. Keep the stream going. Yeah, that's true, guys. If the super chats and stuff aren't engaged, the stream ends early. Cause I got to get
Oh, yeah.
paid for my work,
How
son.
about the stuff from Quake?
What about the Beyonders from Marvel? They're like aliens.
Basically,
I mean,
gods.
they are,
Beyonders?
but they're just like bro. There's nothing interesting about them. We don't know anything about their culture, about what they do, how they interact with each other. All we know is that they're god level beings from another universe. Like there's not a whole lot of discussion that we can go in to talk about. What would a level 1 Beyonder even look like? Like they're all god level beings. Like they're all more powerful than Galactus and shit. So it's like
He's just a dude who can make a
That's
sandwich.
also true.
yeah. He's
Three
just
of
a
them
dude.
soloed the Living Tribunal.
Does
It's
anybody
not fun
have
to
an
talk about.
alien from Marvel that's better than the Skrulls? Because if not, I'm just gonna put the Skrulls.
What about the Kree?
Oh,
I think the Skrulls are probably better than the Kree. They're more interesting. The Kree are just blue people who are very, very authoritarian, and that's about it.
Speaking of blue people, Mr. Nova put a super chat down.
So
The
the
Navi.
Navi. Okay, Navi will get added. Okay, so we got Skrulls
Let's
and
go.
we have
I
Navi.
fucking forced my way in.
The Skrulls and the
Yeah.
Navi. That's what we got.
A whole bunch of people want Ben 10 aliens, at least one.
Well,
Why the fuck would you want a Ben 10 alien? Aren't they just like regular
Alien
fucking
X or something.
and
Yeah, I was gonna
then
say, you just put an alien X.
Alien X, where you're basically God. Yeah.
Navi.
Man.
But no, but you have to 3 minds. So you're only one of the 3 minds. So you have to make deals to actually
That sounds
anything.
lame as
Like
fuck.
take a step, you have to make a deal with the other 2 minds.
That sounds
I don't-
lame as
The
shit,
two
man.
main personalities in Ben 10 have been arguing since the dinosaurs were around. It's
oh, that's actually an in joke.
All right, let's see. And then we'll go summon these guys. Come on. Boop, 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 boop. All right, last 2 and add them.
Well,
okay, now if anybody else wants to add anybody else, you got to do it via super chat. That's the way it works. We got our 15. People who want Ben 10, you got to do a super chat. I mean, there's a lot that we're missing. We don't have anyone from Warhammer 40K. There's a lot of
I
other
was
ones
thinking, like,
that could
fucking
be added.
elves. Like, fucking elves.
if we were to ever
Eldari.
do a Ben
Eldar.
10 alien,
Space
then
Pay
Nazis.
for more.
We have Star Wars, guys. We have a Star Wars one, so don't freak out about that one.
Yeah, we got the.
if we
yeah.
did want to do a Ben
Afterwards.
10 alien, I would recommend Tetramans or Forearms because we know the most about their culture.
I'm just saying we should add the huts. Someone should pay for the huts. I'm
It's-
just saying.
It's gonna be. I
The
mean,
fuck?
Someone should pay for
What do you
the
mean?
hut.
What do you mean? Someone? Why not you, motherfucker? What you trying to tell other
What
people?
about you,
I
man?
ain't got
Bass.
money, man.
Empty
That's-
your pockets, bro.
Yeah.
That's some
I'm
very.
Empty your pockets, bro.
that's
Run
some-
in pockets.
That's
Yeah,
some
run-
very
yeah, run your
nano.
pockets.
Where is that
Go ban for ban
mentality?
right now.
Some
This.
very nano
man.
shit to say. That was very nano.
Next week.
With Halo
Me?
Spartans. Okay. No, Halo Spartans are from Earth. They're not aliens. Okay. All right. So let's get started. So should I mix up the order, or how y'all feeling about this order? I don't want to.
Shuffle the order.
I don't want to. You want me to shuffle it? Because I don't want to pack all the good ones at the very start. Like I don't think that Superman should be right next to Saiyans. Like let's put Saiyans back a little bit. You know. Let's put. We got a lot of really good ones up front. We'll put.
I know. Which one count as bad exactly?
I don't know. We'll see when we get there. I actually think the only one that was paid, the Navi, are probably gonna do horribly. Let's put Navi up. I mean,
Why would you want to be
actually, given that he
you want to be Space India?
given that he paid for Navi, we'll put Navi first. We'll just do those.
Yeah.
Thank you,
like
thank
that.
you, I did pay for
He
it.
did get
That's
money,
fair.
so
I
we'll
just-
put that first. I want Evolve to be sooner because I don't want to fucking wait that long to talk about Evolve. So I'll put that up a little.
You want to actually
Shit.
talk about?
a
Talk
little
about
bit
your
too.
bay.
Talk about my bay is Doom, so I'll put Doom up here too. Actually, but I'll put Evolve forward. Now, I'm actually Doom would not be my bay. I mean, as far as the series, I really like the series, but as far as the alien race goes, the Doom demons are probably not my favorite alien race on this list. All right,
Yeah, they don't even.
we
Rouga,
mixed
do
it
you know
up.
how much delay you got going on with your stream? You're really delayed this time.
It
Yeah.
should be relatively delayed. Yeah, it should be like 8 seconds or something. Yeah, it's
All right.
because I have it on low latency because I wasn't sure. Like I set up the stream way earlier today, and I wasn't sure like how internet would be. So just to be safe, I did it slightly lower. So like if you do it at super low latency, there's like a, or no, I'm sorry. If it's, I forgot if super low latency was better. I don't remember. Anyway, one is really good where it's like 3 or 4 seconds. Then one is like 8 seconds, and then there's one that's like 12, 13 seconds. You know, and I picked the one that's
How
like
the
8
fuck
seconds.
do you work with 12 or 13 second delay?
Well, it's if you don't intend on interacting with the people who are messaging you. That's basically how it works.
Oh.
So like
Liam
kinda
said
we are
Liam
interacting
said
with
even
them.
though Rambo is his bae.
Yeah, we are. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. That's yeah. You know what? That's almost enough for me to add another dude for that person, but I'm not going to. All right. So first up, we had I am interacting with the chat here, but we're not doing anything where it's like it really hurts the stream that there's a delay that I interact with the chat. So it's not really that big of a deal. But if it was doing something where I like had to interact immediately, then it would, I would be a little more worried about the latency. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, some dude just came in the chat and is just like trying to save everyone in the chat, which is like he's
the fucking dude is going God.
Yeah, like that's like the fourth or fifth time he's done it. It's really weird. Yeah, God is good. Yeah, it's just he just keeps talking about God, and then he's like, do God. Bye.
I'm pretty sure he came in by the time we were talking about the dude.
No, that's a
demons.
great
I think we
idea.
summoned him.
First off, that's
a great idea.
that's oddly sexual, dude. Like just why? Like you could have worded that better. Like you could have worded that better. Anyway, yeah, it's just weird.
Don't mind if I do.
It's just weird. Okay, so let's see. He's also not saying what God is good. So what I said
He's
might not even
Australian.
be.
I feel insulted.
What I
Lower
said
end.
might not even be blasphemous, because he could be talking about his God, who could be Satan.
Zoroastrianism.
So it could be it could be the flying spaghetti monster. It could be anybody. So I don't even know.
There's a cult making their own God.
He hasn't
in the
specified.
real world. That's pretty cool.
That's
the
true.
lobster God. That's a
All right,
cool one.
let's get this.
Made.
Let's get this stream started. What time is it? Can I eat my dumplings, or is it too early? No, shit, it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm eating my dumplings. Okay. First up, we have the Na'vi. Anybody disagree that this should be at the bottom of the list?
Absolutely.
Why would you want to be a space Indian? That's what I want to know.
Think about it though. If you're going into a completely different world, you don't know how advanced they really are, and if you're going with the knowledge you have now,
they have fucking bows and arrows.
Yeah.
Okay, but they have knight armor though.
They have
They
what?
have bows and arrows.
They have wyverns too, and they have that the connecting things that to really emotionally connect with others.
There you go.
Who gives a
There
shit?
you go.
Would you
You
want
can have
that?
like a
There's
wyvern. You can have a
exactly- you can have
wyvern
animals.
as
Fir-
your pet.
first
That'd be
off-
pretty tough.
First off, I mean, if we want to be like technical, they're not even aliens. Cause
What do you mean they're not aliens?
they're
They
not.
are aliens.
No, because the
I
entire
get where you're
film,
going.
the entire film takes place on their planet. They never go anywhere. They're stuck to one planet. They're not aliens.
Yeah, because they're
They're not
fucking
from our
Indians.
planet.
You calling them aliens would be like you going to Mexico and calling all of them aliens when you're in their
I
country.
do.
Like that's no, I'm saying.
They are.
Well, you're Australian.
I do. Before I go there.
Well, it's like a completely different planet.
You
like,
can't do that.
I guess. Yeah, well,
No, but
yeah.
I'm saying you can't go to
Okay,
a person's
aliens is
place
confirmed,
and
though.
call them the alien. Alien means that they're not in their place and they came somewhere else. Technically, they're not aliens because they never left their planet. We're still
humans are
we're
aliens.
still
Why don't they
considering.
look
The
like
humans in the
Aliens
movie then?
Yeah, we're still considering them aliens for the purpose of the list, but I think it really like what the fuck was that? Don't do that. It really hurts their list. It really hurts them on the list. The fact that they are bound to one planet and can't leave. That means if they're going to appear in a universe where every fucking horrible cosmic thing exists all in the same place, why would you want to be dudes who shoot bows and arrows who can't leave your own planet? They're the only species on this list that are bound to one planet and don't know how to use guns. That's pretty bad. Like they're gonna get fucking wiped. Learn
You don't
what?
think bows and
They're
arrows are
pretty smart.
Humans
They're
have been
pretty fucking smart.
no, they're not. Humans have been colonizing their world for generations at this point, and they haven't used guns. They haven't even attempted to use guns. They haven't taken the
I
technology.
just don't.
They haven't done anything.
In the second movie, I'm pretty sure they
Why would you
didn't
wanna
learn to
use-
make them, but at least use
The
weapons.
only reason
Like,
that they
I don't know.
even were doing well is because they had a human who was one of them.
Yeah.
Without fucking Jake Sully, they would
that
have
is
lost.
entirely true.
The only person who I mean, we do see. I
Wouldn't
think.
that be what you're doing anyways?
Well, like
You're a
No.
human that turns into a Navi.
Are you a Marine?
And the
Are you a
main
fucking like,
character
Marine?
was a human that turned into a Navi.
yeah, but if you're
He's a
a
Marine,
yes,
too.
but if you're a yeah, well, actually, that's funny because if you really think about it, it is an isekai story to a certain extent.
It is already an
Yeah.
isekai.
It's
It
kind of an
is.
isekai. It kind of is an isekai. But if you're you and you go into this body and you're like, you're a Navi now and you're surrounded by all these people, like, and you suddenly out of nowhere get fucking invaded by the Imperium of a man, you're fucked. If you get invaded by the Turians or the elites
Lions.
or Zod or predators start to show, I don't think a Navi's going to take out a predator.
No.
They
Yeah,
can't.
I don't-
How would it even attempt to do that with a bow and arrow?
No, I don't think I don't see a whole lot of like it's not gonna be good. Like the only way I could see it being cool if no other alien species ever comes across your planet. But even in their own universe, in the Avatar universe, they're an alien species and they're the victims. Like they're victims in their own movie.
I don't understand why you want to be space Indians. That's all I'm asking. Why would you even want to be an Indian?
We could
Somebody
build
somewhere said,
mosquitoes.
oh, well, they're cool. They're
Not
kinda
that
cool.
bad.
So I'm just trying to speak up for that guy.
Hey, I might just go there for the chicks, man. I don't even know. I don't even know, man.
Yeah, see,
Like
Jordan
the tall
Mesa.
Catwoman, bro.
Jordan Mesa said they only won because of a technicality, which is technically kind of true, and they didn't even win because they're making more movies.
They came back.
So it's not even
They came back.
it's not even a permanent win. Like they keep killing more people. I mean, and honestly, we haven't even seen like the cooler Navi because apparently there's like fire Navi and shit. So like we haven't
There's
seen.
fucking Avatar in this bitch.
Yeah, like in Avatar 3, they're introducing fire Navi. Like we saw the jungle Navi, and then we saw the water Navi, and now we're gonna be seeing the fire Navi. So apparently there's like Navi
Are they
for everyone.
actually fire Navi, or is it like they live in volcanoes or some shit?
We don't know. They
live
said
in
that
volcanoes.
they're introducing fire Navi. Like the second film was called The Way of Water, and they introduced water Navi. And the third one, I forgot what the title of it's called, but it's something to do with fire.
Fire and ash.
There we go.
Fire and ash.
And it's supposed to be introducing fire
Oh,
Navi.
is that what it is?
I will say this though. If they do end up introducing all these different Navi, like there's water Navi and fire Navi, then the Navis for the first
Actually
film,
make
the
a good movie.
jungle Navi, are so obviously the worst of all the Navi. Because they're the only one without a
Yeah,
cool
the fucking
superpower.
Space Indians.
They're the only ones without a superpower. The water Navi can actually breathe underwater and shit, and the fire Navi, and they can swim super fast, and the fire Navi apparently will have fire abilities of some kind, whether it's heat resistance or whatever. So the jungle Navi are the only ones who are just like normal fucking cat people who can't do anything.
No, but they also
There
have
are also
full
They
air
swing
Navi.
really
range
hard.
of
Guys,
creatures.
y'all gotta talk at
Thank you.
one time. This whole stream can't be y'all all trying to talk over each other. One person, please. Continue.
They
There
have
are
access to many different creatures, way more than the water Navi or maybe the fire Navi have, because they have both land and flying creatures they have access to tame.
You just let that
Oh,
fucking
mhm.
foreigner talk over you, man. You just let Australia beat America on this stream, and I can't have that.
Absolutely, Australia #1.
No, I bet you he's fucking Canadian.
Why would you want to be a prisoner?
All right.
How
So,
dare you? I've never been so insulted, sir.
that sound like a Canadian. The Canadian American wouldn't say that shit. He
Too
would have just said
polite.
fuck you.
Yeah,
you know?
he-
All right, so okay, I'm gonna put Navi at the bottom at D, unless anyone has anything to say that could possibly improve its position in any way, but I don't see how you would even have
How
like an
much for
argument.
S tier?
Huh?
Longer
Oh, it's
penis.
tough, bro. I can't. I tried. I really did try.
Jungle Navi are insane beast tamers. They tame everything, whereas other groups have one main animal. We don't know that. We have no idea, and we don't see the Navi taming everything. We see the Navi taming one thing, which is the flying animals, and they don't tame like the giant cat thing and stuff. They don't tame any of that stuff. It's the tree that's in their forest ends up like connecting to all the animals and having it all like help them at the end of the movie.
There are also
That's
air
right, but there's also the
Navi
horses.
that's going to be introduced in the third one.
The what?
Those are like the planes Navi. Those weren't.
They're air Navi.
And are there and
also.
do we know for sure that the water Navi can't also control more than just one thing? Like, are we
Yeah.
sure about that?
Okay, so like, from what I know, I don't know if all Navi have this, but that connection to their the tails, the cords, I don't know if that's like a universal thing, but
Yeah, it is.
it
they can
is?
connect, like, with the.
Yeah, I think
Well, never mind.
I think the water Navi have it too, and I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure the fire Navi are gonna have it. So I think they're all capable of connecting to other creatures, and possibly controlling them or taming them. I don't think that's only a jungle Navi thing.
I would think so. Don't know why.
I
it
don't
would
know
be.
what
Like,
the
I
jungle.
was thinking it was
To
just
be-
a jungle
To be
Navi.
fair, if they really wanted to give like the jungle Navi something cool that was theirs, they should have gave them like climbing abilities or something that the other ones didn't
They couldn't
have.
climb.
But in order to do that and to make it more like equal to the other two, they would have had to make them look more ape-like so that they could possibly climb and have those abilities, and that would have made the main chick Navi less sexy, and
Yeah.
it's very
Why would you
clear to
want to have
me.
that?
It's very clear to me that they were trying to make the Navi as sexy and as appealing as humanly possible. So.
Well, they succeeded.
They had her
They
titties
did.
out for most of the first movie.
Yeah,
That's
like
the
they're all
reason why
they're all
they
half
did
they're all
it.
half
Yeah,
naked.
good.
They got a bunch of beautiful actresses to always
that
play the Navi. Yeah, all the
There's a
humans
reason
are
why I
kind of
watched it.
are very meh looking, and the Navi are like kind of really like good looking. And it's like even that it makes you want to fuck the Navi more than you want to fuck the people in the movie, which is weird. It's just they just look better. I don't know.
I mean,
It's
they're
weird.
just all blue people, man.
Just all blue,
Yeah,
man.
There's a
And
reason
they're my
why,
favorite
there's a reason
color.
why I watch that movie
8
every year,
foot
man.
tall, so they're pretty big.
There's a reason why I watch that
tall.
movie every year, man. I'm just saying.
Okay, Gary, whatever. If you keep spamming the same thing, I don't care what it is, you will be kicked. I'm just letting you know that because you've been spamming this for several minutes now. Please stop. Okay.
What is the point he's trying to prove?
He's not. He's
God.
he's just trolling.
He's
It's
just spamming.
it's just
God is
trolling.
good.
Okay, next up is but he's spamming it over and over and over again. That's enough. All right, next up is Chase
Taking out
Jennings.
his Odell as well.
Okay, the real question would be, can they connect with other creatures besides their planet's creatures? No.
Oh, they don't have. Like,
They have to have the little tail thingies. They like specifically connect all that shit. Oh fuck. Hold up, guys.
Isn't that weird how like that entire ecosystem just has that fucking like thing, that appendage
no.
attached, bro?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I
Well,
mean,
no,
we
like-
know it's ridiculous. It's like a it's crazy. Wait, hold up. I had to move stuff around the room that I'm in, so like my fucking charger and my computer is nowhere near the outlet anymore. So okay, there we go. I had to plug it in because my shit's dying. All right, let's see. Jordan Mesa. In all the different versions of their species, the Navi are the vanilla version. Yeah, basically, they're like the boring one without any cool superpowers. Like it's like, do you want to be a Navi that can swim underwater or fire, or I don't know, maybe the air Navi will be able to fly, and the jungle Navi just kind of there. It kind of sucks. And honestly, it's obvious. It's obvious why this happened. Is because when they made the first Avatar, he had no intention of making sequels, and then he decided to make sequels afterwards. Like that's very clear by watching the second movie that shit was not planned out.
Maybe they'll have a special trait in the third one, but right now, nothing.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway,
basically. All right, cool. Let's move on. Okay, so we're not gonna fucking talk about the goddamn Navi for 2 hours. Okay. Next up we have the Furon. Okay, so here's the thing about the Furon. Super advanced, super awesome technology, but physically they have cool psychic abilities as well. But physically, they're weaker than normal humans. They're like super fragile and can be punched to death.
Like two? Is there only like two of them?
No, there's more than two. There's more than two, but they are on. That's another thing. They don't have penises. That's a big one.
Yeah, why would you ask here?
That's a big one. That's a big one. They don't have penises. They don't have penises, and they have to keep cloning themselves over and over again, and
uploading their consciousness.
Yeah, and each of their and uploading their consciousness into the new clones, but each clone gets worse and worse and worse and worse than the last one, and as the DNA that they have is continuously degrading. So basically, their species is going to come to an end if they don't figure out a way to get their dicks back. Which in the games, the only one that we know that get their dick back is Crypto, the main one. Yeah, he actually gets his dick back, and the second movie is all about him trying to fuck this Russian chick who's very clearly based off of Black Widow from Marvel Comics. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of negatives here. The tech is cool. The brain powers are cool. The super weakness, lack of a penis is not.
I don't know, man.
Is not that.
The lack of dick, man. I don't know if I could live without a dick, man.
I love gunning, bro.
Yeah.
I can't live without.
You can't live without getting dick.
No, have me.
I'm pretty sure he said getting. Am I the only one that heard getting?
No, you're right, Rouga. You're right.
I'm almost positive I heard getting.
I don't know, man.
I mean, maybe he could get dick. I just don't think he can give it because he doesn't have one. You know?
Well, if they don't have dicks, how can I get dick even, man?
He's gonna go get one. That's your goal.
Start working right.
Okay, so where do you guys think that they should be based on what we've talked about?
Probably
D tier.
Maybe C. C or B, because they have really good.
They have good powers, but you know,
they're good powers,
the
but I don't know if
kind
I'd want to live in that body. I don't know if I would want to live in that body.
The problem with Furons is it would be one thing because there's a lot of things on here that we're going to talk about that don't have penises, but Furons don't have penises. But as we see with crypto, they still have the desire to procreate because they're supposed to have. Like they're a very horny race, and they don't have penises, and it sucks. Like
exactly.
Oh man,
it wouldn't be that
horrible.
Hey, it wouldn't be that big of a deal that if
you just never had a dick.
It wouldn't be that big of a deal if you were a Kryptonian, not a Kryptonian, a Cybertronian, where like they don't have penises, but they also aren't capable of feeling lust or attraction because they just not something they do. But with the Furons, like that's a big part of their race. They were horny little bastards. Like when they had their penises, they traveled around the universe having sex with all kinds of alien species. Like it was said that the whole reason why he's on Earth trying to get DNA that can fix his species is because before they lost their penises, they traveled to Earth and they mated with so many Earth women so often that they actually that there's permanent Furon DNA in the human race that they can get back from. Yeah. So it's like, I mean, you could possibly at some point get your penis back, but like the first goal.
There's only one out of an empire.
No, the Furon Empire. The Furon Empire is a full empire.
No, I'm saying only one of them has a dick. Like, what are the odds I'm getting?
I mean, you would have to go. You as a person would have to go somewhere where there are humans. No, you would have to, not necessarily humans. You have to go to a planet where Furons mated with all the people, and basically acquire the DNA to fix yourself.
But this is an isekai world. Are we all just getting dropped? Every race getting dropped? If so, there's no other races there that have the Furon DNA. So you are doomed.
Well, if every single possible, well, we have in this particular weird universe that we're just creating out of nothingness, it has every single like alien species all existing within the same. Well, I mean, look, if you're looking into Furon, if the Furons exist in this universe and they behaved, and this is like, and they existed before they lost their penises. Even if you appear after they lost their penises, the odds are that their DNA would still be out there somewhere. You would just have to find it with some species that they mated with. It might not be humans, it might not be Earth, but someone somewhere at some point you'd have to go out and find it.
It might be a hut.
The problem is that in this other the problem is that in this other universe. Well, here's one big problem. Crypto does not get resurrected when he dies. He gets cloned. And his consciousness, like you would be dead, basically. Like if your
consciousness gets re-uploaded.
Yeah, that's not the same thing as resurrecting. That's a new person being created, and that person getting implanted with your memories and consciousness. Like it's very clear in the game that the past Crypto's dead, and then these are new Cryptos. Like they make that very clear. Like the past Cryptos are not the same as the current Cryptos. They're different people. They're just with all the same memories and stuff. That's why they number them. That's why every time they die, they number it as a new one, because it's literally a new being or a new person. So you would appear there with no penis, and then even if you somehow fixed it and you could now make clones that have penises, you wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of that. You would be dead. And then
Rouga, I have a question.
What's up?
So in this isekai world, does magic exist? Like, is this like a true isekai?
Whoa. True isekai does not mean the magic. Isekai just means you went to another world. In this universe, every single alien species and cosmic horror you could think of all exists in this one universe together. So what you're about to say is, like, can you go out and find a way to get your dick back in a way that isn't acquiring DNA?
What I was gonna say, we could just go to like a wizard or something and be like, hey, are you good with biological beings? Yes? Okay.
Are you a dick
I will
wizard?
trade you.
Give me a penis.
For you to give me a penis.
Give me a penis. Give me a penis.
I need this for my supply.
Give me a penis.
Yeah,
exactly. and then you go to some shady dude in some back like underground space alley, and you're like, hey, give me penis, and I'll give you this money or whatever. It's all right, cool. And then he gives it to you, and then some big ass thugs appear out of the darkness. They all unzip their pants. And they're like, you came here for some penis, boy. And you're like, what? No. And then your little shitty weak body gets taken by force, and then you just start limping out of the alley all in pain. It's just like, man, that was rough. That was rough. I feel like you're probably They-
They got me again.
That was
Again,
technically what I paid for.
again. When you said they got you again.
Again, it's like damn it. That's the fifth. That's the fifth time. Man, you're gonna have to try it multiple times. Oh, anyway, we got a super chat. Glitchy Rune, I got nothing to add. Just love the channel. Thank you, man. Very well appreciated. Because of you, the stream is continuing. But also, if you're gonna pay something, I mean, don't feel weird about adding something. Like, get something for your money. You know, add a thing, add a comment, add
some bad bitches,
move someone around in the
Bender
tier
anyway.
list. You can also get your people moved to whatever tier you want to get them moved to via payment. We do that. These tier lists always get fucked up because assholes want to give money to fucking move shit in stupid places. It's fine. It is
I mean, I fucking added a gorilla in the last.
do it all. Yeah, he added a gorilla and it had nothing to do with the tier list. Yeah, that's
I'm
happened.
still debating on whether or not to forcibly put
Bro.
Nebula in S
That's what
tier.
it is.
That was funny as fuck.
All right, so the Furons. Okay, we were talking about the Furons, and all we're talking about is the whole not penis thing. That's the only thing that we've been talking about. We're not talking about anything else.
The main part of the game.
We're not talking about. That's like the entire plot of the game. But like he cares about it more than we do almost. Like it's a very big point. Well, it's kind of an important part of the game, not only because they're horny bastards, but also because their species is literally going to stop if they don't fix this problem. But I do think there is a benefit of the possibility of if you're in this universe with all these different kind of things, you could possibly have that problem fixed without going through all the trouble that Crypto did by trying to get Furon DNA. There might actually be other beings with science or magic that is capable of fixing that issue for them. So
the Kryptonian scientists could probably do it.
But the problem is, well, the Kryptonians, they got a whole other set of problems. But the thing is that when you get sent there,
You get your planet back?
When you get sent there, you're still gonna have to go through all that shit, and that's some shit that other people aren't gonna have to go through. Like, can you imagine if like you show up there, like you don't have a penis, and it's like, and like you have to go get a like that's the thing you have to do. Like you have to go fix this entire species or they're die. Like that's what is forced upon you the moment you show up. That is something that you have to like. That would be crazy. I like. What would you like if I just asked you what race? Like, you get to pop in an isekai world and be whatever race you want. Do you want to be a race that doesn't have a penis and has to fight really hard to try and get a penis back right out the gate, or you want to be another race? Doesn't matter what I tell you about the race, but it super does have a penis. I mean, you're gonna pick the one that has the penis. Like that, you're gonna pick the penis one.
I mean, I think they even go below the Navi because at least Navi got a dick though. They got them women.
Actually, we don't know if they have dick because they have sex with their hair.
I don't care.
That's true.
They got them sexy. Yeah.
Have you seen that? But have you seen their hair? They have a bunch of little tentacles in it. Just have it wrap around your dick. You know, it's fine.
It might even be better than fucking
little
hair. That was one thing that everyone was saying when the movie came out. Is that it's like with the hair being kind of the way they have. I actually do think they have penises, to be honest with you.
Does that mean they fuck the animals whenever they connect?
That's the joke when the movie came out. Is that they're actually having sex with trees and animals and all kinds of stuff. But we don't actually know if the hair connecting is what is allowing them to have sex. We just know that that's how they connect to things. Because when you actually look at the sex scene, the chick Navi, I'm forgetting her name, she actually does get on top of him in the same way that like a woman would get on top of a dude. Not you guys, but like dudes. And I'm just being unnecessarily brutal. I'm just being unnecessarily brutal. No, she mounts him in the scene. So it's like, why would that be necessary if their hair is having sex? What I think is happening in that scene is their hair is connecting because that's how you just connect to anything on a spiritual level. And then they also on top of that have sex, which is like two actions that they're taking. Like they specifically say after that sex scene that he's like, we are connected from this point on. We are bound for life. Like, is it possible for Navi to have sex and not be bound for life? Like, if they don't attach their hair, it's just like, hey, let's just have casual sex on Navi world, and then they would still have sex but not bound their hair. But like
Navi friends with benefits.
That would come in so handy.
I think they still have.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Something that I was thinking about while you stated that. Does that mean the dude gets to experience a female orgasm as well? Because they're feeling each other, right?
Yeah, possible. It's definitely possible,
dude.
Yeah, because
double orgasm, man. Bro. Sweet,
dude.
Yeah, so actually, you know what? We're gonna put Furon on here, okay? Now, I don't think that the awesome sex that Navi might be having is necessarily enough to overthrow the
I was gonna say,
absolute
no.
possibility to have them be murdered, because they will be murdered since they're trapped on one planet.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You should.
But
You tripping, Rouga.
I'm gonna say, okay, look, I'll put the Furons at C because there is a lot of really good stuff. The mind powers is cool. The technology is cool. It's very advanced. There's a very powerful thing. I think that Crypto could take on a Space Marine without any issues. Easily, like I don't think that there's even a question that he wouldn't be able to take. Like most of these these races, he would be able to take on and completely wipe out
In a 1v1.
in a 1v1 for sure. But the whole you don't have a penis, your entire race is gonna die. Like that's a big hit. So I'm putting him in C, because that's a pretty big hit, and especially considering that there's a bunch of dudes here. Like I feel like if there were more women, they'd be like, no, it's fine if you don't have a penis. Like you don't know. You don't know.
You don't have it.
You don't know the horror. No, but yeah. So I think C is a good place. Does anyone think they should go higher or lower?
No, I think C is a good
I don't know.
place.
It's okay. I think he's spot on.
Okay, so I'm
Dude,
going to
we can
assume no one's
expose
disagreeing with me.
Cybertronians.
All right.
That's
Okay.
the thing.
All right. Yeah. Next up, we have the thing
Why
from.
would you want to
Does it
be
have a
the
penis?
thing?
Well, they're super intelligent. They are not a hive. They are a hive mind, but they're not a hive mind. They're actually a hive mind that you would be able to be in control of, unlike just being one of the hive, because you would be like one organism that then absorbs a bunch of other organisms that could potentially lead to you having limitless power in a universe like this. I mean, if like in its own place where you're just trapped with, like,
and a fucking
yeah, like if you get your cells on things, well, let's not jump to Kryptonian immediately, but like if you get your cells on something like a Predator or a Space Marine or something like that, and you start controlling, then you can become like a ridiculously powerful creature very quickly. Intelligent enough to build its own spacecraft and travel around the universe. Like there's some really good stuff.
He already did.
What?
Like didn't he have to build a spaceship?
Yeah, that's what it was
Was
doing.
it a comet or a
Like it's
spaceship?
intelligent
No,
enough
it
to
did.
build
It
its own
built it in the
spaceship.
Arctic.
It was building its own spaceship in the movie. Like
Didn't it crash in the Arctic? Didn't it already build its spaceship? Crashed on
no,
Earth with a friend?
it crashed in the Arctic, but then within the movie, it was trying to build its own spaceship so it can leave, and they were like, "No, you can't. We can't let you leave." And that was like the whole point. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point is that it's smart. It's intelligent. It can copy things. It can copy powers and biology and things like this. The only real weakness it has is heat, and maybe the fact that it look, not like before anyone brings it up, the whole Furon doesn't have a penis thing. No, they do not mate with penises, but they're also not required. They don't have the lust that someone with a penis would, so it kind of
form a penis though.
kind of
You can
eliminates
give
it.
yourself one though.
Well,
It can give it a penis.
I
Doug,
want to say that heat vulnerability is kind of huge in the setting because there's a lot of there would be a lot of different threats that could very easily access superior.
I don't think no. Well, of course, but I mean, considering that considering that the thing has a specific weakness to heat and only heat, and everything else on this list has a weakness, or most of the things on this list have weaknesses to heat and everything else. I would say just because I don't think that saying that the thing has a weakness to heat, it doesn't really have a weakness to heat. Heat just hurts it. It has an immunity to everything else. Like, yeah, maybe let's say that heat does 120% more damage, whatever, 150% more damage, fine. But does heat doing more damage to you completely undo the fact that like nothing else is capable of harming you?
I don't know, man.
No, it should have been on this list. I forgot to put it on here. Blob. Blob would have been a good one too, because that
I
one.
was just thinking that.
From what?
Is it conscious?
From the blob.
Yes, the blob is
yeah, the
conscious.
blob.
It's conscious.
The blob.
It's conscious and it's
Yeah.
intelligent, and it's basic, and it's
Yeah.
it's a better version of the thing, and its weakness isn't heat, it's cold, which is harder to get in these sort of universes than heat is. So it's basically a
Yes,
better
but-
version of the
I
thing.
think Kryptonians have both.
Kryptonians
and
got
Like
Bro.
if
That is super
magic
crap.
is a thing in this universe, why can't someone just summon like I don't know, like freeze abilities? You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
not
I feel
say-
like that would.
I didn't say cold didn't exist. I said that cold is rarer in sci-fi universes than heat is. Every fucking laser gun and shit has some kind of heat based in it. Even regular pistols and guns have heat. Their bullets are hotter than normal. But which is another thing. When you shoot the thing, it doesn't do anything. That's how you know that, it's not just any heat that hits it just completely, because the bullets come out fucking scalding hot if you've ever shot a bullet and touched it afterwards.
It has to be fire, right?
Yeah. Wait, fire? Well, no, it just has to be super hot is all. Like, it just has to be hot. That's it. But cold is harder to get in these type of universes than heat. So, or they're less common.
Oh.
So I think the blob would probably have been a better pick than the thing generally. But it's fine.
Warhammer wish.
We already did that. We already did the thing. It's fine. I still think the thing is good. I mean, look, you get one set. Well, that's one thing that the thing has that the blob doesn't have. It's weird that this is becoming like a thing and blob thing. But the thing, if it gets one cell on you, it can amalgamate you into its own sort of being, and then it acquires all your powers. The blob eats you and gets bigger, but doesn't get your powers. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and more powerful. So, but it still sticks with its own powers. But if the thing and the blob got into a fight, the blob would win, because I don't think the thing could assimilate the blob. I think if the thing touched the blob would burn right through it and dissolve it. And I don't think it would be able to.
What could the thing realistically do to the blob, though?
I don't think it could do anything. I don't think it could do anything. I think if they touched each other, the blob would completely overcome the thing, and it would just dissolve inside of it. And that shit burns very quickly. Like, it's basically like acid. And the blobs, there's no evidence the blob's biology can take over something like. I'm sorry, the thing's biology can overtake the blob, which we're not even sure is like follows the same rules as like a biological organism. Like, it's just a fucking acidic slime ball, basically. Like, how do you even take that over? Let me see. Jordan Mason said add a Primarch from Warhammer 40k to the list. If not, then a perpetual. Well, it's gotta be an alien race. A Primarch is not an alien race. Primarch is a
technically, Magnus could fall into that category.
But he paid for it.
But that's a person. It's not. We're not doing a person. A Primarch is not an alien species. It's like it's a title. It's a title that's given to a particular person. It would have to be an alien species. And for the perpetual, is that an alien species? What's a perpetual? You guys are gonna tell me that.
Perpetual is pretty much a being in 40k that cannot die, regardless of what you do. So
is it an alien species, or is it just a human that has powers?
It is not.
Okay, but Jordan, you gave the money, so we'll let you add something, but add an alien species, because we're trying to keep it alien themed, at least for now. A Primarch is just
alien gorillas.
You can't go into be Isekaied as a Primarch. You could be Isekaied as someone in the Imperium of Man, and then maybe at some point in some way become a Primarch. I don't even know if that's possible, but like you could kind of.
I'm not gonna try to influence his answer, but earlier I was thinking a Necron, someone like the Stormlord.
No, the fucking elf people. The fucking elf people from Warhammer.
Okay, let me tell you what. Okay, I'm not gonna explain why a Necron would be a better choice, but I'm telling you right now, there's a reason why the Necrons won during the War in Heaven. But
and they fuck.
Yeah, they can.
That is a key cornerstone of our conversations now.
They can, and they can do it better. I want to explain to you why. Because they do it through Nah, actually, they can't fuck.
How did this whole list become? Can this alien fuck?
Dude,
and doesn't have a penis?
The penises, bro, please. Drop the penises.
That was an important. The penis thing was an important conversation to have with the Furons because it was vital to their storyline and species. That is not the case for every species. We don't have to bring up a penis for literally everybody. Okay, it's not necessary.
Rouga.
What?
Rouga, after this, whoever brings up a penis, not me, but after this, whoever brings up penis, you put a fucking eggplant emoji over their name.
That's a good point. You should do that.
Does that mean something? What's the eggplant emoji?
That means penis. That's a penis.
It's a dick.
That's a dick.
It's a dick emoji.
Why?
You just brought it up again.
If you look,
fucking do it to
if
him.
you look at a
eggplants don't look like penises. Why is an eggplant a penis?
You brought it up multiple times.
Yeah,
why is an
emoji?
No, I get that, but why is an eggplant emoji a penis? It doesn't look like a penis.
Because it's like the
that's what women use it for when their men underperform.
But why?
Emoji itself?
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
It's dickish. It just looks dickish, and if you don't want
no, it doesn't.
If you want to,
you ever eat an eggplant? It doesn't look anything like a penis. Why not a banana or any other, or a hot dog, or literally any other food that's kind of phallic shaped? An eggplant doesn't look anything like a penis.
A pickle.
And the eggplant, because that's what's like mostly everyone really likes.
They're fucking purple.
Everyone.
I've never even seen an eggplant emoji. Let me see. What does an eggplant emoji look like?
I put it in the chat. I put it in the comments for YouTube.
I got for YouTube.
Comments.
Yeah, it's in the
In the
YouTube
message.
comments. I put it there.
Is there fucking
I
comments
don't-
on YouTube?
It didn't pop up. It's not coming up.
I pop
Not
up.
a, you put it. in the
I mean,
live stream. Where's the
I'll
fucking
send
thing?
another
Did it
one.
get
Alright.
censored?
Send another one because it came late. It came late.
I sent 2.
You guys get
I
it?
sent
Oh
two.
my
You guys
God.
get my funny
What the
joke,
fuck?
You're real hilarious.
Yep.
right? Okay. It didn't pop up. It's still not popping up. Yeah, you're not.
I put
Okay,
it.
it censored
I
it.
put
It
it.
censored it. That's gay.
It
censored
censors.
because
It censors
Yes.
the eggplant emoji. Put it on Discord.
does.
Put it on Discord
Yeah,
then, so I can
looks
see.
like a
Put it in
dick.
Discord.
So I can
Yeah,
see what
in
this-
the chat.
So I can see what this thing looks like. I gotta see this.
I sent it in the chat. I sent it in chat.
What chat?
YouTube chat. What?
It's censored. We just explained that.
Just
like,
send it in the
Don't worry,
VC.
I thought you. I
That
looked at
doesn't look
comments.
anything like a
Damn.
penis. That's dumb. Whoever said that's a penis is dumb. You should have just used a banana or something. That's stupid. Okay,
That's
let's.
what
Where
it
is
is. That's what everyone uses.
I
That's
don't
what
give a
everyone
shit.
uses.
Then it's dumb.
That's
I
the
don't.
thing.
I don't care.
That's the
I'm not
thing.
a part of emoji meme culture. Okay, I don't know what the fucking emojis mean. But that's a dumb one to be a penis. There's better.
Look
There's
at the
better.
banana.
There's
How about we get back to what the thing is?
Yeah.
and how
let's
good
get-
it
You open
is
up the topic of penis.
That's true. That banana.
We're 2 races down.
That's true. That banana doesn't look anything like a penis. That's a fair complaint. That doesn't
Fucking
look.
chat.
Okay, out of the two, I
Don't
guess the
advertise
eggplant looks more like a penis, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't look like a
Exactly.
penis though. It just straight up.
Dude,
Whatever.
look at it from the bottom.
If you
The
squint,
bottom is
you gotta
chat.
squint.
I'm not.
You gotta squint at it, Rouga.
I'm not
Yes.
Asian. Okay, so next up we have the thing. So where do you guys think the thing should be based on all the stuff that we've said? It's got some good stuff.
would say
I do
A
think
to
the
B.
I do think the
I would
heat
say
the
B.
heat weakness sucks, but all of the other stuff is really good. So
I would even be.
Hey,
B.
I
the
would
heat
put it in
holds it
B
back from
because
F.
almost everything has heat abilities or heat weapons.
No,
that
but
can
if it's like an
Common attack.
Isekaied,
It's a common attack. Remember that.
well, remember it's
if
not
it's an
just
Isekaied-
remember it's not
I
just
cast
well,
fireball.
listen, hold up, no, because a fireball wouldn't kill it. In the actual movie, they have to destroy every cell of the thing. When they actually do burn it, like the very early in the movie, and they realize a piece of it like detached and crawled away, and it was still alive. Like the whole
I
thing
think
that makes
it's not
it
a
different.
weakness.
Yeah.
It's that it's the only thing.
It's
that
just
is
something that
vulnerable.
it's just something that can kill it. Yeah, just because it has an immunity to like all other forms of damage doesn't necessarily mean that the one thing that can kill it is a weakness. It's just, I mean, it is its weakness by definition, but it's not like it's not an enhanced. The thing is not taking more damage from fire than I am. Like I'm gonna die to fire too, just like the thing will. But the thing has a larger chance of survival because it can actually detach its limbs, and you have to burn it completely.
Yeah, perfect. Yes.
You have to get every
Yeah,
cell, or it doesn't.
Not
die.
just that, but like you're also kind of think about this. You're also kind of limited in what you can do as the thing, bro. Like because well, yes,
Not
you
if
No,
can
it's like
just
super
detach
intelligent.
of yourself.
It's super
Yeah,
intelligent.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. But like you would have to play the what's that role where you're not necessarily
The
combative.
imposter.
You're more of like fuck.
What fucking
Not
role are you
assassin,
talking
bro.
about? It's not like we're forming a party with a
Not
bunch of
assassin.
fucking aliens.
Well, you might
But
if
you
you want
like-
to.
Bird?
It's an RPG.
That would
It's an
actually be
RPG
terrible,
variation
yeah.
of
That would
a
not be a terrible
sci-fi
idea.
universe. So hey,
So we're
if-
gonna have like a thing and a.
I
fucking
wouldn't trust
lobby.
I wouldn't trust having a thing join my party. I'm just
yeah,
letting-
that would
like we all go to sleep by the campfire, and then I never wake up because I've been fucking assimilated while I went to sleep. Because he didn't even mean to. Like he just like rolled over and bumped into my arm real quick. And like, oh, you're assimilated now. Fuck.
Oh,
You think they don't have control over when they assimilate and when they don't?
We don't know.
Why
It
would
doesn't.
they?
Well, it just assimilates constantly. Like we don't know if it has control.
Assuming, yeah.
It doesn't. But it doesn't. It doesn't matter. The whole thing is that you're saying that they're limited, but like they're a species that has a power to continuously assimilate new species and acquire the traits of that species. In the movie, The Thing. I think so. I think that's right. Yeah. In the movie, The Thing, they're only assimilating humans, so they don't get any crazy superpowers. But in a universe like this, you would essentially just keep getting the powers of all of the people that you keep assimilating, as well as their intelligence levels, their memories, all kinds of different stuff.
Hey,
What's
I
up?
think you gotta give it A.
I think A is not a bad place, to be honest with you. Until we might move it up or down depending on what we do as we go along the list. But I honestly don't think.
Only two other things.
I mean, like
that are on the list.
a level 1 thing and a level 1 Kryptonian. If you give a Kryptonian the powers, I think the level 1 thing is winning. Like obviously,
No.
why not?
Yeah, it's level
Heat
one.
vision.
And freeze breath.
that just burns through. That he would have to focus. He would have to focus in fucking heat visioning the entirety of the thing.
The freeze breath. The freeze breath.
Everything they look at.
Well,
you can also fly and they just throw it into the atmosphere.
They do not burn. They do not burn everything that they look at. We've seen them do laser vision before. They do not burn everything they look at. They shoot laser beams. Yeah, it cuts through stuff.
But Superman has actually wiped away armies.
It can be either
it
can be
Superman's
amplified
level
or
1,000 fucking Kryptonian.
Yeah, but you're taking Superman, the absolute peak level of a Kryptonian. If you're coming in here, a basic bitch, weak ass Kryptonian, basic bitch, weak ass thing, you're basically just a dude who has kind of enhanced powers. If you use too much of your heat vision, you'll fucking run out of powers. That's a big important thing because it burns through their solar energy really fast.
It's true. Because the thing is, if you're fighting in open sunlight or in the open somewhere, you kind of won't run out. Like if the sun's beaming on you the entire
and all the
time.
thing has to do is touch you.
Okay, I can move faster than sound.
Yeah,
that
but
thing cannot do that.
If you punch a thing in the face, you just got assimilated, bitch. And you have no idea what this thing is or what its powers are. You don't have no idea you're not going to punch anything, really. You're going to go through the whole universe never punching a thing because you think there might be. I'm not. We just established that you can't use heat vision all the time because it burns through your solar energy like crazy. That's how the Kryptonians work. That's why even Superman doesn't use it that often.
Yes, he does.
He really has to in the middle of combos.
Superman does not use it constantly because it burns through. This is canonical. Even the strongest versions of Superman, this is the case.
No one's disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying you can use it at a lower level.
You did.
A lower. No, I didn't.
He could also definitely use that on lower levels. Absolutely, he could.
But it would run out if we didn't use it constantly.
Laser vision. Look, a Kryptonian's laser vision is not enough to wipe out all of the cells of a thing, which is what he would need to do in order to kill it. And all the thing has to do is touch him. Just have one of his cells come into contact with one of Superman's cells, or one of the Kryptonian cells. The odds of the thing beating a Kryptonian, your average thing versus your average Kryptonian, the thing should win. Unless in order for that Kryptonian to win, the Kryptonian would have to have previous knowledge to not come into contact with that thing, which that would be giving him a massive advantage. And you would also have to give him insane levels of heat vision, all this other kind of stuff where he can eliminate it all just by looking, which is not something that your average Kryptonian can do. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, I think
a bit stronger than a flamethrower. That's not insane.
Do we know if
it's not just a flamethrower, and it's not so much that it's the flamethrower. It's so much the field that it does. I
have a different.
Go ahead.
I have a different argument regardless of the heat vision. So does the thing internally replicate their host 100%, like their insides?
It can, but it doesn't have to. Yeah, it can utilize all of their traits if it wants to, but doesn't have to.
X-ray vision is just a thing that Kryptonians can just start off with once they get introduced.
But if it sees a random ass dude, is it just gonna X-ray him thinking he's gonna be a threat?
I mean, I don't know if the level 1 Kryptonian can control their X-ray to begin with. That's something to keep in mind.
But it doesn't matter because y'all are ignoring the fact that the X-ray is a thin beam that burns only what it hits. A level 1 Kryptonian or a normal Kryptonian that's not
heat ray, X-ray.
No,
whatever.
X-ray. Yeah, he would see his insights and realize. Well, I guess he wouldn't recognize him as a thing.
He wouldn't recognize him as a thing because they perfectly mimic whatever they're turned into. If he looked inside of him and he was turned into a human, he would just look like a human.
But would the thing know to have his insides all perfect for someone who has X-ray vision?
He just would. Yes. He would just look. That was the whole point of the movie, is that there was it assimilates and it looks exactly like the thing, like what it's trying to look like. But at any point, it makes its own rules essentially.
But there was this. Okay, I mean there.
And
there
even
was
if he did have
specifically a
X-ray,
scene-
and even if he did have X-ray vision, he saw inside of the thing's body. It's not like he would suddenly, even if everything didn't quite match up to what a human was or whatever it was looking like, that wouldn't suddenly tell it what this thing is or what its powers are, what it can do. It would just tell it that it's different in some way.
Know what it's meant to look like.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, you still won't know how to go about it.
So let's go back to the original conversation. We're going in with the knowledge we have now.
What's the
into a
ranking
music
of
world,
the thing?
so we spawn in.
We're just talking about like a fucking.
I think A is a good.
Okay.
So talk about
Then talk about
things
place
versus Kryptonian. It's
in
fine.
C, bro. I would place it in C.
Why? Based on
A.
what?
Hey,
Why?
For many reasons that we just stated already. I feel
You
like the thing has
How is
too
it
many
different?
reasons.
What did we state? We
I
meant
just named like 40.
Shush. Name one.
So okay. Its weakness to fire is
That's
already
not a weakness. We already talked about this. We talked about it. It's not a weakness.
But if you're fighting like a dragon, bro, what are you gonna do?
Okay, what would a predator? Guys, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna mute everybody. Shut up. Stop yelling over each other. Okay. If a predator would die to a dragon shooting fire, Ratchet would die to someone shooting fire, an elite would die to a dragon shooting fire. This isn't a weakness. This is something that all of these people can die to fire. The difference is the thing can only die to fire. That's a strength, not a weakness. We already talked about this. So it's not that we're not listening to you. You didn't listen to us when we already like addressed it.
Because I'm thinking like. Yeah, you're right. Fire is not. It's not its only weakness, right? Like I agree. It is its only weakness, but it's everyone's weakness. How do we know that though? Because like, if you're in a magical world, you mean to tell me if a wizard casts black hole, that thing's gonna survive because it's not fire?
That's not the same thing, and you know you're changing it. The idea is that you have to destroy all of its cells. That's the idea. And burning it all alive is a way that you could destroy its cells. Shooting it with guns isn't going to work. Freezing it's not going to work. None of that stuff's going to work.
The only thing I can see working well for the thing in this scenario is that it can like cut off a finger and then leave it off somewhere.
Yeah.
Go to a fight.
What do you mean that's the only? What do you mean that's the only thing you can see? It assimilates everything it comes into contact with.
But okay, so like let's say
you're saying like that's not a crazy good thing.
All the wizard's powers. I don't think that's.
Yes.
I don't think it
Why?
would work exactly like that.
Well. First off, you keep bringing up the whole magic thing. This is a science fiction universe.
Yeah,
I said
because.
How many wizards exist in fucking sci-fi universes? Like, it's a really you're really going in on the whole wizard thing. Like, we don't even have any. None of the things that we have on the list even have magic for them. Like, none of this is even magical. So you're the one who keeps bringing up magic. So it's and sorcerers. Like, where are you getting this whole like he's gonna be out there fighting fucking wizards?
This was like fucking like
it's a sci-fi universe.
Like a fucking. Sorry, bro. All the only isekai that I've ever seen has been like with dragons and shit. So
Look, isekai. All isekai. That's another thing. You brought up fucking dragons too. Like you bring up fantasy shit. It is a sci-fi list. All isekai means all. It doesn't matter. All isekai means even if the thing comes across someone who has some kind of reality warping powers and can destroy all of his cells. Fine. That's not a weakness because that would kill anything on the list. Like there's like a black hole would kill anything on the list. Like everything you're saying that you're like, no, but you don't understand. He's weak to the universe exploding. No shit. Everybody is. That's not saying anything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I agree, but I got lost.
Well, so how is it CT? How is it CT?
How is it C?
I would place it in C.
Why?
Because I feel like its biggest strengths are if you can cut off a piece of your finger and then do into an actual.
Anything it touches.
I heard you.
But you're not. But you're not saying anything on it. You're saying the only thing that it's good about is that it can separate its finger and still survive if you kill it. That's not the only thing that's good about it. The fact that it can assimilate and steal the powers and abilities of anything it assimilates with is a massive win for it.
We don't know if it can take the abilities.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It copies the biology. Now, it copies the biology. So like maybe you could say if there were wizards, which I don't know why the fuck we're talking about wizards, but if there were wizards and that power was coming from like some kind of knowledge, well, no, because he would have the knowledge of the magic, because he gains the memories and the information. So even then he would get the magic. So no, he would get it.
That's how it works. Like even in the movies, like
the movies don't have sorcerers.
In the movies.
The movies don't have sorcerers.
Okay, let me just clear something up. I was wrong about let's drop the sorcery shit. My fault.
Are you sure?
The thing that I'm.
You want to go back to? You want to go back to dragons?
Yes. Bro, I'm gonna bring up fucking golems and shit. Keep playing with me. But what was I saying?
You watched the thing even?
Yes, the thing. I watched both of them, the original one and the more modernized one.
Gross.
It's called. Yeah, I watched both of them. They're both. I didn't hate them. I thought they were pretty good.
Oh, the first one was good.
From what I can tell, is that they're able to. It's able to assimilate the biology, like. Yeah. So putting it to because I'm trying to think of like how would it assimilate a Kryptonian? So
why it would touch it?
Start, like, but like okay, yeah, I get that. I understand how it works. But what I'm saying is like, would it gain all the abilities of like heat vision, flight, super strength?
Yes, because those are all biological powers. It copies the biology and knowledge and memories of all of the things that it assimilates. So if it's in some way tied to biology or knowledge, it would get it.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
The only way
if you want to even call it a weakness, the only real weakness of the assimilation is that it can't assimilate. It can only assimilate biological and organic things, so it can't assimilate like metal, which is one of the tells. That's one of the things how they find out that thing is a thing, because it assimilates a dude who has like earrings and he doesn't have his earrings or something, because it can't assimilate the metal parts.
Or something? Or like
I forget
false teeth?
So maybe I don't remember exactly. It's been a while since I've seen the movie. Yeah, whatever. It was
you're on the right track.
Yeah, it was some kind of metal it couldn't assimilate. Yeah, I think he's right. I think it was fillings. But that's the main weakness. But if the Kryptonian, all the Kryptonian's powers are based on its biology and its DNA, then yeah, that's what the thing does. It assimilates those things. It doesn't just copy the appearance of. It assimilates that species into its being. So yeah, why wouldn't it acquire all those same abilities? It would.
Yeah,
and you
can't
can
wrap my head around that. I feel like
why?
It makes sense. Yeah,
it's super. The only way.
Complicated.
It is a being. It's a being that copies abilities and knowledge and information by touch that can only be killed if you destroy every cell. Those are all strengths. Those aren't. None of that's weaknesses. Like those are all. That's not. I don't see any weaknesses here.
Technically, range is its weakness, but even then, if it copies like a fucking
range isn't its weakness, because it's perfectly capable of picking up weapons and technology and using it if it wants to.
Yeah, it could pick up a gun if it wanted to.
It doesn't in the movie, and it doesn't have to, because the guns aren't physically capable of killing it. But if it wants to pick up a fucking Predator plasma caster and put it on its shoulder, it could do that if it wants to. There's nothing stopping it. It's intelligent. It's intelligent enough to build a fucking spaceship. So why wouldn't it be able to use guns? Like that'd be like the signs, where it's like remember it's
here. You're back, chat.
Okay. That's like signs where it's like, oh, they could travel all the way across. I actually think that this is an unfair critique of the movie, but everyone was like giving the movie shit because they could travel all the way across the universe and get to Earth, but they couldn't go through a wooden door. Like, why can't they open doors? And like that was like a joke that people were making about the movie. Even Scary Movie 3 made a joke about that. Well, no, because he was locked in a closet and it couldn't break out of the door. It wasn't that it couldn't turn a knob and open a door. But people were I feel like that was like a meme thing that happened on the internet, and people went with it who hadn't seen the movie. But in the actual movie, they lock it in a closet, and it takes like a long time, hours, for it to get out of the closet. And then after it does, it like hurts its arm trying to get out. Like, but it's like that's because it can't break through the fucking door. It's not because it can't open. If I locked you in a fucking closet and you couldn't get out, I wouldn't be like, oh, you can't turn a knob, dumbass. Like, it's fucking locked. What do you mean? like it was. I feel like it's an unfair critique of the movie Science. But anyway, I think A is a decent place for the thing.
Yeah.
If anyone has like a legitimate reasoning other than black holes can kill it, that makes it C. Then, well, that was literally your argument, like word for word. That's what you said. So I'm not even like.
I don't even know what was your point with the black hole. Tell me one other race on this list that isn't weak
If
to black hole.
counter like a wizard like Freeran, bro. Freeran can cast black hole. I don't know if y'all have seen.
You're back to the
Stream Yacht-
book.
that movie's or that movie, that anime's fucking.
All right,
Y'all should watch.
we gotcha.
Okay.
But like,
Next up,
Kryptonians.
next up are Kryptonians. And they have.
Oh,
Yeah.
We just talked about it for like 30 minutes.
that's A
Yeah, I don't
tier,
know.
right? That's a guaranteed A.
Wait, wait? I have to ask. Do you get your planet back, or do you just don't have your planet?
That's one thing. So that's one thing. So we have to take cultural and all that into its consideration as well. Krypton's gone. There's basically no one left in your species. You're alone in the universe. You don't have any army or military power or anywhere to go that's yours. I think this is all
you're
problems. You're not a god if
Oh,
you're
you're
level
only
1
powerful.
Kryptonian. You're going at the same level as
You're
everybody
only
else.
You're only powerful in some systems, though. Don't
That's
they
true.
Not
That's true.
powerful in some systems.
You need a sun. You have to say we're
You-
sun.
there's-
You have to have a red sun.
You have to have
You have to have a red.
No, you have to have you have to have a yellow sun.
A yellow sun.
Red suns do make you more powerful, though.
Because they're just like normal people, and they're like back on Krypton.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That sounds like. But that's just as much of a weakness as it is a strength. I mean,
No,
okay.
if they're normal on Krypton,
'Cause if you
anyone
don't-
else going to Krypton would be even weaker than they normally
Like, okay,
are.
let's say you have like 100% is your power, right? And if you're under a sun, you have 200% power. That's good. But if you're not under a sun, you go back to being basically a regular dude. Like you have to be very careful. It depends. It depends because Superman. There are stories where Superman could go without having a sun for years. I think there's even one story where he goes for decades. But there's also stories where Superman fights for a couple hours and he completely loses all of his powers. Earlier stories, like earlier in his history, it was literally like it was a very short amount of time. Over the course of a single fight, he could actually lose all of his powers if he didn't have a sun. So again, it would really depend on your level, right? If you're level 1, then the sun wouldn't last nearly as long as if you were level 10,000. So like what level? If you're so you have to build up to that point, but you don't have the safety net of a planet or an army or a society that you can hide in essentially.
I know what can make up for that.
What can
the
But
Imperial?
we're also forgetting Kryptonite.
we're not forgetting. We just haven't gotten to it yet. But let Doug say what he wanted to say.
Yeah. So if you're near a yellow sun and it'll give you the ability to fly and survive in space, do all what you need to do. All you got to do is sit in that bitch, and you can level up passively. You don't have to. You
wouldn't level up passively. You would just get your level would still be 1. Your power would just be 150%, 200%, 400%, 800%, blah blah blah. But eventually it'll go back down. Eventually it'll go back down, and you'll run out, and you'll be right back to 100%. That's just how power works. What's up?
Big glaring question. You're saying like leveling up and stuff, but like, is the only way to level up just like going around and like killing a bunch of dudes or something?
I don't know. You could like. I want you can craft some fucking pants for people. I don't know. Maybe you'll get. I don't know. Depends. Like it depends on the. I guess it would depend on the. Like, are we doing Skyrim rules where everything you do gives you some kind of experience where you level up a little bit? So
I was only for that one.
You took a deuce.
The sun would give you like
50.
a level up then.
No, it wouldn't. You're just sitting there. You're not doing anything. You're not accomplishing any goals.
You're absorbing energy.
meditating.
Yeah.
I'll give you that sitting in the middle of a sun and absorbing power would make you better at absorbing power and absorbing sun. Like maybe you would be able to absorb sun faster than you normally would. I would give you that. But it's not going to you're not going to leave the sun and then lose all the power and all of a sudden you're like a master combatant who could fucking punch planets into oblivion just because you spent your who knows how much time in a sun even after that sun power up goes away. You know what I mean? But like, the thing that makes there are benefits of the Kryptonian, right? You can fly, laser beams, breath. There's good stuff. There's good stuff. More durable, stronger, all that stuff. Cool. You can absorb the sun. That's cool. And the only real weaknesses is the lack of solar radiation and kryptonite. I think this is all good stuff, but I think the horrible thing, like the part that's really gonna fuck you, is the fact that you have nowhere to go. You're stuck. You are stuck in a universe with a bunch of giant different factions, and it's just gonna be you and maybe a couple other dudes here and there, and it's like y'all are essentially alone in the universe. Like that sucks. Yeah, like you're not gonna have your army of Kryptonians. It's gonna be able to go up against the Imperium of Man if the Imperium of Man decides to show up and fuck your shit.
I've never thought an army of Kryptonians was necessary for anything.
But we're talking about, but you're assuming Superman. You're assuming
not Superman.
You're not
If
Superman.
you also look at his cousins and his children,
again,
even
if
them
you
are
are Superman,
ridiculously strong in the beginning. Like they're pretty
true.
odd. Even one of his sons has psycho telekinesis.
But none of them are level 1. Like when none of them are level 1. We've never seen a level 1 Kryptonian. It's never happened.
We kind of have.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
The
The only time we've seen a level 1 Kryptonian is in like flashbacks when he was a child and like he learned to fly for the first time and picked up a car.
What about his cousin? What about
His cousin, when his cousin showed up on Earth, she was already a trained military warrior. She was way stronger than Superman was at her age. Way stronger. She's one of the strongest Kryptonians alive. She's stronger to fight against Zod. She's fought against Darkseid. She is absolutely not a bitch. Like she was trained she was a part of the warrior caste on Krypton, and she was trained by her parents, who were, I believe, like generals or like equivalent of the generals.
Yeah.
Who trained her to be one of the best warriors on Krypton. She is absolutely not a level 1. She was never considered level 1. We've never seen her at level 1. That's not a thing. All of the people that we've ever seen, all the Kryptonians that we've ever seen in DC, Zod, him, the one that starts with an E that I brought up last time, that I'm forgetting the name of at the moment, the genetically enhanced one. They're all like the best of Kryptonians. All of the weaker Kryptonians are fucking dead.
They exploded.
They exploded.
We do need to know that being a Kryptonian, you are just naturally like way stronger than, say, like a soldier in the Imperium of Man. Like you could probably like punch him or laser vision him and he'd die.
But what if he is kryptonite?
But if you're strong, obviously you could be overwhelmed.
We're taking this into assumption that's video game universes and everyone's starting at level 1 and they're gonna have to level up. If you're a level 1 Kryptonian, like in reality, Kryptonians killing a space marine, but level 1 Kryptonian in this bullshit sort of universe that we're talking about is not taking on a level 1000 space marine. It's like we're just not.
Exactly.
That's
what I mean.
Like I think a level 1 Kryptonian would likely take on a level 1 space marine. Well, we'll give the Kryptonians the benefit of the doubt that they are stronger and more powerful than your average bear for sure. I just don't think that power enhancement is necessarily worth the fact that you have nowhere to go, especially considering that we actually do have species on this list that will kill a Kryptonian, even that is capable of killing Superman, like the demons and some of the other characters in the Thing, and there's other characters here that would actually be able to do really good damage even against Superman. So it's like, I mean, it's good, but I think you guys are underestimating how good it is to have a home and to have an entire military force and a society that you can be in a universe that is completely engaged in constant war and horror. And like literal cosmic horrors exist here. And you have nowhere to live. What's up?
That's maybe easier.
The Thing doesn't have a society either.
The Thing absolutely does. It has the movie The Thing only takes place on Earth, but he came from another planet.
He's also a hive mind, so
he's not really a hive mind necessarily. He's one dude. It's one creature that then has like a bunch of other memories of other different characters. It's still one dude though. Like there's no evidence that it's a hive mind. But yeah, it comes from a planet. It came from another world. Like there are other things, which is actually terrifying when you think about it. Like
a Thing society.
Yeah, that would be. Oh my god. Let me read this. Jordan Mesa said, "Thank you for the $20, man." Okay, yeah. Wait, hold up. There's no P there. Okay, Kryptonians don't immediately lose their powers when not around the yellow sun. They have an energy reserve of solar energy. Yeah, we talked about this. Their cells. And you could go in very tribal planet and tribal people and live like a god emperor. Yeah, but anybody can do that. Cryptosporidian can do that. The Thing can do that. The Evolved monsters can do that. A lot of these people can do that. A Doom Demon can do that. They can all go to a shitty planet and live like a god. But the problem is, you don't want to go to a shitty planet and live like a god on a tribal planet if it's going to eventually be invaded by any number of fucking warlike. What if Frieza shows up on the planet with the Frieza Force, and you're sitting there living like a god at level 5 Kryptonian because everybody else is level 1 normal asshole people, and you're just living like a god, and then fucking Frieza shows up and all these dudes, and this Frieza decided to train, he's not just that was level 1 Frieza. That was level 1 Frieza that we saw in Planet Namek. Technically that was level 1 Frieza, because the whole thing is that he never actually trained. And then the first time he tried to train, when he arrived to level 2, he became Golden Frieza. It was like, what the fuck? But
It's funny because then that means like being a level 1 Frieza race, you are immediately stronger than almost everything on this list.
Instead of Saiyan, we should have put the fucking Frieza race. Anyway, no.
Oh yeah, the Frieza race.
The Frieza race. That would have been.
But his father and brother weren't as powerful. Maybe isn't Frieza just like a stand out of his race? No,
we don't know. We don't know because
being a
Cooler
would make it easier to level up and get stronger.
Cooler's Cooler's not canon, and King Cole didn't do anything. We don't even know if he's weaker or stronger than Frieza is. We don't know. We never see him died. Yeah, but so does Frieza. King Cole and Frieza die at the same time. We don't know if King Cole was stronger than Frieza or weaker.
We realize that Trunks killed Frieza and Cole in the span of 6 seconds.
We do know Frieza was an outlier.
They did. They confirmed it. So, okay, fair enough. We'll say he's an outlier or whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't see his race, so it doesn't really matter either way. We're not talking about him. We're talking about the Kryptonians. I'm just saying that you're in. Wait, let me reply because I'm trying to reply to Jordan's shit. He said, okay, so Kryptonians told me. Oh yeah, we already talked about the solar stuff about the sun thing. We said that it depends. There are storylines where Superman does have his solar energy for literally decades in one storyline, and he didn't lose his powers. But there are other stories where we've seen him lose them in a single fight by overtaxing. The storylines where we see him have his powers for years, he's not actually fighting or doing anything. He's just surviving on a planet with nothing that can actually challenge him. When he is challenged, he does burn through his powers really fast, and he burns through his powers faster by using them rather than just punching people. So if he uses heat ray vision or something like that, he'll burn through it a lot faster than if he's just punching. If he flies, he'll burn through it a lot faster than if he walks. We do know this kind of stuff. And if you're talking about a level 1 Kryptonian in this bullshit universe that we're fabricating, where you show up at level 1, you have the powers of a Kryptonian, but you're a shitty level 1 dude, you're going to rip through those powers quickly. You're not starting off as fucking Superman. I know it's a weird concept that we're talking about, that we're not taking Kryptonians as they are in the DC universe. We're taking a level 1 shitty version of a Kryptonian. You have to level up to that. I get it.
Yeah.
But I think it's cooler this way for some reason. Because then it wouldn't be fun. Yeah. Then it's like, okay, let's be Saiyans and Kryptonians. We're going to put them at S's, and then everybody else. That's boring and it sucks. So we have to take cultural aspects into consideration. Their planet, their everything, how many species there are, their power system. But we're not really going into power levels as much as we normally would. We do know that he has physical enhancements and he has cool powers, and a level 1 Kryptonian is going to be stronger than level 1 of most other things on this list. But yeah, I
just think that the lack of society.
You would be way smarter.
As a Kryptonian?
Yeah.
Why would you be way smarter as a Kryptonian?
Because his brain's like a supercomputer. They said it.
No, Superman's brain's like a supercomputer, but Superman's brain is. Yeah, that doesn't mean that all Kryptonians' brains are like a supercomputer. And also, I mean, technically, if you want to say that, then you can say that humans are, because Batman's brain is like a supercomputer.
Yeah, Batman's smarter than Superman.
Batman is much smarter and processes information faster than Superman does. And he's just
but isn't
a dude.
Batman directly compared against compared to humans, where Superman's just compared to humans as well?
What does that mean? I don't understand the question.
Superman's supercomputer intelligence is not compared to other Kryptonians. It's only compared to humans around him, and the Kryptonians weren't a part of his story at the time.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't help. That doesn't support his point of saying that Kryptonians automatically have supercomputer brains, because we don't have it. They don't. Superman's supercomputer brain is exactly as you said compared to other human people, but it's not even the best out of the humans, because Batman's is better. better. Lex Luthor is better. Mr. Terrific is better. There are a whole list of other non-Kryptonian characters whose brains work a lot better than Superman's. He's really smart.
They're just smarter than
But there's no yes, and their minds think faster. But there's no evidence that his mind works the way it is based on a superpower. There's no evidence of that.
But doesn't that show that they're biologically got better functioning brains?
Why would that prove? Wait. Let the British guy talk. Shut up. Let the British guy talk. What are you saying? How do we know?
Because we've seen him have a chess match at the speed of light, essentially.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. No, it doesn't. That means that doesn't mean. First off, that doesn't mean. Yeah, but we've seen. Yeah, that just means that's something that any speedster can do. The Flash can do that too. If you're a speedster, you can do that. But that's not. But it's not based off. But it's not based off his biology. It's based off the fact that he has super speed. Any character with super speed can do the same thing. It's only about. No, he's given the fact that but by his logic, literally any character that has any form of super speed would have a mind that works like a supercomputer because they have to be able to react to the speed that they're going. But you're automatically giving that to literally anyone who's fast. That means any character I put on here that has light speed, you could automatically say. Would you say that Goku's brain works with like a supercomputer?
No. No, it doesn't. He's really. Dumb.
But he's fast. He's super fast.
He's fast, but he's dumb. Like his brain, just because he's physically like fast.
But that's the argument. But I'm talking to the British guy. That's the argument the British guy is making. He's making the argument that because he can move at light speed. Yes, it is. You said.
The argument makes no sense.
You literally. Okay, stop saying no. It's not because you literally said he is shown playing chess at light speed. That was your argument. So yes, you did. That was literally what you said.
Having a conversation.
Huh?
You're thinking about information
He's
processing.
actively having a conversation and thinking while doing it.
Yes, because he's light speed.
That doesn't make him a genius.
That doesn't make him. That doesn't give him the mind of a. By your logic, any character with super speed would have a mind of a supercomputer. And just because that's the case,
that's true. Because supercomputers just process information super fast.
Yes, but I'm saying he's giving that intelligence thing to a Kryptonian as if it is just something that is biologically inherent to Kryptonians. But
also, you don't know if Superman's just an outlier because you only have one.
It's not true because the Kryptonians who lived on Krypton did not have brains like supercomputers, but all the Kryptonians that we've seen that move as fast as light, which is all the current ones, can think that fast because it's a requirement of traveling at super speed. Any character in fiction that has super speed has to be able to think at that speed in order to just live and be able to travel that fast. So you could just as easily say that Goku has the mind of a supercomputer because he fights at insanely high speeds and has to be able to outthink his opponents, despite the fact that he's basically mentally retarded outside of fighting. But that's just the case for super speed. So you can't give him that as an inherent biological thing, because then you would have to say that all Kryptonians across all of the planet of Krypton, even the ones that didn't have super speed, had that ability, and they didn't. There's no evidence of that.
Well, doesn't Superman get all of that super thinking ability from his absorption of the sun?
No.
Which is biological in nature.
He trains his mind. That's not like a biological thing. That's just something he trained his mind.
How did he train? When was this the thing? I know the Fantasy, which is a newer comic series, which is a whole different thing. Not related.
I read a comic
It's true. It's true. He's changed his mind. I mean, he's not wrong. In All-Star Superman, we find out that he was literally building a rocket to travel to Krypton and shit in one of those, and he just for fun, just for like shits and giggles. Like, he studies and he builds things. He's a master martial artist, despite the fact that he doesn't need to be. He absolutely trains his mind and has become intelligent. But the fact is that even if you want to say he has the mind of a supercomputer or shit like that, Batman and Lex Luthor and all of these characters are shown competing with him all the fucking time. It's not a biological thing.
He's not using it. He's not using it all the time.
Huh?
He's not using it all the time.
That's not an argument. That you can't, that's not an argument because The fact is that we know he's not the smartest person on Earth, and he doesn't think as fast as other characters on Earth. Lex Luthor outthinks him all the time. Batman outthinks him all the time. You're not giving evidence you're not giving any evidence that this is in any way a biological thing. You're just saying this, Bill. He's super speed, and ergo he has to think at super speed because he's super speed. And it's like, well, you could say that about any super speed character. I don't see how you can go against that argument. Huh?
That's a flawed argument.
Goku cannot sit there and actively think at super speed.
Yeah, he has to. How does he fight? How does he fight? He has to.
You remember that whole fight he had with Frieza?
He literally
on Namek.
He literally
was having a conversation while fighting within
like
a fucking couple seconds.
Yes, the fight between him and Frieza took place over the course of a couple of minutes before the planet exploded. But the actual us watching it was like 4 hours long or 5 hours long. The fight, and they were having long conversations that were longer than a couple minutes because they were doing it in super speed. Goku. There are fights between Goku and other characters where none of the other Z Warriors can see them moving at all. They can't even, register what's happening. That entire time is Goku fighting that person at speeds and having to think and react and make up strategies and stuff on the fly. It is a requirement for a super speed character. You don't get to just take every super speed character that's ever existed and just be like, they all have biological, mental, mind of a supercomputer. Shit, that's not how that works. You would have to prove that is an inherent thing that Kryptonians are born with, and there's no evidence of that. Considering that there are humans in the DC universe that could do the exact same thing, then you can't declare that as a biological feat. You would just have to say that that's something he can do, sure. But there's a lot of stuff Superman can do that other Kryptonians aren't capable of. So that doesn't make it biological.
Point.
So, A tier?
That's B tier.
Fucking Lex Luthor outthought fucking Brainiac in the DC universe. He literally is smarter than Brainiac. Yes, he's done it more than once. He's outthought and outsmarted Brainiac. He got through the source wall that takes being higher than the 9th level intelligence or something like that, and he was able to do it, which should not be possible for a human, but he did it. You're not going to say that Lex Luthor's intelligence levels were based off of biology. It's just DC Comics just doesn't give a shit about what should be possible.
Continuity.
They just let shit happen because it's cool. You can't say it's biological. And again, you would also then have to prove that every single normal Kryptonian before they got into the sun and did all that kind of stuff, and before they had new superpowers, also thought at those speeds.
They don't have anything like. The only thing they have are the sun is super strength and durability.
Yeah, we're only giving them this any idea of intelligence if they have the sun.
I am rejecting the concept that every character that has super speed automatically would be given super brain mental powers just out the gate as a biological, just inherently having it. I'm going to reject that.
I'm understanding the flaw in what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to say that the Kryptonians biologically accept sunlight into them, and it gives them superpowers as a result. All of them have thus far. None of them have shown to not do that. That's the biological part that gives all the Kryptonians the possibility of having a brain way greater than just, But it doesn't, because as we've seen, there's normal humans that don't go into the sun and have brains that are better than Superman's and think faster than Superman does. That's super intelligence.
But they're humans. They're humans. It's not biological. Yeah. You would have to prove that it's biological. You're not proving that it's biological.
Every Kryptonian has been on similar.
No, they have not. They absolutely have not. Not every Kryptonian has done that. Absolutely not. That's not true at all.
It literally just doesn't make any sense.
Superman is a massive outlier in terms of intelligence when it comes to other Kryptonians. He is much, much smarter than Supergirl and Zod and pretty much any other Kryptonian that he's got. He's basically a super genius.
Exactly.
He's been around longer than them with powers.
No, he hasn't. Zod is considerably older. Considerably older.
You just ignored what I said?
No, you said they've been around longer.
Your argument makes no sense.
No, you see, that's not what I said. I said he's had powers longer. He's been around longer with powers.
No, he hasn't. Zod had powers before Superman. You're talking about the movie. In the comics, Zod has had had powers. You're talking about Man of Steel. in the comics, he has had his powers longer. He had his he had. Yeah, no, he had his powers for way longer. He had his powers when he was sent to the fucking Phantom Zone. So no, he's had his powers for considerably longer. Like I think you're making a lot of guesses, and you really don't have a lot of ground to stand on this. There's no evidence that this is biological in any way.
Let's just throw him in B tier. B tier's fair.
Okay,
B tier, I think it's fair.
Does anyone disagree with B tier? Does anyone in the chat disagree with B tier?
I don't think you should disagree with B tier.
Where else would he go? He doesn't have a fucking
Based off
society.
what we've been talking about, B tier's perfect.
I think B tier's like I said, we can move him around later. Like if we see something that's just like better or worse or whatever, because there's good things. I do think yeah. See, everyone's saying B is pretty good. I just think that not having a planet to go to is a massive problem. And considering that while Superman is very, very strong, considering that there are beings in this universe, even if we didn't do the whole game mechanic thing, like they're talking about a place that's gonna have cosmic gods and shit, Superman's still gonna have problems. Like, it's not good that he's by himself. Even in the Superman world, he has Earth and like a bunch of other heroes that help him out. Like, if it was just him by himself on Earth, and then it was invaded by shit, like he wouldn't be able to stop every threat that comes up. Like, people think that Superman is a lot stronger than he actually is. He actually does get his ass kicked on a regular basis. So it's like yeah. But anyway, let's move on. We've been on fucking Superman for long enough. Next up is Predator. We got Predators next. Predators, Predators. Okay, so for Predators, this is a tough one.
I say.
This is
Aren't they,
I would
super
put it.
intelligent creatures?
The main thing in Predator society is
one person at a time, please. Go ahead.
Aren't predators super intelligent creatures?
I don't think you can say that they're inherently super intelligent. I think any species that has mastered spaceflight is probably pretty intelligent. But I don't think you can say that they're just like inherently intelligent at birth. I mean, they still have to learn shit. You know what I mean? But I mean, we know what the fucking predators are all about. They're about hunting. They're in hunting societies. They move in packs. I would actually put predators relatively low, simply because you're expected to constantly go and hunt stronger and stronger things until you die, and dying is considered awesome.
Tap yourself.
What do you mean? Yeah.
You're not allowed to use you
Yeah.
can only use as much power as the thing you're hunting.
Yeah. That's another thing. Like you're specifically supposed to put yourself in situations where you could die. I feel like anybody here, if they were isekai into a world as a predator, would automatically become a fucking bad blood, like immediately.
Oh,
absolutely, man.
Like 100%. Be like, I'm not following the rules. I'm gonna go off and do my own thing. I'm gonna become like a space.
There's a lot of bad blood too.
You want me to go on that saying
a predator?
One at a
You have to go
time.
hunt down the
One at a time. I am gonna start muting people. One at a time. Go.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of bad bloods too, so you wouldn't even be alone.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say most are not bad bloods. We're not gonna go that far, but there's enough. There's enough that you wouldn't be alone. But a lot of times, bad bloods are hunted. Like, there are specifically predators who are designated to hunt down and kill bad bloods. But the fact that those bad, well, I guess if you're hunting a bad blood, you don't have to limit yourself, because the bad blood's not gonna limit themselves. So I guess there wouldn't need to be a limiter, and you don't necessarily even need to hunt fairly if you're hunting a bad blood, would you? I don't really know how that works. They ever explain that in the comics? So we'll have to see. But like, why would you limit yourself against a being who's the same species as you and isn't limiting themselves? That would mean that for you to, like, in order to hunt them evenly, you would have to not put any limiters on yourself and just go all out. But
way better than them.
Yeah, I think that just based on the type of society it is, and the fact, like, I will say, the idea of a predator society and being a predator in a universe where you can level up like an isekai type thing, and you can potentially become as powerful as a Kryptonian through leveling up, does sound cool as fuck, you have to admit. Like, you just
Yeah.
going around space hunting shit, leveling up, getting points, and like getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
I think the big problem is that you can only hunt above you, so you can't like just go grind out a bunch of level and a bunch of weak enemies.
No, but you're going to be getting massive XP drops every time you kill something.
But there's a higher chance.
I feel like we should talk about this.
What's up?
Yeah, you
The
would.
main thing in Predator Society is killing a xenomorph and becoming blooded.
That's
so
not true. That's not true. I mean, look, I understand that there are some comics where that's the case, but that's not the main thing. Xenomorphs are one thing that people hunt, but they hunt a lot of stuff. There are comic book stories where they hunt different things to be blooded. It's not always a xenomorph. It can be anything that they would consider something worthy of hunting to become blooded would get you blooded. I mean, shit. I'm sorry. Say what you're gonna say.
Wayne, go.
Did Danny Glover at the end of Predator 2 become blooded? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember.
He got a pistol.
They gave him a pistol, but I don't remember if they made him blooded. I know the chick in Alien vs Predator, the black chick, she became blooded. I'm trying to remember if anybody else became blooded in the movie series.
Pretty sure that was just like an honor thing, like a sign of respect.
No, that's the sign of being blooded. That's what that means.
Yeah, but then no, she wasn't blooded. The girl in Prey never got blooded.
I didn't say the girl in Prey. I'm talking about Alien vs Predator, the black chick.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I got mistaken. Oh yeah, she
got blooded at the end of the movie. The Predator blooded her.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's like I mean, but that's a bad example because they killed a xenomorph. But I'm almost positive because like not all of the comic book storylines do xenomorphs even exist. Like I just don't buy like the blooded concept is a part of Predator lore across the board, and the aliens weren't always a part of it. The aliens didn't even become a part of it until like the 90s. So I don't buy that was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's other ways to be blooded. You don't just have to hunt it. I think you just have to hunt something that is difficult to hunt down, and a xenomorph is one of those. Honestly, I don't even think a xenomorph should earn you a blooded because Aliens 2 shows that like you can have like 5 human dudes take on like 200 of those motherfuckers and kill a lot of them. So I don't even know why. Like aliens aren't that difficult to kill.
What I meant was the feral predator from Prey. That guy.
Is nuts.
I think that one was a bad blood. We never actually get confirmed that that's a bad blood, but I'm pretty sure that was a bad blood.
Well, we do know that the skull he wears. We know the skull he wears is a specific species from a named species.
That's true.
In the previous movies.
What do you mean?
But how would you? What indication would give him he's a bad blood though?
Because of the way he hunts.
That's true. But
if you look at the movie, the way that he hunts the Spaniards and the chick and stuff, he does so in very dishonorable means. Yeah, like he attacks throughout the movie. I believe he attacks people who are unarmed. He butchers innocent people. Like he does all kinds of stuff.
He uses his invisibility against worthy opponents.
Yeah, he doesn't fight with honor at all throughout that entire movie. So I think
either he became a bad blood during the movie, or he was just a bad blood from the start.
I don't think you go from being a super honorable dude to start fighting like he fought in that movie just out of nowhere. He was probably already bad blooded.
I don't know how.
And the fact that he's completely alone and we never see his clan show up, which we usually do see a ship.
Well, at the end credits, you do see like Predator ships showing up. Like,
wait, I think it was confirmed in trailers he was supposed to be a bad blood.
I'm almost positive he was, because like when I was watching, like the movie never tells you, but when I was watching the movie, I was just watching it being like, this dude's a bad blood. Like that's like the thought I had when I was watching it, because he just seemed like he was the way he was behaving.
Well,
I remember
the girl from Prey who killed him was captured by the people, the Predator clan from.
Yeah, that was announced in the fucking animated movie at the end of the animated movie.
Yeah,
which was so weird. Like, why her? Was anyone
She's supposed to be a badass character. She's supposed to be.
But nobody gives a shit about her. Like
exactly.
That should have.
Turns out in like predator culture, like if like a certain person like kills a predator, that they'd take the person that killed the predator and then has him fight like a gladiator.
Well,
like,
no. Well, first off,
Gladiator
that's
scene.
not. First off, that's not true. That's just like with that because like they didn't do that with Danny Glover. They didn't do that with Dutch. They didn't do that.
Wait. He's talking about the newest series. The
I know
newest
he's
series
not the
doing that now.
series. He's talking about the movie.
Huh?
But he's talking about the movie that just came out. But no. What I'm saying is, you wanted to end the movie with like a shocking, like, oh shit, that's crazy, and you ended it by showing that chick from Prey. There's like 100 other characters you could have put in there that would have been more exciting than the chick from Prey. What like Dutch, the fucking Adrian Brody from Predators would have been more interesting. Like there's also like I just didn't really care about the chick from Prey all that much. I don't know.
They're trying to make her a favorite.
Years, man.
Yeah, like
they gave her the damn musket. I hated that so much.
Maybe if the movie was well, my thing is I didn't love the movie the same way that I've liked previous Predator movies, but like like I actually I actually liked Predator 1. Obviously I liked Predator 2 more than a lot of people do. I really liked Predators with Adrian Brody, despite the fact that people say that that's not that great. I actually, funny enough, I don't hate Alien vs. Predator 1. Everyone tells me that I should hate that fucking movie. I don't hate it. I think it's boring. Why do
people hate it?
You'll have to ask them. I'm not one of them. I think it's boring at first, but once all the humans are dead and it's just the chick and the Predator like going ham on all the aliens, that's a cool fucking movie.
Yeah,
like it gets really cool.
I actually think that movie. I really love that first one.
Yeah.
I don't love the movie when it was only chick.
The second one's garbage. The second one I don't like, and the second one's garbage. But
I don't even remember the second one.
If you watch,
There's a second one.
Guys,
Like,
one at a time. Go.
If you watch the second one on Super Bright, it's actually a good movie. The problem is you just can't watch it normally.
What movie you talking about? You talking about Alien vs Predator?
2. It's a good movie. You just need it on
Okay, so to be fair, I barely remember it, but I do remember not liking it when I saw it. Alien vs Predator, I've seen a couple of times. That's true. It's very dark. It's hard to see. Alien vs Predator, I've seen multiple times, and I came to the same conclusion every time I saw it. The first half is boring, and the last half is awesome. And if it was just like if the first half was just like if the whole movie was just the chick, like if all the humans died at the very beginning, and it was just the chick and a predator having to survive against the aliens, like the whole movie, like 80% of the movie was that. I think everybody would have been like, "That's a fucking cool Predator movie," but they didn't. Yeah. They take way too long to get to it and all that. But yeah, I don't. What are we talking? We're talking about the Predator, right? So the Predator. We're getting way off topic, talking about the wrong shit. So, okay, who thinks that the Predator would actually be a pretty good one to be going into this universe?
They're a fun concept, but there's so many limitations just by their society.
There isn't any limitations if you're a bad blood.
But then even then,
it's like a paladin. It's kind of like a paladin from D&D. Like you go in, you get all these cool powers and abilities. That's really cool. But if you go against society and stuff, you'll you lose the support of your god. But then you have like a bunch of other cool powers. I think look, it's a strong force. It's a powerful force. You have an entire society that you could stick behind. The culture seems pretty fun. It's a very bro culture. It's just you and a bunch of bros going out hunting shit and having a good time. Look, say what you want.
You also get that. You get bros and you get muscle mommies. It's similar to the orcs.
You do get muscle. Yeah, but orcs are sexy. And Predator and Yautja
are being a predator. You're a looker yourself, so let's be real here.
Yautja are ugly as fuck. You know they're not good looking.
Why would you want to mask on?
Just keep the mask on.
No, baby, I like it better with the mask on. Let's do it. It's like Jesus.
Just like keep the paper bag on.
But honestly, look, if you don't need. Actually, funny fact. I mean, I don't know why this always goes back around to sex, but you know what? Actually, it makes sense. No, it makes sense that it goes back around to sex because that is one of the most important things in life is sex. So it makes sense that is an important factor. If you're going to be isekai and live a new life, you do have to think about romantic partners and sex. It makes sense. So this is actually relevant. We're not being perverts. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But anyway,
I am.
The Predators. Like, if you're in a universe with all of the aliens, all of them existing at the same time in the same place and all that kind of stuff, I mean, you can get with a Twi'lek. You don't necessarily have to get with another predator. You know, there's other shit out there.
Twi'lek.
A Twi'lek from Star
You
Wars.
could actually get them.
The fucking
yeah,
tentacle
I don't
bitches.
remember.
Like if you're in a universe where there's all kinds of different alien races all interacting with one another, you show up, you're just a predator, and it's like you don't have to get with another predator if you're not into the mandibles. I don't know why you wouldn't be, fucking bigot, but you know it's like but there's like you know there's stuff you could do.
That is true. Also, if you do become a bad blood, you can just kind of go and integrate into a different society.
You don't have to stay with the predators. Yeah. But then again, you also but again,
get two options of being a predator. You either just stick with your tribe and be a bro, or you leave and become a bad blood and just kind of do other stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, well, to be honest with you, even if you're not a bad blood, you're still likely. I mean, it seems most predators that we've seen are just predators that get on their own ships and go and hunt by themselves. Like it seems like most predators are lone wolves, even the ones that aren't bad bloods. I mean, the Predator 1, Predator 2, Predators has just 3 dudes who were doing it. You know, that's really cool. The fact, like, okay, say what you want. The Predators in Predators had a good fucking setup. They flew around the sky, drugged a bunch of dudes, kidnapped them, threw them on a planet that they conquered, and then were just like went with their bros down to the planet on like a game reserve to hunt the things that they captured. Like that seems like a good life. That's a fun life for a predator.
I wonder how that conversation went. Like, bro, you want to go capture some fucking humans and then hunt them, dude?
Dude, let's do it. And they got like super wasted.
New alien DLC just dropped. Let's go check it out.
Let's do it, man. Yeah, no, I found these one aliens that don't. They're gonna be like, I found these one aliens that don't have penises and mental powers. Let's go get one of them and drop them down there and see what happens. Like, yeah, this is gonna be great. I'm actually kind of getting sold on this. I don't think you'll live for very long. I kind of think it's very like the guy who said the thing about the orcs is pretty right. I don't think it's gonna be a long life, but I think it's gonna be pretty fun.
Life, but American.
The only difference with being like a predator is that you get like technology and stuff.
Yeah, and the fact that you can.
Things.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a universe, like there's certain, like I wouldn't want to be a predator and like let's go capture a thing. I'm like, I'm good. Let's stay away from that.
Predators are basically just space, trophy hunters.
Bounty hunters.
Yeah. Well, they're not bounty hunters. They're trophy hunters. They're not. Would it make you a bad blood to become a bounty hunter as a predator? Since you're doing it for money, because you're doing it for money now. You're not doing it for trophies. You're honor. Does that
be trophy hunting? That would just be poaching.
But does that corrupt the hunt by you doing it for money or monetary gain?
Oh,
Okay, guys. You see how there was just like 35 people talking? You guys knew there was 35 people talking, and you just kept talking. You need, like, if you hear that there's 35 people talking, shut the fuck up and let somebody else talk. Please stop. I am going to start muting people for real. I know I've said it like 3 times, but next time I'm muting at least one person. And I'm just going to pick it fucking random, so don't let it happen again. Go. Somebody speak.
One person not talking will get muted.
I'm going to pick fucking Russian roulette and just start, like, taking people out.
Oddly enough, he's gonna pick me just because, and I'm not even gonna be speaking.
Yeah, be like, "Where's fucking Nano? Where is he?" No, because if I took out Nano, that wouldn't be random. That would be a targeted attack. This is gonna be targeted. It's gonna be random, dude. I don't know.
You won't pick Nano just to prove that's not targeted.
That's right.
It is unfair.
Yeah, I would say Nano is actually more safe necessarily. Maybe I'll get like a what do we have? Like a 35-sided die. Is that a thing? Do we have that? I got a 20.
I have a wheel.
I got a 20-sided. Yeah, like a wheel of fortune fucking spin.
Exactly.
I'll get it set up real quick.
Hold up, give me a second. I gotta go do some arts and crafts real quick and get this thing set up.
The Google wheel, so you just put everyone's name in it, spin it, and then the wheel has decided.
Okay, let's
the wheel has decided to mute Darth Gator.
Horrible. Okay, let's get to the point. Also, guys, we're probably gonna do this one and maybe one more, but the super chats are super slow today, so I'm not gonna stay up that much if this is all we're getting. But yeah, let's get back to the fucking predator thing. So I think this would be fun. I think the fact that you're not like limited by the fact that you're a warrior culture and you're expected to go out and hunt at a very young age means that you'll probably get a jump start on leveling up, which is pretty cool. You also, you have a lot of choice here of what you want to do. Do you want to go out and hunt? Well, sort of. After a certain age, you have a choice, right? Like I feel like a lot of predators are gonna die. Like a lot of predators die before they become of age, so that's always a threat. That's a possibility. Don't be a shitty predator, you know.
Yeah, that's true. If you want to become a bad blood, you'd probably end up like at age 5. If you want to become a bad blood, you probably get immediately hunted down because you're like 5 years old. You can't do shit.
Someone said you become a predator that hunts Jedi, and you just collect lightsabers like fucking Grievous.
Fucking Grievous.
That would be
lightsaber rifles.
That would be cool as shit. And I actually think that a predator hunting. I think a predator probably could hunt. I think a predator actually could hunt some Jedi. I think that's definitely a possibility.
Do you think it's possible for a
It would not be an easy hunt because like the whole sensing stuff and like that would be like I think there's a certain level of Jedi that a predator isn't going to be able to hunt, but I think some Jedi a predator can actually hunt relatively well.
But Jedi do also fight with honor, so if a bad blood were to fight them, that they might have a slightly better chance.
I think well not even a bad blood. I think also. Do you guys think that like a predator could equip itself with like not a lightsaber but like a plasma blade of some kind and get into a fight with a Jedi and do relatively well in a fight against a Jedi in like a sword fight?
Well, I mean, was able to fight against the guy with the lightsaber, so yeah.
Yeah,
like a little arm blade like Doom guy and just kind of like fight with the Jedi. I was thinking like, what if you become like? Is it possible to become like a Jedi predator? Like, can you use the Force as one? Would that be possible?
I don't know. Man, I don't know.
I mean, a planet.
You can be the thing. You could be the thing, and then you can absorb a Jedi and a predator, and then you could become a predator that also has the Force.
Predator Jedi.
Move the thing to S tier.
I'm pretty sure
the thing should be an S tier at this point.
The thing should be an S tier.
No. There's no. I mean, yeah, the thing is too broken. There's not much I can stop it.
All right.
Every time we talk now, we go, oh, but the thing could actually do this as well. Like, oh shit, mate.
Bringing back to the Mihawk upscaling, where every feat, like swordsman feat, was a Mihawk feat.
I'm actually, you know what? I'm actually right now. I'm gonna put the Predator above Superman. Because I think the Predator, not necessarily because I think the Predator's stronger, better, whatever. I just think it would be a lot more fun to be a Predator than to be to be the last living, to be like one of the few Kryptonians that are still alive wandering the universe. I think that it would be a lot more fun to be a Predator.
Yeah.
I think the bro culture sounds fun. I think the fact that you get your own ship and fly around and hunt shit and like that's just kind of expected of you is a lot of fun. Yeah, I think this is a cool one. It would just be very cool. And it's actually kind of surprising how well the Predator fits in the Star Wars universe too. I didn't really thought about like I could see a Predator in the tavern on Tatooine. You know when this is a fucking.
Can you imagine chilling?
Yeah, or like
imagine being a Predator hunting Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, like showing up or competing with Boba Fett in a hunt or fighting in the Mandalorian wars like against Mandalorians or even with Mandalorian.
I could say like you could be like a stronger Mandalorian.
You know what? One big issue I have with the Predators. Actually, this is a very big issue. They can't fucking talk normal.
Yeah.
They're not capable of speaking, so most species won't understand what the fuck you're saying, and you won't be able to communicate with them properly.
It's just not.
Okay, actually, though, there is a way to speak. It's either sign language or they do have. I think it was in one of the newer movies. They had like a weird like telepathic thing, like speak out of like technology, or is it like a speaker by them? Like, what if I put like a speaker on my shoulder and like just tells my thoughts into words? Yeah, they did that in the Predator movie. He was holding the kid by like his neck, and he had like a
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he has a speaker, but that doesn't mean that people can understand. Yeah, but he hacks into a ship and then has the ship relay that message to all of the guards. But that doesn't mean that he can he can't just walk into a place and have a conversation with somebody.
I know, but what I'm saying is like you could have like a mini speaker on your shoulder and like a wire in your head, and they just speak for you.
But he still had to type in the letters to speak outwards from the speaker.
That's true. That's true. It was a specific piece of technology that he had that was on a ship. It's not like he just
Yes.
has that. He can't understand English. Like every time we've actually seen predators meet up with humans, and they always have to use fucking sign language because they can't understand each other.
Yeah.
Now maybe you can have a predator that does eventually learn what English words mean and what other words mean, but he won't be able to communicate with them in any real way because their throats don't make normal people sounds. Their throats do like whatever the fucking shit that they can do. Like it's,
I mean, yeah. Like, in this case, I'm the predator, and I'm going to. Hold on. Wait. In this
Predator,
case,
huh?
I'm the alien, and I'm the one who can learn the languages and and find a way to speak.
You sound exactly like Chewbacca when you did that, Rouga. Sorry.
Did I? Because I can't.
Yeah.
If you asked me to do the Chewbacca sound, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have no idea how to do it.
Do it. I want to do
Try
it.
to do it again.
Don't you have to like Don't you have to like gargle? It's like no, I can't. No, I can't do it. I can't. You have to like gargle something. Nope, I don't know how to do it. I can't do it.
Welcome to Rouga does Wookiee impressions.
Rouga does Wookiee. That's nothing like it. I don't.
That was pretty good.
That was not. Y'all are terrible at saying that. Is not good. Y'all are awful.
You did the predators down again. How you did that?
How I don't know. I don't. What did I do? I don't know.
Yeah, that was literally it. That was so close. Dude, literally
Was
so
it?
spot on. Yeah, he sounded exactly like that in the third movie.
Gaslighting.
I swear to God, you can call me retarded, but he sounds like that in some of the movies.
Fucking retarded, man.
Okay, go with that.
I feel like that predator had some fucking mental issues. All the other predators are like, oh god, no, not this guy. His mom dropped him on his fucking head. Sounds like he's fucking crying. Okay, let's move on to wait. Okay, so is everyone okay with B above Superman?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna take the next one we got. Okay, so elites are going up. Cause
Oh, sweet,
yeah.
The elites.
And Nova
Cybertronians,
said
please.
Cybertronians,
Yeah.
which
Make sure they get done.
that's with British money.
No, that was with my money.
Is that British money?
That's not British money, bro. That is Australian. Australian?
Which dollar is worth more, American or Australian?
Oh, American. It's
American. Oh, okay. So Doug's goes first.
Because of Australia.
Doug's America's best because it's an IOU slip. It's the word of America. That's hilarious. I think it's so funny that our money is just an IOU because it's not backed by anything. So it's like when we give $5 to another country, it's just like we promise you this is you have our word that we're gonna give you.
Money.
This is probably worth money. And he's like, but it's not. And it's like, yeah, but we're just saying it is. And it's like the word of America. We are giving you $5.
So long.
We're giving you $5 worth of the American word. And it's like, that's the value. It's like, Jesus, okay. All right, so Elite, since Doug was the one who wanted to do it, go ahead, Dougie Doug. What do you want to go for it?
Hey, what is going? Okay, my microphone was being a little weird, but the elites. I don't know how. I don't think they will go very high up on the fact that they are a warrior culture, and how well you fight dictates how valuable you are to everyone else. And if you can't fight as good as some of the other people, you are just trash, and you might even just die and get disowned.
So like predators. That sounds like it's predators.
Predators are bad.
Worse. You don't. I don't know. I didn't know the predators did that. I know that the elites fight each other all the time.
Well, the predators die at a young age if they're not good at hunting. If you're
because of the
you literally can't survive if you're not good at hunting. So all of the predators that are alive it's because they're good at hunting. And you have two choices. You become blooded or three choices. Blooded, die, or bad bloods. Those are your choices. So yeah.
For me, it's either blood or bad blood, honestly.
Well, actually, the way I see it for the elites, though, it's just that they're constantly fighting. It's just that the way they're constantly fighting each other, and it's. And I could be confusing this with something else, but I'm pretty sure elites have killed themselves for not being having enough honor and shit because of how intense their culture can be about it. Cowards, but still. Who was talking?
What kind of culture is this?
So the
fucked up.
Covenant's not a thing, it's just the elites.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
That makes them a lot better.
Where do the elites come from? Like, what series?
Halo.
Helios.
Halo. He asked the series. Halo. They're Halo
Oh, my
characters.
bad. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. All right, continue, Doug.
I would just say probably beat there between the Predators and Kryptonians because they have,
Why do you? Okay, so what makes them below the Predators?
I would say that you would not have a chance of a bro culture the same way the Predators have, and it's more enjoyable. And if we're taking the elites outside of the Covenant, it's, honestly, I don't know where I was. I don't know where I was going with that. Them not being part of the Covenant. It's just, yeah.
Okay,
I don't
so Blood Angel. This is funny, and I'm gonna point it out because it's funny. Blood Angel said they are similar to Predators. They were inspired by them, but then he said this with an arrow pointing at his own comment. You can't do that to your own comment. Like someone else could say this and point an arrow to your comment. You can't do it to your own comment. What the fuck? That's some arrogant shit. But is that true? Were the elite inspired by the fucking Predators or whatever?
To my knowledge, that'd be new for me to hear,
wouldn't
but that would make
surprise
sense.
me.
Either
They're
word.
similar.
Gotcha. What's up?
I'm just gonna Google it.
They're both like 7-foot mandible having people.
That's fair. That's
They
fair.
should be hunting. They should be on the league.
Okay.
It's just different mandibles and different necks.
So you basically think that the elites are just less fun Predators?
Pretty
No,
much.
I think they're less fun, but they're safer. It's a safer bet.
Is it?
I don't even
Because
know
you're
if
an
they.
Well, okay. If you suck
you're
at
hunting
fighting as an
food.
elite, do you die or do you just not have a position of privilege in the society?
You could get
Yeah,
excommunicated and isolated from everyone else.
No, that's not true. They have armies. Really? They don't kill all the people who aren't fucking, the elites. Like the elite elites.
receptionists.
Yeah, the ultras and stuff. They don't kill non-ultras. You still have the normal grunt. You'd basically just be a normal soldier if you're not good.
What does a scientist Predator look like? I'm sorry, my mind was just wandering, and I'm like, if the entire Predator society is all about hunting and going out and finding stuff, how do they have all the advanced technology? What do the scientists also like have to hunt, or is there like a specific portion of their society that is solely like, no, you guys have to be scientists?
Into that.
They do
The reason why they discover half the things they do is because they just happen to do so.
No, but you have to. But you still have to come up with the technology to leave your planet to begin with. So somebody at some point learned
I'm
this.
willing to bet that they probably. It's kind of like I'm sorry.
Can I throw my idea and my theory?
What's up?
Can I throw? So my theory is they're probably like Sparta and like those very battle-focused societies. How probably it was some other like alien species that came to them and they just stole their crap, like killed them and pillaged their crap, went to their planet, pillaged their planet, committed mass genocides, and basically got there. Yeah, but this could be from a time before. Or they could have done that they could have went to their planet and basically hunted all of them for trophies and took their tech for trophies. Or it could have just been a bad blood.
Yeah, I'm just willing to bet that they just wanted to like find a way to find more stuff to kill, and we're just like, all right, let's figure out how to fly, and then started like trial and erroring it.
I'm just curious, like it would be crazy if it's like every single Predator on top of having to become master hunters are trained in like technology and shit as they're growing up. Like maybe they just have like super fucking hardcore schooling, and it's just expected that everyone are like tech geniuses as well as hunting masters. It's like fuck. That's like how is suicide not like the main thing? That's another thing. We were talking about this earlier. About the stuff that you're not allowed to say and you're allowed to say, or they'll like cancel your video. People always say like, what do they say? They say like undo themselves. What do they say in YouTube videos? They don't say kill themselves. Unalive. They say unalive because apparently you can't say kill yourself or suicide. I have said kill yourself or suicide so many times on this channel. I've never had a video be blocked because of it. I don't understand why people think that that's something that gets blocked. Maybe it does. It's never happened to me. I've said rape. I know a lot of people like to say grape. I've said rape several times, all across my channel. I make tons of rape jokes. It's hilarious. They're awesome jokes. You should go check them out. And no, like I've never had my shit blocked for. I've done race jokes, all kinds. I've said all kinds of stuff that people say you can't say on YouTube, but I've never gotten blocked for. Like I think I've only gotten blocked when I've I got blocked once for saying that you should like kill communists and because they're not human. I got blocked for that once, but but that was also a joke. But no, well, not really. But the whole thing is, I don't know. I only get blocked for like saying violence is cool. Like, I haven't nothing's happened to me for any individual word that I've said, but people keep saying on YouTube that there's like shit that you gotta stay away. I don't know. It hasn't happened to me yet. I know we were talking about this earlier, and I'm kind of bringing up an old conversation, but anyway. So where we're at right now is that the elites. Does anyone think that the elites should go anywhere other than between Predators and Superman?
Oh, before you go on that, Liam did correct me on something.
What I heard.
Wait, let Doug finish. He started first. Go ahead.
Yes. So Liam did catch me in a good correction. It wasn't so. I was confusing the elites with something else. I don't know, with killing themselves and whatnot. What it is that if you're a grunt and a soldier, you don't get to marry or like have family and shit like that. You're just a peon in their army.
Well, don't be one of those. Be an elite. Don't be one of those.
F your garbage.
Well, that's the majority of the population. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't think it's like 99%, but it's still like.
I mean, that's
you still odds against.
That's a race, though, right? That's not a that's like an actual race of beings, a grunt.
No, all the elites are like that.
No.
All the elites are like that.
No, I was saying, grunts are, but I was saying grunts in the terms of like the foot soldiers.
Yeah.
Not like the species.
Wait. So
My bad.
Okay, so the foot soldier elites can't get married or anything like that?
Yes, they are basically they are just peons in the army. They don't get to have families and shit.
So how the fuck do they even populate the world? Like how do they keep up?
Wives.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
It's shown in Halo Legends. That's how they showed it. The fucking people were fighting for. Do what?
I've heard a lot of mixed things about Halo Legends being canon.
You got a good point on that. I can understand that, but we have no other like insight onto their culture.
If that's actually the case, I don't think he deserved to be above Superman. Because if the majority of your society, which means it's most likely that you are going to be a grunt who's just going to be thrown out of battle lines to die. You can't have a family, or you're like even basic freedoms and human rights are stripped from you from birth, basically, unless you prove yourself. I would say that would probably be
not that
bad. Well, according to him, that's what it sounds like.
No, it's like breeding rights, basically. But everything else.
Yeah, that's fucking sucks. Breeding rights. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
you can't. Like, that's almost worse than the fucking Furons. At least you can get a dick, and if you get a dick, they let you use it.
I was gonna say, remember, you can just leave, and no one's gonna kill you for it.
Yeah, but then you got the same. But then you got that's a different situation, because with a predator you can leave, but when you leave with a predator, you have your own ship, and like once you come of a certain like respect level, you just get your own ship and you can travel around hunting, and it's just expected. If you're a fucking grunt, nobody's gonna gift you a ship to leave the planet. I don't think any average asshole is gonna have the ability to literally leave their planet and just go somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something that anyone can do. That's usually relatively difficult. It is a specific thing in the predator culture that basically everyone can get a ship at some point. Most people don't get that. And I don't think that you can argue that every single grunt, if they wanted to, could just get in a ship and leave. If that was the case, why would any of them stay if they're not even allowed to have breeding rights? Can you imagine how many people would flee the fucking United States or Australia or Britain if they suddenly said, oh, by the way, you now need to have, like, we're taking away the human right of breeding, and we'll only give you this right if you accomplish something of whatever it is. People would move to fucking Africa and Brazil and the fucking every other place they could possibly. Those countries would be empty. So I don't think these
Parliament again.
Yeah, so I don't think the grunts have the. I'm surprised that they're. I don't see how this would even be possible in the Covenant.
I did some quick googling.
No, it's the elites before the Covenant is how they did this.
Let the British guy talk.
I'm pretty.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure they can just anyone can have kids because in the legends thing you're talking about, the one of the characters you follow has one wife and that's it, and he's like a higher up member.
Sounds depressing.
I mean, that's
And
Well,
he's
that's
like,
not that's not evidence against that's not evidence against what he said though. It's evidence against what he's no, it's not evidence against what he said. Let me finish. Evidence against what he said would be finding a basic bitch grunt who has a wife, not finding a higher up that just chose to have one wife. That doesn't disprove him.
Not the highest up.
You said higher. I didn't say highest. You said higher. So like that wouldn't. Yeah, no. You'd have to disprove him. You'd have to find a grunt who did have a wife.
The episode he is referencing is that episode, and in that episode, we don't actually see him have multiple wives.
That's not what he said, though. He never said that they have to have multiple wives. He says that they can. He said that the lower ones. That's his argument. You're focusing on the wrong part. His point is that the lower grunts cannot have wives. Not that the higher up ones have to have more than one. Saying that one of the higher ups only has one wife or is only shown to have one wife doesn't disregard the part where he said that the lower ones can't. Those are two different things. You have to actually attack that point.
You know, one sec. Sorry.
You fucking buffering, man? Go speak.
I'm mentally buffering, but what I was gonna say is, from what I heard, you probably create a new tier called "What Should Have Happened During 1945."
So wait, hold up. Someone said, Blood Angel said, you guys know that grunts are separate. Okay, so you must have just came in. They explained that already. They're not talking about grunts, the race. They're talking about the grunt elites. They're just using the word grunt for whatever reason. But
that was a bad
they're
choice
talking about the lower level elites. They're not talking about the actual enemy type grunt.
Grunt should have been a race on here, but that's a different question.
Yeah. But yeah. So if that is true, if that is the case, and anyone can confirm or fail to prove it wrong, then I would say that this would go below the Furons. I mean, shit, this would probably go below the Na'vi. You're basically this would be one step above joining a race where you're enslaved. Like if they're literally stripping,
like all the hypothetical ones we were doing at the start.
Even fucking, well, no, I think we do have some enslaved on here, but even fucking slaves don't have breeding rights taken away. They can still have sex. Like slaves weren't like not having sex in the slave times. Like that's a crazy thing to do. I don't think you guys understand that if that is the case, to me it doesn't make sense that the covenant is still standing because there would have been an uprising at some point.
The thing about this is the elites themselves were having this culture go on, and I'm trying to remember if this is specifically their culture before they were integrated with the covenant, and then it got like changed because they became part of the covenant. That was I'm just trying to remember.
Quick Googling and reading.
I mean, there was one part in history where
let the British guy talk. If you guys hear someone else, stop talking. Go ahead.
According to the wiki and stuff, I did some really quick reading. It's the way it works is anyone can get married, but there's a gene line, so higher up people like can sleep with your wife, and it's not considered cheating. Like kings used to.
Oh,
basically.
dude, F.
Yeah.
F. We need a new tier.
Not even F. Not even F. Below hell.
We need a new tier for this. Oh man, you just made it so much worse.
Exterminated.
Add a roll below.
On tier, bro. That's not
They're
that's
removed
void
from
tier.
the tier list.
They should
We're
be
recommending
exterminated.
this guy again.
No, we're gonna call. Hold up. Okay, wait. No, we're gonna keep D at red. Yeah, that's red. That's red. And we're gonna call this new tier. This is gonna be the cuck tier, where you get cucked. Okay, so elites in the cuck tier. You get cucked. Okay, so
I didn't realize I was making a good argument for him the whole time.
They get fucking cucked. Okay, so I feel. Does anyone disagree? Anyone disagree that elites should be anywhere but the cuck tier?
No.
Just know, if you disagree, you are a cuck. Just letting you know. Right out the gate.
But I like men.
What do you mean?
I want you to know.
S tier.
Okay. Okay.
tier.
Two more, and we'll end the stream with if we don't get any super chats. Okay. Next up we have the Cybertronians.
Let's go.
C tier.
Let's go.
What did you say? I paid good money to get this here. Dude, don't put it in D tier.
No, he said. I think he said A. He said A tier. Huh? You said D or
Yeah,
what'd you
You
say?
said D tier. I'm like, go fuck
I said A
yourself.
tier.
He said. I heard A. I don't think
the one race that's immune to the thing.
Yeah, sure, but I don't necessarily think that just because you're immune to the thing that you should be A tier.
Okay, no, but that is a very good thing, and they are just they're really cool. They're robots
are
and
immortal.
they view any technology that they want.
You don't understand, man. They're robots in disguise. You can turn into a truck.
As long as they have energon, they do not age. They can be alive infinitely as long as they have, their power, their energon.
That is true. If they have energon, they do stay alive forever.
So does Superman.
So can we choose to become
Superman doesn't Superman age?
Decepticons?
No. Well, it depends. There's certain ones where he's shown to be older, but in the main continuity, I believe he's immortal. They basically say that he'll, or if he doesn't, if he doesn't live forever, if it's not that he lives forever, he lives for an insanely long time. Like you can go thousands of years in the future and he's still there. But I don't know if they've ever legitimately said he was immortal. But I think at some point in the future he's supposed to basically become a god, and he does just genuinely become immortal. But here's my problem. Here's my problem with the Cybertronians, right? It doesn't really matter when you go in, you're fucked. So if you go in super if you go in super early, they have an extremely harsh caste system where the majority of the population is nearly enslaved. If you go in a little bit after, they're involved in a civil war where the entire planet's fallen the fuck apart, and which led to the planet being completely destroyed. And if you go later than that, their planet is destroyed. There's only a couple dozen of them left in the entire universe, and they're still at war trying to take over other planets while the Autobots stop them from taking over other planets. It's true you could just be a Cybertron and leave, just like anybody else. Just leave the fucking planet, go somewhere else.
Bounty Hunter from the fourth movie, he was just doing his own thing.
Are we talking about the movies? I wasn't even talking about the movies. I thought we were talking about the good stuff.
Examples of people who just
I would like to pretend that the Michael Bay movies don't exist.
Yeah.
No, the Michael Bay movies were good though.
The first two were pretty good, I would say.
In my opinion, it got bad at number 4.
It got bad at number 3.
What I was referencing.
Which one was number 4?
The one with the dinosaurs.
Well, okay, so if you're saying that it got bad at number 4, you can't also then say that the movies are good because there's like fucking 9 movies.
No, there's only 5.
No, there isn't. What are you guys fucking talking about?
There's only 6 Michael Bay movies.
There's you're only talking about Michael Bay. You're not talking about the entire universe as a whole.
Yeah,
those movies
Michael Bay movies were never really considered. At least I think.
Wait, hold up. I don't think that's right. I think there's more. I think there's more movies. I don't think there's just 5.
There is more movies
because there's the first 3 Transformer trilogy. Then there's Age of Extinction, and then the one that everyone hates, The Last Night. Every other movie after that was non-Michael Bay, and I don't even know if they were counted as part of the Michael Bay.
Nobody knows.
And even then,
nobody knows because the producers have said different things. So some of the producers have. One of the producers said it was a prequel, and then later on, a different producer said that that the whole thing was a reboot. So it's like, which one is it? And nobody really knows. But
and even if they were part of the main Michael Bay verse movies, those movies aren't actually bad.
Okay, so technically not. So yeah, so technically there are 7.
Yeah, if you want to count the newer ones like Bumblebee, Beast guys.
Okay, so even if you want to say Transformers 2 and 3 were all good. Bumblebee I think was pretty good. You still have Age of Extinction, The Last Night, and Rise of. Honestly, I think the best one is Transformers 1, and they're never going to make a sequel to it, which is a bummer.
I know. The reason why is because apparently its marketing didn't really push it forward.
Apparently,
and no one really.
It for sure didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that fucking movie until a Jeremy Johns review of the movie popped up on my feed, and I didn't even watch the review because I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even know it was in theaters. When I saw the Jeremy Johns review appear on my feed, I assumed when I watched it that he watched it on Netflix or something because I had not seen any trailers for it. I didn't know it was in theaters. I didn't know nothing about it, and I didn't watch the review. Yeah, I didn't actually find out about it until like past that point, just that seeing that picture. When I was scrolling through Prime and I saw it on Prime, and then I heard like good things about it once the movie had already left theaters. So I was like, all right, let's check it out. And I watched it. And I was like, oh, this is really good. Is there going to be a sequel? And then I Googled it. It was like, nobody watched the fucking movie, and the Hasbro who said that they will never fund another Transformers movie.
The marketing.
They did not like it,
and it was so
which is
good.
so unfortunate. It was so unfortunate.
I don't think it's
really
necessary. Did they say they didn't like it, or did they say that they just didn't like that it didn't make money? I think it's just
it's the money thing. It's the money. It's because it didn't make enough money that they're never going to do that again because they don't have faith that making another. Because the marketing was very poor for this movie, so no one really knew about it.
Well,
that's why they're doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, like what? See, this is the thing with like, I think that's the type of movie that would have done really good if renting was still a thing.
Renting.
Like I think that's the type of movie. Like, so there's a lot of movies that don't do well in theaters that then do amazing once it comes out to rents. Like Shawshank Redemption failed in theaters, but like everyone knows that movie is amazing. Like that's one of the best movies ever made. Everyone loves that movie. But it made no money in theaters, but they blew up in DVD rentals, or not DVD at the time. That would have been actually VHS rentals. But everyone rented that movie. Fight Club was another one that everyone was renting, and that made its money back, even though it was failed in theaters. I feel like it kind of sucks that we don't rent anymore because a lot of movies that don't do well in theaters because of bad marketing, if it has good word of mouth, ends up doing really, really well in renting, and that's not really a concept anymore. So now it's like if it fails in theaters, it just fails. It doesn't.
Yeah, and that's kind of how it works with like Transformers 1. If we still did renting, the word of mouth was very good for Transformers 1.
That's why I watched it. I wouldn't have checked it. I wouldn't have checked it out if it wasn't for the word of mouth. But when I did check it out, it was free on Prime, so they didn't make any money for me watching it, even though I watched it.
Is it? It's on Prime.
Well, it's not on Prime. It's actually on Paramount Plus. So but I watched it through Prime on Paramount Plus, but it's technically on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit off topic, but you mentioned Fight Club, and I never really understood the ending.
Why?
I mean, I get it that he shot himself, which shot his alter ego.
No, not well. Okay, so to be clear, when you said I don't understand the ending, I thought you were talking about Marla and the blowing up all the towers. You're talking about the shooting himself. I should have known that that's what you were talking about. Well, that's because there's a couple of different readings for it. The way that I read it is that the entire movie, Tyler Durden is trying to convince Jack that he's he needs to let go of all of the stuff in his life that doesn't matter. And because he wanted to change his life but wasn't capable of doing so, he created Tyler Durden. When he shot himself in the face and tried to kill himself, it was the symbolic gesture that he has finally let go of everything, meaning he no longer needed Tyler Durden. Like he no longer had any attachments to the world the way he had. But like before, he was very materialistic. He had all this he was this essentially mental slave of consumerism. And shooting himself in the face and proving that he no longer, not only does he not have attached to anything at all, he no longer even has an attachment to his life. Boom, Tyler Durden dies because he doesn't actually need him. His usefulness ran out, essentially. It's a symbolic gesture.
What I thought it was he
didn't kill himself.
One with Tyler.
He tried to kill himself.
That's what happens when you shoot yourself in the face.
No, he didn't kill himself. He tried to kill himself. The bullet just blew out of his cheek. I mean, it's a fucking 20-something-year-old movie, but it's a great movie. But you shoot it, it blows the side of his face out, and he tried to kill himself, he just failed to do so. But symbolically, because he tried to kill himself, that was an indicator that the thing that Tyler Durden was trying to teach him the whole movie, he finally learned the lesson, so he no longer needed him. His usefulness was no more.
Was spent.
I thought it. what I thought it was like Tyler Durden became him. They became one.
Oh no, he was
And that
very
explains
clearly
why
he was very clearly not Tyler Durden at the end. When because Tyler Durden and Jack are not the same people. They are very, very different people. But by the end, the way that Jack talks to his men, as well as the way that Jack talks to Marla, he is very clearly Jack and not Tyler Durden, because Tyler didn't give a shit about Marla. Like, it was Jack who had feelings for Marla, and the way that Jack talks to her is the way that Jack would talk to her. It's not the way that Marla talks to her. So
what happened to Transformers?
huh? No one shot themselves in Transformers. I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation. No,
I
but
mean, that was the original topic, and now you're talking about how some movies didn't do well in fucking box office.
because we're talking about Transformers 1. Matt, this is the flow. This is how flowing conversations work, motherfucker. You're acting like an alien, like you don't know how fucking conversations flow. Anyway,
dude, you sound new here, bro. This isn't a new occurrence.
Tangents,
this is a daily
man.
thing.
Tangents. That's what we do
Nope.
here. Okay, so Transformers. I don't see how the Cybertronians can be above Superman. I don't see how, because you're dealing with so much shit. You're dealing with a brutal caste system, a civil war, and then once the civil war is over, another civil war. But now you just barely have any of your species still alive, which basically puts you on the exact same level that Superman's on. The only difference being there is that you just have like a different power set. You're due to turn into a car.
Actually, hold on. I have an argument against this. If we're going by, are we using Transformer 1?
No, that's that's the story of all Transformers. That's not just the story of Transformers.
I thought we were using Generation 1.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
They all go the same way. That there's a brutal caste system that leads to an uprising, that leads to a civil war between the Decepticons and Automata, which then leads to the destruction of the planet. That's in all of them.
That's true, but still, like in Transformers 1, the only reason why they have that brutal caste system is because of Sentinel Prime.
No, in every single version of the story, whether it's comics or G1, they all had a brutal caste system. In some cases, they were slaves, but yeah, that's always the case for Cybertron.
Did G1 ever mention the caste system? I don't remember.
It did. I think it did in the movie.
I'm almost positive.
In the movie was just about fighting Megatron and Unicron. They never, in fact, in the movie they were actually at peace on Earth.
Well, so in G1, what was the reason for what was the war on Cybertron that caused it to get destroyed? It's always been the caste system. The comic books that came out in the 80s also talked about the caste system. I guess yes, technically I haven't seen an episode in G1 that talked about why the war started. But
I remember
I don't remember any other backstory. I don't remember any other backstory for it in G1. And I think even if you want to say that in G1 that wasn't the case, that was a show that appeared in the 80s, and basically every single other story that's ever gone into their backstory has talked about this. So I think it's safe to say this is the canonical start of the war.
Fair enough. I suppose if the caste system is the reason for the war, even in G1, if it's not specifically mentioned,
I think there's been a couple of continuities where Megatron was just straight up a slave.
Yeah, in the G1 show, there was an episode I remember where they traveled back in time to see why Megatron was the way he was. I mean, he was just always an ass, apparently.
No, Megatron wasn't always an ass. I mean, he was always brutal, but in most of the versions that I've seen, including the IDW comics and stuff, Megatron was always someone who was trying to change. He's essentially a revolutionary. He was always trying to change how Cybertron was. I actually think he's an ass in Transformers 1. That's one issue I have with the movie, is that I don't believe his turn to the dark side. I think it's too extreme, too fast. That's kind of, a part of that has to do with the fact the movie's only 90 minutes, but it's just it came out of nowhere that he just wanted to like kill his best friend since for years. Just like I just don't
want to kill his best friend.
Yes, he did. He tried to. He dropped him in a pit, believing that he killed him. He tried to kill him. The only reason why he didn't die is because he was chosen to be a prime before he hit the bottom.
Yeah, I always thought that whole scene was just because he was just kind of annoyed with how Optimus was putting him and his friends in danger.
He didn't put him and his friends in danger. He was trying to stop Megatron because Megatron decided to like have an uprising and just start killing a bunch of innocent people, anybody who was above the lower caste. And then Optimus Prime tried to stop him, and then he didn't. No. He tried to stop him from killing Sentinel. That's what happened. The whole killing everybody happened afterwards.
Yeah.
He tried to kill Sentinel, and then Optimus got in his way. He was like, "No, don't. Like, you can't just execute a dude. Like, basically, like you deserve a fair trial kind of situation." And after he shot him, and he was about to fall off the building, and then Megatron caught him, and then when he went to go lift him up, he realized he's like, "I'm not gonna. You're not gonna hold me back anymore." And he just drops him. But up to that point in the story, Optimus hasn't done anything to Megatron other than step in front of his shot, like that makes that turn make any sense. Like they never disagree or like have a really serious argument or altercation.
No, actually, it was in the no. They have a few altercations.
No, not altercations. During the race. No. That's not altercations. Yeah, but the race went in that the race is not. That wasn't like a serious thing. That was like a buddy, like, hey, let's do this race. Oh, I don't really want to do this race. Oh, we're gonna do this race, and then they do the race and they win, and it puts them in a better position. But then they drop down. Like that's like friends. That's like friends having, like getting like mad at each other for stupid shit. That's not like I'm going to kill my best friend because we have a fundamental disagreement on philosophy and where the future of our race is gonna go. Like that. Those are different things. Like I don't think that Optimus Prime did enough to warrant Megatron's reaction. I think that it was a massive overreaction by Megatron, and it happened because that character needed to become Megatron in that moment, and I didn't buy it. Like I didn't buy his change. Like I bought his change for a decent amount, but then there was a certain point where I was like, okay, I no longer buy his change because it's just too hard. Like if it was a show and that was a season 1, I think they could have done it a lot better. But it was a 90-minute show, so he just like goes from fucking like I feel like he's like 40% of the way through his character arc of becoming evil, and then he just jumps to 100% in like a scene, and I was like, man, that was rough. But the movie's really good. It's like one of the best, if not, no, I think it's probably the best Transformers movie, at least theatrically released Transformers movie.
The best Transformers movie will always be the original G1 movie.
So, do we think that the Transformers are equal with Superman?
I would say high C tier.
Because it's basically the same
born to a
situation.
caste system or a civil war is kind of sucky.
It depends on where you go. Well, I mean, if we hold Superman to the same logic, he's on a planet that's about to blow up and kill everybody. So it's not like that's much better. But if we put them both after their planets have already been destroyed, then they're in a very similar situation, except Superman is not in a current war with other Kryptonians, and if you're in a Cybertronian, you are like in a war with other Cybertronians. I guess you could be like, I don't feel like doing that.
I think you can actually be a Transformer in a decent spot. Like in multiple iterations, Transformers go and live other lives on Earth and get married. They even have kids somehow with like those women. Like it's weird. We don't know how, but they do.
Humans?
Yeah. There's a couple of instances where a small Transformer married a human woman and they had like a kid somehow.
What was the kid?
So, like, you can live.
Like, what species was the
remember.
kid?
I think he was.
How do you not remember? How do you not remember that part? That's an important part.
Yeah, that would be something you would remember.
That would be my first question if I found out that these two.
Okay, I will admit I don't remember personally seeing this, but I remember.
Oh, so you don't know if this actually happened?
That there was a time where that happened, and I looked it up, and there was like a bunch of images of like this character that I had no idea what even existed.
So what did he use as exhaust pipe?
His exhaust.
Yeah, like that's I don't know.
Okay, well I'll tell you this much. I don't know about given that this isn't information that you actually know and you're just like someone just told you. I'll go by what I actually know, which is that they don't have sex. They are just kind of awaken. Like that's how Cybertronians, like the planet itself births them and then they awaken and then they get, they just kind of come to life. That I've never heard of anything about Cybertronian having sex.
There was actually.
Go ahead.
Sorry. There's actually a Transformer who used to be a canoe. Like I'm doing research and it's showing a canoe Transformer who is hugging and loving up on a woman in some Google images in like an old cartoon show, I think he might be right.
Sure, but do they have sex and have a kid? That's very different.
That's what I'm after right now. I'm trying to figure
Those
that
are
out.
two
So
very
this might have
different
happened.
things. Just because a dude can hug a chick, you know, and that's a little. I hug my dog. I've never fucked her. You know what I mean? Like those are the big.
Why did you go there?
It's a big because that's. I mean, there's a big difference. That's. I mean, it makes sense. You know.
You could at least use a badger.
Why would that make it better? Why a
That
badger?
doesn't make it better at all.
That doesn't make it better at all.
Why does your mind go?
I mean, they're
so
small.
bad? I'm very concerned.
I mean, I could have made it. I could have made it. Look, I could have made it a lot worse than a dog, right? Like I've hugged a 1-year-old. I've never fucked a 1-year. Like I can get worse. I'm just saying. I don't think a dog was all that bad.
No, I meant him.
All right. Okay.
Why,
So
no, I meant him. Why did you go to a badger?
okay. So I don't know. I didn't choose a badger. Look. Okay. Where? Okay. So where do you? I don't think there's any way we could put it above Superman. Where do you guys think it should go?
High C tier.
High C. Y'all think it's good enough to be a high C? I mean, honestly, when it comes to like, if you asked me like, hey, you want to be a Kryptonian level 1 or a Cybertronian at level 1? I mean, me personally, I'd probably pick a Kryptonian because you have a penis. I'm big on having a penis. But other than that, like, I don't like if that's not a factor and you don't really care. I mean, I don't really see any real reason why you would want to be a Kryptonian over a Cybertron. I mean, they're both unbelievably powerful beings with their own really good advantages. I would say a Cybertronian can't travel from planet to... I don't think they could travel from planet to planet without a ship. That's a pretty big advantage that a Kryptonian has.
Don't they need energon?
I have a question.
What?
Okay, so can we choose what faction we want to be in? Like, can we be as a Skepticon, or do we have to be
a Skepticon?
A Skepticon. Well, you would be you would be born into the world as a Cybertronian, and then it's up to you to make whatever decision you want to make. I mean, if you don't want to join either, that's an option. If you want to join one, that's fine. It's your choice. Yeah.
So I found the child that Crazy Nano was talking about.
Okay. What weird, horrifying amalgamation of flesh and metal is it?
Just looks like a normal, robot-looking kid, but it's her name. Sorry, and the whole thing is that there was a Cybertronian protoform is what it was called, and it appeared in someone's lab. And whenever it came into contact with human DNA, it just made a half-human, half-transformer.
Okay, so he did not have sex with a human.
Oh, so that's not.
I mean, that could have been Transformer sex. We don't know.
That's not. I don't think that's how it works. Okay, so
fair.
I'm okay with putting him with high C or honestly just like right below. I think they're similar enough to the situation that Superman's in to say that you could put him right below Superman. That's fine.
I was gonna say to bring up this may be irrelevant now.
Let the other person talk because he started first. Other person, what were you saying?
Okay, it's very hard. Who's the other person?
Shut the fuck up. Other person, speak.
Who's the other person?
Shut! If you speak again, other person, speak.
Are Cybertronians immortal?
Damn, yeah,
Yes.
pretty much, yeah. They live for some of them are billions of years old.
That's not always a good
need
thing.
energon to live?
Wait, what's up?
Do they need energon to live?
Well, no, because they don't have not real. No, they don't. They don't need energon. Well,
okay, they do. Because technically no, because they can live without it, but with energon they just continue to live. If they have no energon, eventually they'll die. Like it just allows them to age. If they don't have energon, it allows them to age.
Well, how come? Well, okay, so how come with Cybertron destroyed? How come none of the Cybertronians are dying?
It could be because there's like a reserve on Earth, like some bullcrap like that.
I mean, do we know that, or are you just saying that? Like, how are they not dead?
I'm just saying that.
Depends on the continuity, because Transformers Prime, like, they bring back Cybertron, and there's some energon on Earth.
Yeah, no. What we're talking about? I don't know what's happening.
I was gonna try and make the point of if energon is really important to them, I feel like they would go a tier below Kryptonians because their requirement.
There's a requirement for survival. That's a fair argument. Yeah, if that's true the case.
No,
That is fair. So I'll put him
I'm
down
saying-
in high C for
Okay,
now.
but can Superman can die even with the sun, right? It just takes him an
But the sun's a
excruciatingly
lot.
long time.
It's a lot easier. I remember, but the sun's a lot more available because it's a fucking sun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like like Superman, he needs the sun to like stay alive.
No, he doesn't.
And but he
Stay immortal.
No, he doesn't.
No, what I was saying is that
He uses the sun
No,
to
he
get
take-
his strength.
Oh, I thought there was a thing that said
No.
that the sun like helps him like prolong his life.
No, he uses he
Yeah,
he
yeah,
loses his
more-
powers, but it's not. I mean, I would say yeah, it's true. It would prolong his life, I suppose. Technically, I mean, he would live a normal amount of time otherwise, because he's basically a human without it for the most part. But that's not, that doesn't mean he needs it to
Okay.
live.
Either way, like Superman can die through age, even if it takes like an excruciatingly long time. A Cybertronian, as long as energon flows and the planet that, depending on which time you are in,
But the planet
has
gets
an infinite amount of energon.
the planet gets destroyed
keeps
no
him
matter.
alive.
In every single story, Cybertron gets destroyed.
True, but
There
still,
isn't
like,
a
as
single
long as
story where that's not the case. So I don't think
that is
that's
true.
that's like a good point.
Yes, you're right. But
Yeah.
either way, like
But in Prime, they do,
the Cybertrons live a long time.
With Energon. If
Even without Energon, in the Bayverse movies, there's a bunch of them that have been around longer than the humans.
is that the
entire
second time that you
existence
brought
has
up the
been.
Bayverse movies?
No.
Is that Nano?
Third.
Is that freaking Nano?
No.
That was Nano.
No. Okay, but I'm telling that is a fact. The Bayverse movie, which is the first time I'm talking
Goddamn.
about the Bayverse movie specifically. They are able. There are multiple like old Cybertronians that have been around longer than the fucking like all of human history. Like Bumblebee has
Yes,
been around since
while
World War II.
Cybertron existed.
No, Cybertron was already fallen.
No.
Yeah.
Well, okay, look, I said that somehow they're still alive despite the fact that Cybertron, and everybody disagreed with me by saying that they need Energon or they'll die. So, is my initial point correct, and everyone who disagreed with me was wrong, or are y'all fucking jumping ship onto my side now that I'm on the other side? Like, make up your mind.
Energon is used to keep them immortal. Otherwise, if they don't have it, they stay alive. It's not as dependent in a sense like, oh, if they don't have Energon for more than a second, they'll fucking keel over. No, they'll just age normally, and since they're machines, they age.
I didn't say they would keel over. I never said that. My initial thought was that they did not need Energon to live.
In a sense, yeah. You're right, and then basically
because the whole idea of the series wouldn't make sense if that was the case. Because Cybertron blew up. If it blew up, that was the source of Energon. That means Energon at bare minimum has to be scarce at this point. So they should all be dead or dying, but they're not.
The only other argument I can see why they're not dead, even if they need it, is because they can use other energy sources. That's why Megatron went to Earth, is because he wanted a new energy source, and I think it was going to help keep them alive. But even then, if they don't have that energy, they can just stay alive for just normally. Like they just kind of age.
They just kind of age.
It's not like
okay.
It's not like a necessity.
Whoever that is, that's like the fourth time you've asked if you can say something. Please stop. Just ask. Like it just breaks up the fucking conversation. Just say what you want to say.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
Just go
what I
ahead.
was gonna say was, Cybertron blew up in 1984.
So
Do you mean like, okay?
Yeah.
I think he's saying. I think what he said. Well, first off, do we know it blew up in 1984? Just because the show came out in 1984? Like, how long were they traveling through space before they found Earth? Probably pretty long.
I don't think we know a whole lot about like Cybertron, but actually,
okay, is there? Okay, well, listen.
No,
this is super. Stop. This is super easy. Do we know? Anyone can Google it right now. Do we know if whether or not Cybertronians need Energon to survive? If the answer is no, then just fucking Google it. Like, just Google it. Like, it's a super simple thing. Like, we're sitting here like theorizing, but it sounds like it's something that they likely already have an answer to.
No, all right, let me do.
I've never thought that they needed an energon to live. They do say in like stories like Transformers 1.
Yes, they need it to survive, is what the Google says.
Okay, what does it say? How it works? Does it give a more specific
It's
answer?
as a fuel, life source, food, and blood. Like food, it's food.
So how the fuck do they get it? How the fuck do they get it in the show when they're on Earth?
On Earth.
I don't know. I think
It's
that's
on
just
Earth.
lazy writing.
In Prime, it's just kind of
No,
there.
it's on Earth.
finding
They
it.
say in the show it's on Earth.
I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of like continuities of Transformers where there is just energon kind of scarcely laid around in different planets. Earth
I don't
being
even
one
know
of them.
where it comes from, so I'm just gonna search that up real quick.
It came from the
It
planet.
came from Cybertron.
All of Cybertron is what produced energon.
Okay, I'm going to put. I am going to put it in high C. I'm going to put them in high C because I think it's pretty damn. No, you know what? I'm going to put them in. I'm going to put them in low C because I think it's very devastating that they have one source that they need to survive, and that basically means that if Cybertron's destroyed, no matter what, their life's on a timer, and they will be forced to constantly go and find the source of this energy, no matter what.
Yeah, but that's like saying that's like saying every living organism has
No,
a
because
timer.
because we can eat anything. They can only eat one thing that's rare in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, I go
It does
out
show up. It does
just
show
take
up
a
on more than
breath
one.
and start showing.
Yeah, but it
It's-
also
it's
does
still
show up on other planets, but it's really scarce from what I read. Like there are some deposits that naturally occurred on Earth, but it's just way fewer.
Yeah,
than
that's not
what
good.
Predator had.
Like if a predator shows up on Earth, it could still eat all the same animals and shit that we eat. It doesn't have to worry like I mean, it would suck if the predator showed up on Earth and it can only eat, fucking diamonds or something. It's like shit. It's like they're
Okay.
just something that's
I
less
just found-
rare.
With this
or
other
more rare.
Google, I just found that they can use other energy sources. They don't they can use other energy sources
To live?
Yeah.
What does it
Like,
say?
yeah,
I didn't buy that. Yeah. That was a very unsure. Yeah. What does it say exactly?
Yes, Cybertronians can use other energy sources to survive.
Did you just look that shit
Although
up on
their
AI?
energon-
Did you just look up that shit on AI?
No.
Why does it say yes? Like it's answering your question like an AI.
Tribute?
That's AI on Google, isn't it?
Is this the Google AI?
You're using the Google AI.
Don't fucking trust Gemini. It's stupid. Told him to
that's-
make glue pizza.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's he's saying it's saying it low
But
C.
either way, they can because otherwise Megatron wouldn't have gone out
Also-
to look for
also,
other energy sources to survive.
Nano, you are a liar, sir. You lie
are a
way
dirty
too
liar.
way too often. You lied about using the Google AI. You lied when you said it wasn't you when I said it was you. Like you lying a lot, man. I'm watching you, man. I'm looking.
No, but I'm serious. Megatron wouldn't have looked for other energy sources, especially on
That doesn't
Earth.
confirm
If he
anything.
would have looked for
That
anything to
doesn't confirm-
survive.
Hold on, it does make sense
That
though.
doesn't
If it's
confirm
just an
anything.
energy source, you could theoretically replace it with anything. It would just be less efficient.
Is that
Yeah.
Da-
And
is that
they're
Dan?
cars, for Christ's sakes. They can use diesel. It wouldn't
See,
make them.
God
it
damn
would probably be
it.
weaker.
That's founding. I thought that was Dan. It sounds That's I bet you the same
This is like the
fucking
fourth
person.
time I've
Dude,
been told I sound like
you
Dan.
sound just like Dan.
You sound like Dan.
I'm messaging Dan right now because I told him that there's another Canadian here and he sounds exactly like him, and I'm like, I feel like you're the same person, and he's like, I've never met any other Canadian on this server, and I'm like, y'all are the same fucking person. This is bullshit. 'Cause
I talk to Dan all the time in Alden streams. He can shut the fuck up.
y'all sound identical.
You do sound super sim. I hear the difference, but I get why they're saying you sound like Dan. That is uncanny as shit.
It sounds like
Yeah,
and they're both Canadians. It's like a Canadian thing. I don't know what it is. All right, come to the stream, Canadian. With
Come to the stream, Canadian.
your
That sounds like a warning. Come to the stream.
voice
Canadian.
is
Come to the
here,
stream.
and
There's a Canadian. Come to the Canadian. There's a stream.
Come
fucking
Canadian out of here.
weird. There we go. There we go.
Go get the
So
Canadian outta
surreal
here.
with founding sounding like Dan.
It would be, yeah, like I thought that was Dan that showed up. I looked at the thing because I specifically thought Dan dropped in, and I was like, where's his picture? And then he started talking, it was founding, and I'm like, that's not fucking Dan. It sounds exactly like Dan. That's crazy. I feel like Dan just made two because I don't think I've ever seen both of you talking at the same time or in the same chat either. So I'm sold that this is just the same person. Like Doug is saying that he can hear a difference, that y'all are two like, oh, I can hear the difference, but I can see how that. No, bitch, that's the same fucking voice. Like I don't hear any difference whatsoever.
I mean, people did tell me that you didn't sound like Chewbacca earlier when I heard that, so maybe I'm hearing something different.
I know I didn't sound like Chewbacca. I don't know what the fuck you were thinking you heard. You thought that you thought my sounded like a fucking predator. That's not a predator.
I said that sounded like a Chewbacca, and it was your predator impression.
Trying to get.
All right.
Sounds like a predator trying to get a predator off of him.
It's like raped? Is that a rape? Was that a rape? You're saying I was being raped by a predator? Well, what do you mean get off of him? Like that's rape. That's the reference. Yeah, I get it. I see what you're putting down. I understand. Okay, now that's a very specific. You sound like you turned into a predator and then got raped by another predator. That's a very specific sound. Okay. All right. So this is gonna be the last one if we don't start getting super chats, and we're gonna talk about the Evolve monsters. Who remembers anything about Evolve whatsoever?
I only know what you said. So.
What's Evolve?
It's a game.
How do you evolve again? I don't know.
Wait, Ark Survival evolved?
Rare candies?
Jesus, no. The game of
Evolve.
It's just Evolve. EVOL.
Okay.
Oh, you know what I realized?
So
I did not. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of late to be doing this, but I never put the fucking Discord link in the goddamn stream.
I'm so disappointed.
Why would you want to be one of those things?
Wait, what? What?
Why would you ever want to be one of those things?
Be one of what things? The monsters?
The Evolve monsters. I just searched it up.
Slavic creature border hopper.
Why would you not want to be an Evolved monster?
I mean, I don't think they were.
I feel like if I want to require
Are you controlled? Are you controlled?
What kind of
Aren't
society
the
would they
monsters
have?
Controlled?
No, not necessarily. We're not 100%. Well, that's true. We're not 100% sure. Like we know they went down there for a purpose, but we don't know. We don't know if there's like directly controlled or they're just sent by another alien race.
Okay.
We don't
Either
know.
way, being one of those monsters, it's not really a whole lot to talk about. You just kind of become a monster.
Maybe there's
and
nothing
go
to
kill
talk
people.
about. There's a ton to talk
Okay,
about. I made whole videos, like fucking 40-minute long videos talking about the monsters from Evolve. Of course there's stuff to talk about.
Okay. I see what you mean. But like, what would you do as one? Go kill people in a different way? Like,
They're a constantly they are a constantly evolving species. There are constantly evolving species of planetary conquerors that like evolve at insane. I mean, I just said evolving species, but they evolve at insane rates in vastly different ways. So you can get like one monster that has a completely different look and power set than another one, despite the fact that they are both the same species. They don't even seem to be the same species. If you get the evolved monster DNA inside of another person, that DNA will take over their body and become its own monster, completely different, with a totally different will from the person who was originally there. Yeah, it's just you would basically just be a giant, constantly evolving and conquering monster being.
But I want to fuck humanoid people. So
I mean,
if that's the case, then you also wouldn't want to be the fucking Cybertronians or the Thing or any of the other stuff. There's a lot of stuff that we're gonna be putting on this list that don't normally.
The Thing, you can at least pretend to be human. And
no, the Thing don't. There's no evidence of that. The Thing assimilates anything it touches. What are you gonna do? Fuck yourself?
Why not?
It's better than a monster.
You could make the organs.
We don't actually know if the monsters from Evolve are not capable of reproduction. We don't know that.
I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't want to fuck anything that looks like it. So
Wraith is boo. I don't know what you're talking about. Wraith is boo. Like
you should have zoomed in on it, man.
Okay, fuck it. Let's do it. No, we'll do it. Nope, we're continuing this. We're doing it. You don't understand, man. Wraith is boo. She's the finest bitch in this list. Hold up. Evolve monster. No, this is a weird thing that I've had with this character since I was a child. I was like, why is this character so oddly sexy? Like it's all I've never understood it. Like okay, let me see. Open image, a new tab. Okay, are people?
So is it kind of like the? Is it
Okay.
kind of like the Xenomorph Queen?
Okay, who is looking at?
What?
Whoa, what?
Okay,
Looking at it. and
look at this
you by
area
yourself on
right
that
here.
one, bro.
No, look at this area. Look at that. Why does it look like that? Like that's not supposed to be on a monster, right? Why does it look like that? It's weird.
That's gross.
How is that? That's what a woman looks like. How is that gross? You might be gay. I'm just saying. You might be gay.
That ain't gay.
That's
So we can
that's
see the whole figure.
that's hip.
That
No,
does not look like a woman. Bro.
That's hips.
It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so wrinkly.
That's hips. That's thighs. That's
so bad
that's
if it was like
that's an
that.
hourglass. That's an hourglass figure. You know, that's abs.
Yeah, but it looks like a raisin you put in a fucking deep fryer.
Where are you seeing raisin? Where's the wrinkliness? It's a blurry.
What do you mean, where's the wrinkliness?
There's no wrinkliness. It's a blurry image, but there's no wrinkliness. This is not a wrinkly character.
You can see the gray skin.
It has smooth.
Moves,
It has
bro.
smooth skin. I just feel like I got a bunch of gays in this. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I
No,
see
I
what you're
think
saying.
you have. I think you have a problem, man.
No, this
Yeah,
is
crazy
no.
gets it bottom half.
This is very clearly like. No, this is very clearly that is. I don't know what they gave it.
I'm not into getting pegged by tentacles, alright?
You're not getting pegged. It's not. That is a woman's
You're
hip.
not escaping the allegations.
Isn't it
that
like
come
3 times our size?
Huh? Yeah, but I'm not saying as a human. I'm saying you'll be an evolved monster. She'll be an
And
evolved
then
monster.
it's phase 2.
It's an option.
You know what?
Damn.
If it's my
Yeah.
okay, if it's my only option, it's not a bad pick.
It's not. It's not. No, see, it's not a bad pick at all. It's fine. It's good. Like she's Boo. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's a.
What
That
about
is.
the flaws?
I see a woman. Who gives a shit? What does it matter? That's not important. You're not fucking the claws.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be. I don't want to be having sex with someone and then get my back cut up.
Bro, you
from
realize
an
you're going to
episode.
be an evolved monster as
If
well?
anything like an actual octopus, wouldn't that
Yeah, but like, ew.
actual whole thing have like teeth on it and shit?
Huh?
That's the mouth you're thinking
If
of,
I
you
was-
dingus.
Dude, just look at
If I was
just
a cow, I would
just
want to Isekaied
just
game.
look at the stream, okay? If I can't zoom in anymore, but if I zoomed in and you like couldn't see the top half, that is a woman's thighs, that's a woman's ass, that's a woman's vagina, that's a woman's stomach, that's a woman. She's got the hour. I don't know why they designed a monster to look like this. Okay, but they did, and I always thought it was weird when I saw this monster be picked and stuff. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, why does it? Even as a kid, when I was playing this game when it released, I was like, why does that look so like womanly? It's weird. It's really
Why so
weird.
much ass?
It has a lot of. She has a lot of.
No.
No, obviously I'm not, because there's multiple people who have agreed that is the case. Nano just said that was the case. Of, like y'all are not accept. Like y'all know, y'all just don't want to be weird. But it's obvious. Like you guys know. You know, we all know, everyone knows. You're rejecting your own feelings and your truth. You're not living your truth, and that's fine. Maybe one day.
I mean, I'm weird. I'm weird.
I'm seeing it. I am agreeing.
Yeah, right.
At least I can just fuck myself, and it looks like I can make it look like Megan Thee Stallion.
Imagine it's the monster being assed up. There you go.
I can make it look like Megan Thee Stallion or something, bro.
It is. She's got hips, dude. She's got hips, and you know what? And I'm not saying that. You know. I'm not saying that like I got her and Wonder Woman next to each other and I'm gonna choose her. But I'm like, if I'm a giant fucking monster, I'm like, hey girl, what you doing? How you doing, bro? Like, you want to go out? You want to go out?
It's the best pick of the species.
As a disgusting monster.
Well, we haven't seen all the species. Out of all the species, we only have 2 females, and the other one's a fucking spider. Which that's not fair. Spiders are never.
No, I mean the evolved species. It's the best one out of that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Out of the evolved species, I'm talking about the evolved species. They're mostly dudes. And you know what? I would not be shocked if someone told me that they found the Goliath sexy. It's a dude, okay? But you know what? I'm not like.
Were the gay ones?
Like if
were the ones who are gay?
No, like if it's I'm not saying.
And everyone finds everything hot.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying like, look, like if you go over, okay, open image, a new tab, boop, you go over, you find Goliath. That's a ripped dude. You know, I could see how a chick would see him and be like, you know what, he's kind of.
Have you seen the cover to women's smut
looks like a
books?
fusion.
He's kind of sexy, you know.
It looks like a fusion of Marvel Rivals
Look how
Furon in Godzilla.
Look how masculine that is. Look at that
Hold on,
neck.
Did a man just say, "Have you seen the cover to woman's smut books?" Brother,
I have
how
never.
do you know? Are you
Don't-
looking at those?
I don't know. I don't know, Dan.
Oh.
Look at that neck.
What, you walk by
Look at that. Look at that
store.
thick. Look at that thick neck. Look at that. That is that. Come on, you're not gonna. I don't. Y'all are denying yourselves. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Y'all are
Hang
denying
on,
yourselves.
the ultimate
Organic?
measure of beauty, the thickness
It
of
looks
the
like an
neck.
organic version.
Yeah, for a woman, if I could see a woman looking at Goliath and be like, that is a ripped dude with a thick muscular neck. You know, he's got, you know, I feel like he could protect me from the storms. You know, like pick me up and carry me across the threshold into our new white picket fenced home. I could see it. And you know what? I could see Wraith, you know, welcoming me home after a hard day's work, being like, "Hi, honey, I got some apple pie on the windowsill." But I'm like, "Oh, hey, baby, let's get it." You know what? Y'all are just haters. I don't know what to tell you. We'll move on. Of course they do. Of course they see it too. They're just lying to themselves and us. I don't.
No, I don't.
I don't appreciate the lies. Okay.
I don't appreciate you not being cultured.
So yeah, no, not at all. You guys are awful. You guys are y'all fuck the cat people, okay, from the Navi.
I would smash the Queen Xenomorph.
But you're hating.
But
you're hating the Wraith. Like I don't see it. All right.
Queen Xenomorph's a stick.
Okay. Now, for the evolved monsters, I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't see how you could say like I want to be the Thing. And Thing's a really good pick, but then the evolved monster's just shitty.
The thing, you look like a human, you can be superhuman. Like you get all the like benefits of being a superhuman being, and you look like a human.
So
you don't have the monsters look a lot cooler than humans.
But that doesn't. Well, that's stupid because
it's a thing. You saw they can transform. If you want to look like a cool, awesome monster, you can transform yourself into a cool, awesome monster.
But that argument doesn't work here because out of all of the aliens that we've put on so far, only 2 of them look human. And the Thing is even arguable if it does. It generally doesn't. But out of the 2, only Superman is the only genuine human-looking character on this list, and you guys none of y'all have brought up that being a human.
What about?
No, being an Avatar.
No, the Avatar is a fucking giant blue cat person. You had the Predator had. Predator looks like the Predator. Cybertronian, no, it doesn't. The Predator looks like it has a Predator's fucking mandible face. You know, Cybertronians are robots. The Elite look fucking weird. All of you guys were perfectly okay with the way they looked. Now all of a sudden with the
who's guys? I just hopped in here.
Guys, multiple people. That's what we're talking about. Multiple. So wait, are you the only person who's having an issue with the fact that they look like that?
I don't know, bro.
The fact that they look like Ghostface.
People are saying about the monster looking sexy and shit, but I don't agree with you on that.
Yeah, you do. You're just lying. It's fine. So we got the evolved monster. I mean, I think it's obvious because Wraith, you know, banging Wraith all day. That's a S, right? Anyone just like any of these homos disagree?
I would say like up there.
Oh,
Next question.
That's at least an F.
That's at least and we don't even have an F on this list. See, you can't even fucking.
We have
count.
Add one to it. Add one to it.
All right, but seriously though, I don't think this is a bad one. I mean, the fact that you're a constantly evolving life form that can just keep shifting into whatever direction you want, and I mean the direction you want, like.
How many of you is there?
What's up?
How many monsters do you reckon there actually is though?
We don't know.
Like how hard would it be?
We don't know. I mean, we know that they fight a lot. Like it's more than Cybertrons. It's more than Kryptonians. Because in the game you're at a constant war with them. Like it's like that you constantly have to keep fighting them over and over and over again. And they all evolve in different directions, so they all look totally different and they become giant beasts. They evolve unbelievably fast. Once they get down to the planet, you have to kill them in like minutes because of how quickly they evolve. Like if you let them go for too long, they become so strong that you can't even deal with them anymore. And the only thing I'm going to say is that you're mostly going to be stuck to a planet. Like you could travel to a planet and be launched there, and then you grow. But I don't think they could like build a ship and fly to different places. That's a pretty big negative. That'll be a pretty big negative. But I would say like if you're like as far as people who are, you could put one evolved monster on a lot of alien worlds and completely dominate the entire planet in a very short amount of time.
Wait. Okay, so there's been. You go. So like, the evolved monsters, if they get evolved in any way, then
I can't understand you at all, man. You got to get closer to the mic or something.
All right, hold on. Pause on this.
Does anyone understand what he's saying?
I don't know.
No.
I'm just gonna add something myself. You can make Wraith evolve to be even sexier.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait,
that's true.
I showed a picture of
Yes,
Mommy
thank you,
Rouga.
this.
That's true. It's you can make it a little It's like, this is good. Y'all hate
Just
me.
keeps getting better and better.
Just keeps better and better. Right.
So can I
They're being
wait,
one
so can I show a picture of Makima from Chainsaw Man?
Why?
What?
We all know what Makima looks like.
Nah. Also, what I was going to say is that if you're an evolved monster and you can evolve any way you want, what if I want to evolve more intelligently? Now I can build a spaceship, or what if I want to evolve to be able to go into space?
Well, the evolved monsters are already highly intelligent. We just don't know if they're capable of building a ship. We've never seen it happen. They might. I mean, we know they can get to.
You would have to think that they could, like.
I mean,
because
possibly.
Smart.
But they're also massive, so like you'd have to build a really fucking big ship.
I mean, they could just evolve to be a bit smaller during space travel and then rebulk.
None of them do. They all evolve to be bigger.
Just evolve to be able to go into space. Like, what if Goliath grew wings and stuff and just kind of went into space?
You can't fly in space with wings.
Yeah. What if?
I meant that like theoretically, like if you evolve, you could evolve.
Theoretically, you can't fly in space with wings.
I know.
Fuck it, just
evolve
to fucking in space, bro.
What if you evolve to be like Superman? You could just kind of like float.
There would have to be evidence that they're capable of evolving in that way.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess is able to like interact with the mind or something.
Guys, okay, I gotta mute somebody. Who's getting muted? Who am I picking? Which one of you guys is getting muted? I told y'all if y'all kept fucking talking over each other, I'm gonna mute somebody. I don't know. I'll let y'all vote. Who should get muted, guys? I don't want to
Put a vote in the comments.
Put a vote in the comments. Who's getting muted? Who's the guy with? Who's the guy with?
I vote Dan.
Who's the guy? Dan?
Dan's not even here.
All right. Okay. Bye, Dan. You're getting muted. No, I'm kidding. That'd be fucked up. Okay. Okay. This is the since we're not getting a whole lot of chats. This is probably the end of the stream. I'm not gonna mute anybody. But yeah, stop it. I'm not kidding. I've had to tell y'all like 6 times to stop talking over each other. Okay. But yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Okay. So you, Austin wants me to mute myself. That's not happening. Okay. So the oh, this is a hard one because you're a lot of it is going to be theoretical. We've never seen them build a spaceship, so they're probably stuck to a planet. But the potential for them becoming stronger than basically all of these beings is super, super high. I mean, given enough time, they could possibly even become stronger than Kryptonians and even the Thing. You might even be able to evolve past things like the Thing affecting you, because the stuff that they're capable of evolving into is like very, very large variety of shit. I mean, the Wraith literally evolves to have teleportation. Like, how the fuck do you evolve teleportation into your biology? You know what I mean? So it's pretty good. I mean, I guess you have weirdos who think it's like not cool to be big, awesome monster guy, like the one dude.
Weirdo.
So
I don't
big
say
and
that.
awesome
I just
monster
don't
girlfriend.
with your big ass monster
If you're
girlfriend.
a giant Goliath monster, your best option is just your other big Goliath girlfriend monster. Like,
yeah,
And they can reproduce.
Huh?
Yeah.
We don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, what if they just reproduce asexually?
Nano.
They just
I mean,
kinda...
they could just evolve to reproduce.
I just gave you shit about.
true.
I just gave you shit about lying, and then you fucking lied again by saying yes to a question you had no idea if it was true. You just fucking said yes.
I know that's true because they can evolve to have that.
They can just evolve to
You
become
try
humans.
to fucking shimmy out. You just lied. You know you just
He
lied.
just fucking took my answer. That's it.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, that's
but
true.
I figured that would be the case.
That's lying
I
and
figured that would be the
plagiarism.
case.
That's lying and plagiarism.
No.
I mean, they
I'm
could just
suing
pull.
you for
that would be
copyright
the case.
infringement.
I mean, they could just pull a
Great
Galactus.
Dan.
Thank you. Nah, you don't need to know. I love your videos, Rouga. Thank you. You're probably not gonna get the next one till like Tuesday though. It's gonna be a while.
Mariva.
We got a bit. Mute Nano. That's reasonable. It's reasonable. Lying.
Reasonable. Yeah.
Plagiarist.
Everyone in favor, say aye.
Lying plagiarist.
Aye.
I'm not mute. I'm
Aye.
not. We're too close to the end of the stream for me to mute. Like I said, this is. I don't know what's going on, dude. The last couple of weeks have been so slow. Like it's been so the streams used to do like really really well, and now they're just like I don't know what happened. It's only been like the last 3 weeks, but man, I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna start ending them if we don't if they don't get more active more often. I'm just gonna start ending them very quickly. Like it's gonna get to a point where they're only gonna be like an hour or two if stuff doesn't pick up. No, I mean I still do it every Saturday, but it's just well, it's like it used to when I first started doing the streams, I would do them for like 8 hours no matter what, and then some streams I would make like $30 or like $50 in 8 hours. I'm like, the fuck would I do all that for, So then I started making a rules where I'll go as long as the super chats were going on, and when I did that, then the super chats got a lot more and it was better. And, I make a couple $100 every night. Everything was good. But and that went on for months and everything was awesome. But the last 3 weeks have been super slow, and I've been ending them a lot quicker. But I've been a lot more lenient than I probably should be. Because like let me see how long is this stream been going on? This stream is almost 4 hours, and I made $50. And YouTube takes a third of that. So
not even minimum wage.
And then what I end up getting gets taxed afterwards. And I get taxed, and I don't get taxed 15% like you guys do. I get taxed 30% because I'm considered an entrepreneur. So 60% of that I'm gonna lose. So that $50 is gonna turn to like $20 over the last 4 hours, and it's like,
congratulations.
Why am I?
$20.
It's like why it's like $20-something. So it's like why am I even doing this? So. I have to I like doing this, and I like streaming with you guys, and I like talking to the stream chat and interacting and stuff. But at the end of the day, this is my job, and I do have to get paid doing it. And if it's super slow and stuff, I just I have to do I could be like editing my next video or something instead of doing this, or I could be chilling because it's fucking Sunday evening and it's like I have a week that is it Saturday? It's Saturday, right? Saturday. Yeah. Okay, so I could be chilling on my Saturday night, and then just kind of enjoying my weekend. I don't, So it is what it is. I'll just at some point I'm hoping that it stabilizes. I don't need to make fucking $1,000 every stream. I just just enough to just make it, and we could go on, stay up for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours once a week. Everything's cool. It just hasn't quite gotten to that point yet. It's kind of iffy, Some weeks I get really good, and some weeks it's like whatever. So I'll probably start. I'll just I'll be more lenient. I'll be less lenient about that, and just end the streams if shit's not going the way that that it's worth it doing this. Anyway, so where do we have we like kind of pseudo settled on where it would go? Because it sounds like some people are saying it'd be kind of cool, and then other people are being like this would be like the worst shit ever.
Other people just don't understand the concept of infinite evolution.
Yeah, I mean, infinite evolution is cool. They're like it's not only infinite evolution; it's infinite evolution that's like really, really powerful, like fast evolution. Like it's really, really fast evolution. So
you can just evolve to consume planets too.
We've never seen that. Maybe I don't know if I want to be a planet-sized creature. Like that's like.
Where am I gonna find some planet-sized pussy?
I mean, I don't know.
Galactus has a daughter. To be fair.
Damn, I guess I'm becoming planet-sized.
Galactus has a daughter?
Yeah, I forgot her name, but she looks like a female version of him.
I think it's Galacta.
Oh, is it from like Marvel Rivals or something?
No, it's canon. It's in the comics. And she's got
the only reason why she exists is because of a stomach parasite that grew out of Galactus.
Yeah, I got a picture. I got a picture.
Out there.
Yeah, here's a picture of her.
Galacta actually has one of her own. She actually has her own stomach parasite.
Yeah,
it's gonna become a baby.
I put up a picture of her on the thing, but yeah, she's she can get it, but she's huge.
Probably.
She's huge like her dad. She's like a fucking larger than a planet.
Which is funny because the whole stomach parasite is the reason why they eat planets.
That would be crazy if an evolved monster evolved to the point that he was larger than a planet and it started like rivaling that of say like the Brethren moons and you couldn't even deal with like normal alien threats anymore. You could only deal with like cosmic level entities because you just became so big with the evolution because nothing stopped you. Like that would be a very different existence. That would be crazy. That would be a crazy level of existence, But it would be interesting. Like, has anyone ever thought about what it would be like to be living, like, actually be one of those things? No one ever thinks about that. Like people
I feel
think
like it'd be boring as fuck. There
I
are
don't
so
know.
few of
Boring
you.
as hell.
Not necessarily. Well, no, because in a lot of times with these types of universes, in an infinite sized universe or an infinite sized multiverse, there's an infinite number of people like you. You know, you're not like
you're right.
it would just
You're
be
right.
it would just be a matter of finding them.
Theoretical, yeah, but again, you have to search infinity to find. It's no guarantee.
Not necessarily. Well, not necessarily. Well, I mean, it depends. It depends on the universe. Like Galactus actually shows up a lot. Like it's kind of hard not to run into Galactus at some point. Like everyone in Marvel has run into Galactus at least once, you know. And then the Brethren Moons are a threat to the entire galaxy. You know, it'd be interesting to be like a giant like creature like the size of a Brethren Moon and be like, what's it like talking to one of those things? Hey, how are you doing? It's like, what's your whole deal? It's like, oh yeah, we bring dead bodies back to life to take over place. Like that's crazy, bro. I was a giant dude with flame breath, and now I'm like a god level being that just swallows planets. So like it was like, oh heck yeah, can you not swallow this planet because I need to kill it and then take it? It was like, yeah, no man, that one's yours, totally. And it's like just two god level beings chilling out in space, just like, you know. And then I mean maybe the Brother Moon will want to kill you because you're like you would make like a beastly ass necromorph, but then like your evolution powers might stop that from happening. And I don't know. It would be interesting. It would be an interesting existence. Not necessarily. I mean, you could say boring. Even if you want to say like, oh, it would be kind of boring. Would it though? Because you would have the entire universe open to you. Like the shit that you would see and the stuff that you would experience would be stuff that you could never possibly even fathom in reality, like in our real world.
I mean, yeah,
it's not really.
But I do feel like it would get boring in one scenario. It's that usually things like that live for millions, if not billions, of years, and eventually you're just gonna be like, all right, yeah, I've kind of seen that before 1,000 times.
But no, you can't because with how big the universe is, you'll never see it all.
I've said multiple times the only way to enjoy a life like that is to not be alone.
So just evolve to create clones of yourself.
I guess so. Hey me, how you doing, other me?
Even in the time on art, if people see you,
evolve to see. This is one thing that I was really annoyed with the whole Evolve universe getting shut down and the servers getting canceled and all that kind of stuff. Because it's
fucking cool.
It's cool to see where it would have went if the story had continued. You know, what kind of crazy... Well, what were the beings that sent the evolved monsters there? What do those beings look like? What kind of cool evolutions could the evolved monsters actually come to? What were the evolved monsters' names? We still call them monsters because we never got the actual race name before the servers shut down. Like, there's so much shit that would be cool that I would have liked to see that we just never got to see. And that's super annoying. I want to
actually wait. I have something for the cloning point. Because the species evolves so quick, you would basically just have another, like within a few days, you just have an entirely new thing.
I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
If you make a clone of yourself and you all evolve at a rapid pace, within like a day, it's not even gonna be a clone of you. It's just gonna be its own thing.
Well, who said anything about cloning someone?
You get friends.
One of the guys in the fucking Discord. I don't remember who.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Why would you?
They were saying
he's talking. Okay, you're talking about like copying yourself, not literally cloning. Like you could split up into multiple people and put yourself there. Okay, yeah. Well, it would be like I could see you evolving some kind of ability where like you could split into different pieces, and then those pieces sort of like you almost like operate those pieces and live vicariously through that piece. You know, so you get like
kind of like the. Kind of like the Atlases from One Piece.
Atlases?
So like Megaton. Yeah, in Egghead, he has 6 different versions of himself.
I haven't read Egghead. I stopped. Oh shit, I'm about to sneeze. Sorry.
Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. I got through Wano and dropped the series because I got sick of it. But not through Wano. I was like at the beginning of Wano. No, yeah, I hated everything after the time skip, like straight. And then by the time I got to Wano, I was just so done with it. I was just sick of following it for like 12 years and not liking anything I had read since before the time skip. So I was just like, okay, I think 12 years is enough for me to give you chances to come back from me not hating you, and you haven't done it, so I'm done. And I moved on.
I still don't understand how you can hate everything that came after the time skip.
Okay, well, tell me what you like about it, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Let's see. He liked how Luffy went Gear 5. I mean Gear 4, not Gear 5.
Gear 4? Okay,
Gear
so
4. Yeah.
you realize that Dressrosa was like 116 chapters, and there's only like 3 standout moments that aren't even full chapters long. So it's like
I know that.
That's like
I've already
that's
said
less.
that I don't
there's
like
less than one.
Dressrosa's
There's
length.
less than 1% of Dressrosa that's actually something worth watching.
Okay, actually, hold on. Dressrosa is it's long, unnecessarily long, and I don't like that it's that long. But it's the actual arc itself
is bad.
Is actually kind of cool. What
It's
do you
not
mean bad?
It's not. What are name the cool parts? There's like 3 or 4.
When Luffy turned Gear 4.
He already said that.
Okay. Another one would be when Frankie fought the guy with the swimsuit fruit. I cannot remember his name.
Of course not. You can't remember
Couldn't have
anyone's
been that
name.
cool if you can't remember his name.
Senior. He's talking about Senior Pink. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
He's actually kind of fun.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah,
another one would be Okay. To be fair,
there's 116 chapters. You should be able to name. You should be able to name countless things with that many chapters. I can name more things that are cool more easily in fucking Arlong Park that was only 15 chapters than I can in Dressrosa. That's crazy.
I'll say 2 things here. Okay, so first
Half of those chapters
how
were
about
actually
the entirety of
sorry.
Sanji's arc in Whole Cake?
Shitty. What about it?
You learn more about Sanji.
So?
Are you one of those Sanji haters?
No, I don't hate Sanji.
I mean, people hate him because
you're telling me you didn't like Sanji's backstory.
The backstory where you found out about his dad and that he's a member of the Power Rangers.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fine, cool.
You didn't like it. You didn't like that.
No, I mean it was.
Why?
I mean, Whole Cake still.
What did you like about it?
I mean, Whole Cake still has a whole bunch
Well,
of better
first
moments.
off, it told me where Sanji came from in the first place.
We already
Second
knew where
off, he's
we
a
already
Power
knew where
Ranger.
we already knew where Sanji came from. That didn't add anything. I mean, it did add something. I'm not saying it didn't add anything, but we did know where Sanji came from. Now we just have more information. I mean, cool, I guess, but it didn't.
Either
it
way,
it
came
added
from the Power Rangers. He came from the Power Rangers. That's
He's
kind
not
of
even a Power
cool.
Ranger.
Second, he's not a Power Ranger himself, but he came from Power Rangers.
Do you realize
Second,
how much?
no.
Even if you want to count all, even if you want to count all of the Sanji stuff in the backstory, do you know how
He's a
much
genetically
of Whole
modified
Cake
human.
that actually is?
Yeah, it's not that long.
It's like nothing. Yeah, it's a couple issues, a couple chapters. No, the
The
vast.
entire assassination attempt against Big Mom.
I mean, shit. If you read Whole Cake, like the first 10, 15 chapters, they're just they're just walking around like freaking out at all the things that they see on Whole Cake, like with virtually nothing happening.
I just want to point this out. You would only really be saying that because it's so long.
Yeah, One Piece does have horrible
and there's a new show coming out.
No, if it was short,
the
no.
entirety of One Piece.
No, if it was
Egghead,
if it was 20 chapters and 10 of them were the first 10 of what Whole Cake was, I would still be saying that arc was terrible. I don't see how the length matters. The fact is that you're reading chapter after chapter after chapter after chapter after chapter of like nothing of substance happening. And then when they actually do finally have the things happen, they're super underwhelming, and they were not worth the wait. Like the Tanemato box, they showed the Tanemato box has been built up since Fishman Island, and there was this whole thing about Big Mom was getting sent the Tanemato box, and when she opens up the box, it's going to explode. It's going to cause a bunch of big problems with Luffy, and then. Arc after arc after arc came by. She never opened the box. She never even got the box, but they kept flashing back to it for some reason. And then eventually,
she got the box.
And then eventually, she does get the box. She doesn't open it, and then at the end of the arc, not even the end. It should be the end, but it's so drawn out. It ends up being like the middle end. Big Mom is about to kill Luffy. and he's about to die. It's all about to be over. And on the other side of the platform, the Tademato box falls off the edge of the platform because of a totally different fight involving two characters we don't care about. The box lands on the ground, explodes, which causes a distraction that allows Luffy to get away from being killed. Several arcs of build-up for this fucking box, and all it came down to was a completely irrelevant like side thing that turned into a Deus Ex Machina so that Luffy can yet again get away with some shit that he shouldn't have been able to get away with. Why did you build that up for several arcs?
If it weren't for you.
It's just like it's so
the characters
stupid.
you're talking about. Those two were important, but Stussy was the one who.
No, they weren't.
Stussy's important. She's a CP0 agent and was tasked to go collect that box for the government.
Okay, and
he's not a CP0 agent.
It's believed that the box was believed to have some type of invaluable treasure. That's why they went after it. That's like
okay. And what happened? Okay, and all that stuff you just said. What does that amount to?
Nano, have you watched Egghead at all?
That amounts to the box exploding and being a Deus Ex Machina.
The scene I'm talking about.
That it happens.
I'm just saying.
Well, let's not have two conversations at the same time.
I know. I remember hearing Stussy appearing in Egghead. I remember hearing Stussy appears in Egghead, but I don't know how that's relevant right now.
He hasn't gotten.
You are an Egghead.
He hasn't stop. He hasn't stop attacking him. He hasn't gotten to Egghead yet. So no, he hasn't gotten to Egghead. But the point that he's making, the point that I'm making, the point you're making is not going against the point that I'm making. You're saying that she's a part of CP0 and that she needs to get the box because the box has something invaluable into it. Okay, I'm saying that none of that amounts to anything and none of it matters, which is true because when she finally gets to the box, the only thing that happens, it explodes. We never find out what's inside of it. We never see how the government's reaction to the thing exploding. We never see Stussy again. And the fucking box explodes and is just acted as a Deus Ex Machina to save Luffy. That entire storyline that you just said amounted to nothing. That's my point. It's not important. None of those characters are important. Like none of it. Like all of these arcs are constantly introducing more and more characters that have no purpose in the story. They don't do anything. Like all of those characters that were introduced in the
box thing.
All those characters that were introduced in the Colosseum are not important. They don't do anything. No, they're not. How?
Okay, the whole Grand Fleet, the whole Luffy Grand Fleet, bro. The Straw Hat. Almost everyone in that Colosseum became part of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet.
Okay, what have they done?
They saved Shirahoshi.
No, they haven't done anything since Dressrosa. They've done nothing. They haven't even been.
They declared war on Shank's crew.
Okay, and what does that amount to?
They're also there just when Luffy needs them. They'll show up when Luffy needs them. I wouldn't be doubtful that at the end
they were
of the
supposed
story,
to show up on Wano.
Fight.
There's actually a reference at the end that they're going to show up and help them on Wano. They never show up.
I don't remember that ever being said in Dressrosa. In fact,
I didn't say it was said in Dressrosa.
Where was it said?
I don't remember. But there's a line in one of the narrations that says that this will amount to some major event later on Dressrosa, on the Kingdom of Samurai or something like that. It happens. I think it happens between the Dressrosa arc and the Whole Cake or something. There's a line that says that.
I've already watched through. I've already watched.
Oh, you watched?
Those. Not once has it ever been.
Okay, so you don't read the manga.
Okay,
well you don't read the manga. That's why. That's a totally different thing. There's a bunch of shit missing from the anime from the manga. It's not a one for one. But that's
Okay, fair enough, but still.
But yeah,
I think we got a bit off topic.
What's up?
I think we got a bit off topic.
I don't care. That's what this stream does. Like that stream's always.
You must be new here.
Yeah, like that's the second time someone said we've been off topic. We get off topic all the time. It happens constantly. It's fine. Yeah. Let us get off topic. It's okay. No, but the whole of Dressrosa, the Tantatas don't amount to anything. None of the people who join Luffy ever do anything after that specific arc. Like nothing. No, they constantly. Kyros never does anything. Rebecca never does anything. We had tons and tons of chapters that were devoted to them and their backstory. They're not important anymore. They never will be, to be honest with you, because none of the characters that Luffy ever runs into and become important characters for one storyline ever come back. Like this is a constant thing. Like there's so many there is constant build up for things that don't happen and don't amount to anything. Luffy gets away with literally everything. He has some of the thickest plot armor I've ever seen. He's never called out for any of his bullshit or any time that he puts people in danger or does something stupid that gets people killed. He literally gets a dude killed in Whole Cake and no one calls him out for it. It's his fault. The fucking lion dude, not Peckham's, the other one who kills himself to buy time for the Straw Hats to escape. The only reason why he died is because Luffy decided to fight Katakuri. Like, he could have left, but he said, no, I'm going to stay here and fight you. And his entire crew had to fight against an entire army, including Big Mom, waiting for him, and they could not leave until he got there. And he's like, no, I trust them. They could survive, and I'm going to keep them waiting, fighting a whole army while I just have fun fighting you for a little bit because I need to be stronger. And then the fucking lion has to kill himself in order to help them, buy them some time. And then finally Luffy gets there, and nobody calls out Luffy and been like, you know that while you were over there fighting Katakuri, we lost a guy, like a dude straight up died. And you're just like, it doesn't, like, no one addresses this at all. And this happens all the time. Things just work out for Luffy. And with the Tadamato box, this is another example of things just working out. Fate just align. The stars just align in the proper way to allow Luffy to just get away with shit that he shouldn't get away with. He can't make bad decisions. It's literally not possible for him to make bad decisions.
If you want to say that, then what happened in Logtown? The stars aligned there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But the difference is that writing a story is you're building an illusion, right? You're building an illusion of all characters have plot armor, all of them, every single one. But the idea is to write the story in a way that doesn't make it feel like the characters have plot armor. Like that's the whole. You're trying to trick the audience. That's what writing a story is, and to a certain extent, Oda was good at tricking us, at least for a little bit. I think that the whole lightning thing in Logtown with him getting hit by a lightning, the reason why we let it slide is because we didn't know who this dragon guy was. We didn't know anything about him. Oh, what's this all about? What's going on? He shot the lightning. Oh, okay, like maybe they'll build up on this. When that lightning did hit, the moment that lightning hit, I guarantee you everyone who watched that moment was like, bullshit. And then when they introduced Dragon, they're like, oh, okay, so there's like a reason for it. Let's see them explain this. The problem is that as the series goes on and it happens again and again and again and again and again, I don't know about most people. I can't speak for most people. I would actually argue that most people have kind of seen through the illusion because the show has lost more than I think it was like 60 or 70% of its audience over the years. Like at its height, it was selling 30 million copies a year, and now it's down to like 6 million copies a year. Like the vast majority of its audience have left. Now that might be because it's just a long series and people just have shit to do and they just drop off. But I honestly, it happened after the time skip. And I think that's because there was a massive quality drop after the time skip. The illusion is gone. You can't have the series run this long and keep doing the same shit of characters getting away with this shit and no real consequences ever happening and introducing characters that don't matter and having weird Deus Ex Machina come out of nowhere to save things and have things happen that don't make sense and everyone just be okay with it. Like the people who are still reading One Piece are super, 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 super gung-ho in love with it. But I mean, there's a reason why the majority of their audience has left. Like, there's a reason why there's only 6 million sales and there used to be 30 million. Like, that's not just me making shit up. There's clearly people that have issues with the show. I'm one of them. I did not like a single arc after the time skip, and I kept giving it chance after chance after chance because I used to really like the show. And then, manga because I read it. And then when we hit Wano, I was like a third of the way through Wano, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about anything that's happening. I don't care about any of these people. I don't care about any of these characters. I'm so done. It just seems like they're doing the same shit they were doing the past couple arcs. I'm done. Now, apparently people tell me, oh, but it gets so good after that. Well, great. But like 15 years after the time skip of me having to wait for something good to happen is not, I don't think that's worth it.
I mean, in my opinion, Egghead is really good. It's one of the best arcs of the whole series.
Even if I picked up the series and I got to Egghead and I read it and I loved Egghead, that doesn't undo the 15 years of stuff that I thought was shitty. Like, even if the series from this point till its end is amazing, you still have a several, like I would actually argue the majority, because I think if you take Fishman Island to Wano, to where I get that, there's more. I think there's more manga between those 2 points than there is before the time. No, I think there's more before the time skip, but only by a little bit. But I mean, shit. Just before the time skip, you had arcs that were like 20 or 30 chapters, 15 chapters, 6 chapters. Like it was different. After the time skip, it's like every fucking arc's like over 100 chapters now. Not all of them, but after Dressrosa, basically every arc, with the exception of Zoe, is well over 100 chapters. So Dressrosa, Whole Cake, it was like 10 or maybe a little more than 10. But Dressrosa, Whole Cake, and Wano were all considerably over 100 chapters. All of them, I think, took more than 2 years to actually end. I think Wano took like 3 years to end. Like we were in that one arc for like 3 whole years. So if you didn't like that arc, if you weren't cool with where that arc was going, if you weren't interested in what was going on, you were stuck in that situation for years.
Yeah. What about? Okay, there's something I was going to say.
Well, who the fuck is talking and not muted? Who's talking?
It's
me. Someone's talking to somebody outside of the stream, and he's not fucking muting himself. Okay, go ahead.
It was Big Dog.
Yeah, don't do that.
But
okay.
What I was saying was, even in earlier One Piece, it had some things like that, like Long Ring, Long Ram. I'm sick. I'm sorry. Long Ring, Long Land. There we go.
Yeah, that's the one with.
Was basically filler.
It was but it was
too.
I didn't say anything. Yeah, but I don't care about. I was fine with that. Like, it existed to be funny. It was a short, like, little filler arc. It was funny. Actually, I think it's one of the funniest arcs, to be honest with you. And I'm not a huge fan of just an arc that's just meant for comedy, but it was also short. Like, you got through it in not a couple of weeks, but I forgot how many chapters it was, but it wasn't that long. And then once it was over, it was fine. You move on. I'm not hating on that. You know, I'm not.
Then you also had Thriller. Sorry, you also had Thriller Bark, which in my opinion, that's the worst arc.
I didn't even hate Thriller Bark as much as I hated the post time. Like, there's a lot of arcs that I liked before. I'm not saying that before was perfect. There's stuff I don't like about it. There's a lot of stuff I don't like. I actually think one of my favorite arcs is Impel Down. I love Impel Down. I think Impel Down is. I don't think it's my favorite. I think my favorite is probably Sabri Archipelago. But I really like Impel Down. I really like Ennie's Lobby. Like, there's a lot of really great arcs. I'm not saying it's perfect. Like, there were quite a few arcs that I wasn't a huge fan of. But it wasn't.
Arc was Greenford.
But I don't need to see one arc that I don't like in order to just completely toss out a show and be like, the show's shitty. Like, I get it. There's bad arcs.
Rouga, I want to just say something about, like, you say you don't like Fishman Island, right?
No, I don't really like Fishman Island.
What particular way do you not like it?
Well, what do you like about it?
I mean, I like that we got to, like, talk about Fishman for once. We haven't seen a whole lot more from Fishman.
I don't care that we talked about Fishman. Talking about Fishman is not a reason for me to like arc.
Also, the whole thing with Anoa and Shirahoshi, I mean, that plays into the story quite a bit.
That is 1 page at the end of the arc where they explain it. That is a exposition page. So I don't think that is enough for me to say that the entire arc was awesome.
Sure, fair enough. But like, there's not much you can really say you can hate about. You can't hate everything.
I didn't say I hate it. I don't feel passionate enough about the arc to hate it. I just didn't like it. I thought it was boring. I think that after the time skip, their character development essentially completely stopped. Now maybe that changed in Wano. I don't know, but there was like no character development for tons and tons and tons of arcs. It sucked. It was awful. The flashbacks told you things that you generally didn't need to know and talked about characters that didn't last for any real long time. So there was no attachment to them at all. All of the Straw Hats immediately and easily defeated all of their opponents without even really trying. Hody was one shot and beaten unbelievably easy. There was a little bit. I mean, he bit Luffy. He bit Luffy, and that was like, because they were underwater, and that like wounded him. But he beat Hody very, very quickly. The entire final
but
arc.
when you talk, when you think about the fact that they had trained for 2
Hody was a
years,
joke.
coming back,
Hody
they
was a
kind of
joke.
needed on it.
Yeah, that was supposed to show them how strong they got between
Yeah.
the time.
Okay, well then, but show how.
That's-
But don't show how strong they got over the course of fucking 40 chapters. Show how strong they got over the course of 10, 15 chapters, and then move on to stuff
but
that's more interesting.
they struggled a lot of the time after that. Like in all of Whole Cake.
Not
Yeah,
they didn't. They didn't struggle. No, they didn't. They didn't.
They didn't struggle.
They didn't struggle in. They didn't struggle in Punk Hazard after that.
Yeah,
Punk
that's
Hazard.
true.
They didn't struggle. Well, because all their only enemy was fucking gangster Gastino.
No, they had Monet. They had
Monet.
They had Monet. They had what's his face? Dude who get hamburger meat stuck to his face. I'm forgetting his name.
Okay.
No,
that
Smoker
guy wasn't even
there.
fighting the Straw Hats. He was fighting Law.
So I mean,
That
there
was for Law to fight.
well, Law and Smoker, but yeah, and
I mean, Monet
And
got
they were both on death's door before Law clutched.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. I'm saying that they all got beat. Like they beat all of their opponents. And no, wait, he was not on death. He was not. He was not. He was not on death's door. Law one-shot him. Okay, he was not on death's door. He beat the shit out of Smoker like it wasn't even an issue. That's another thing. Smoker got super nerfed, like unbelievably nerfed. It was embarrassing how they treated Smoker when he showed up again.
That's the one problem I have with Punk. That's one of the problems I have with Punk.
I have so many problems. I mean, after the time skip, all of his rivals, characters that were set up to be his rivals, are either like allies with him now, or they suck. They're nowhere near even close to being able to rival him. So what was the point in introducing them as his rivals? Savity Archipelago. What's up?
I mean, you still had useless D mid.
Okay, who is washing stuff in the background?
I think that could be my fan. One sec.
I don't know. Somebody sounds like they're like wiping their hands or something. Like really, I don't know. It's weird.
It was crazy. I saw his light
I think that could be
fucking
my
thing
fan.
lighting up when it happened.
Of course, it's
That could be
crazy,
my
and
fan.
of course he's not
What's
going to
wrong?
say anything. He's not going to admit it.
Okay, but like they struggled a lot. They struggled a few times. In Whole Cake alone, Luffy struggled against Cracker before he had to pull out Gear 4, and it
That's not
nearly
strugg-
kinda killed him.
That's not struggling though.
Actually, it was
He
Gear
was-
4 Bounce
Actually,
Jam.
he even struggled against Doflamingo in Gear 4. He had to use it twice to beat him.
He did well. Yeah, but
And-
he didn't use it until the very end. And the only reason why he even struggled against Doflamingo is because of like really bad writing.
Recording that.
Like really bad writing. Like why couldn't why was the cage even a threat? Like why couldn't
Because it would have sliced everyone in there.
Why couldn't Zoro cut it?
that.
Why couldn't Zoro or the
He tried to cut
Admiral
it. He
destroy?
tried to cut it
No,
multiple times, and it
no, he
wasn't
didn't.
working.
No, he didn't. There is not a single. There is not a single.
That the string was near invincible.
There is not a. Why? Why is it near invincible? It's it's Doflamingo's cage. He's making his string with his own I mean, it wasn't covered with hockey. It was just a string. So why aren't all of his strings invincible? Why is it just those?
Because during the fight, he did his awakening.
Okay,
The
but why
Intuito
why?
Fruit
Yes, but
awakened.
all of his other strings are capable of being destroyed. So why weren't those specifically? It was
I feel
just.
like you're forgetting the fact that the cage was severing everything and anything that was in there.
I'm not forgetting.
Buildings,
I'm saying.
the
I'm saying.
ground.
I'm not forgetting.
He's
I'm,
asking
I'm not
why.
forgetting. I'm saying that you had Zoro cut a mountain in half right before that, and you had an admiral there, and neither of them were capable of cutting the strings even with their hockey. Actually, Zoro, you're actually not true, because I don't remember the anime, but in the manga, Zoro didn't even try. There's not even an attempt to cut the strings. We don't see any character attempt to cut the strings to cut down the cage. Why was it indestructible? We don't see any of his other strings being indestructible. It's just those, and it's just a plot point so that they can have this problem occur. It's bad writing. Shouldn't all of his strings be that
characters
strong?
Did try to break it.
No,
Frankie tried to blow
who
it
gives
up.
who gives a shit about Frankie? Frankie didn't even have hockey. I'm talking about the characters who should have been able to destroy it. Characters like Law, Luffy, Zoro, and the Admiral, Sabo. All of these characters should have been able to destroy that cage without any issues, and nobody could, and we never even see anyone attempt to, because they needed it as a plot point to like just be a threat that like to put Luffy on a timer. That was the only reason that it existed. We also know that Luffy's capable of flying, and for some reason we have to read like 25 chapters in a row of him like riding up, trying to get up to the top of the hill where Doflamingo is. Why didn't he just fly there? Because we know he could fly.
Gear 4.
No, it
That
doesn't.
requires Gear 4.
No, it doesn't. We see him fly in Punk Hazard. He does that little twisty thing with all of his. I don't know. It might not have been Punk Hazard, but he does that little twisty thing where he like spins in the air. He does it without. He does it without it. And also, we end up finding out that he has shit like Snake Man and all of these other abilities, but he just doesn't pull them out for the Doflamingo fight. At no point does he acquire these abilities in the future. Like, he just has them already, and he just decides not to use them. The only power we've seen him acquire is Gear 5th. But apparently, Snake Man, Bounce Man, all this stuff, he already had them, and he just was choosing not to use them. And he didn't end up using Gear 4 until he had got to a point where he was already so exhausted that he could barely even use his Haki, because he had already overused his Haki without using Gear 4. In other arcs after this, we see him being able to use Gear 4 in whole fights without tiring. The tiring thing was just written in for that one arc, and we don't really see it again. The story is all just written around just needing things to happen, so these things just happen. You cannot show Zoro, you cannot have Zoro literally say, no matter what it is, I can cut it, or whatever, some variation of that line, I forget the exact line, then cut a fucking mountain in half, and now I can't cut these strings. And then you have an admiral who we just saw the admiral fight against Doflamingo, and he was breaking his strings and shit, and now all of a sudden he can't break the strings. And Luffy in Gear 4 can suddenly break the strings. Or no, we actually see Luffy when he's fighting before he goes in Gear 4 breaking the strings. And it just is. The reason why those strings couldn't be broken is because the story needed them to not be broken, so they weren't broken. Like, it doesn't make sense as to why.
Would I say the variants of Gear 4 now? I say they were spur of the moment, like, decisions, because you cannot tell me Bounce Man. He just decided, alright, what if I just, become obese and then become Gear 4? I don't think he would think of that. He doesn't think, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, but so to answer, the comments are asking why we're talking about One Piece. We're basically about to end the stream because super chats are super low. So we're just kind of fucking off before I end it.
We're stalling.
Yeah, kinda a little bit. Yeah, I'm about to. Yeah, it's just the streams have been very slow the last couple of weeks. I was explaining this earlier, and I'm not going to continue. I mean, obviously I'm going to keep doing them each week, but I'm not going to continue on for 8-9 hours like I usually do if I'm not making anything. So yeah, and then he started saying some stuff about One Piece, and I disagreed, and then it turned into a whole fucking One Piece conversation. But yeah, OGACCT. What's that? What's ACCT? Anyone knows what you're talking about?
Original account.
Would not let me send. I was wondering if you would be open to a requested vid, and if so, how much would an Atom Smasher Would They Survive vid be? I don't know. No one's ever done a requested vid. I don't know. I don't know. I've actually $1 million. So I was talking to another YouTuber. And they were telling me that I should get, what's it called? The app where you send money and get money.
PayPal?
No, not that
Cash
one.
App?
The other one. Cash App.
What's
You're
up?
saying that I should get Cash App and then put my Cash App on the channel and then allow people to send requests and basically like post like, $50 for this type of video or whatever, for this type of video or whatever. And then I should do that, and that could be a cool way of earning money on the side, but also like doing things that people want. And I thought about it. I'd have to learn how the fuck Cash App works, and I don't have one. I've never done it before. So maybe I don't know. Let me get back to you. Let me get back to you. I'll have to set up like a Cash App thing, because this is actually a conversation I was having this week with somebody. Because there was this other guy, I forget what YouTuber I was talking to, but they were saying that they have this whole thing where they get they make the majority of their money by requests, and basically people will give them $50 here, $60 here, like, oh, can I request this? Can I request that? Can I request this? It's like, thanks for the requests. And at the end of all of their videos, they'll say like, oh, well, oh, here's my Cash App, blah, blah, blah. Go check out, send me whatever if you want to request a video or blah, blah, blah. And he'll actually charge people for requested videos. And I was like, oh, shit, that's fucking genius. But I hadn't thought about it because I don't use the internet that much. So I didn't even really think about downloading Cash App, honestly. But,
you could.
What's up?
Do you know, there's a YouTuber, I'm just going to say, it's like Classic G-Man. Basically, he does do the same thing where he gets requests, but he makes them shorts. So shorts pay like absolute shit, but
well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if the short doesn't pay well if he's getting the pay from from the Cash App thing. But no, yeah, I would be to answer your question, I would be willing to make them based on donations or whatever. Yeah, I would do that, but I would have to get it set up because I don't have it. I don't have that set up right now, so there's like no way I could do it. But I would say, stay tuned, I guess, and I'll try to I'll get back to you, I guess. Maybe I'll make a video and I'll be like, oh, I have a Cash App now, so if you want to request a video, blah blah. I'll probably do that in a couple of videos. I just need to download the app and figure out how to work it and link it to my bank and all this kind of stuff. Also, how does that work? Do the people need to know all my fucking personal information when they use like Cash App?
No,
I
you
think
just
it's
have
account.
Yeah, you just got a profile account name that you would link it towards. They wouldn't get to see any of your personal information. I have Cash App. It would just It would save it on the app.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Because it would be weird if it's like, oh, I know you fucking bank at Regions, and like I don't know how it works, but I don't know. Well, I'll say stay tuned. I'll see if I can deal, because we were talking about it this week, and then you brought it up now, so now and then there's this other guy who wanted to give me like $1,000 to fucking, and that one I had to say no to, but a guy wanted to give me $1,000 to read through Medaka Box. And I said no, because if I read it and I don't like it, I'm gonna feel compelled to finish it, and it's long. It's not like a short thing. It's like 100 something chapters, and it's like I'm gonna have to feel compelled to read this thing I don't like because you paid me this much money, and it's just like it's just gonna make me miserable. And I don't want to do it. So that I'm not gonna do. But making a video, that would not be that big of a deal. So yeah, I'll get back to you. What's up?
Someone in your chat said $100 of Rouga talking about video game boobies.
Something like that would have to go. Well, I did the babes in the Stellar Blade universe, which I did all right.
That would be like an April Fool video. That would be like an April Fool's video.
No, my April Fool's videos are very different. You haven't seen my April Fool's videos. You ever seen the horse video?
Haven't.
Yeah.
Please don't watch it.
It's my masterpiece. What are you talking about? It's my magnum opus. You gotta go.
Your magnum opus? Have y'all heard of the Jolly Rancher story?
Don't fucking get off topic, motherfucker. This is my stream. What are you doing? I'm not going off on a fucking Jolly Rancher tangent. But yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, probably. Maybe I'll try. I'll look into it this week and see if I can figure out Cash App, and maybe I'll like put in one of my videos that I have Cash App and you could donate, and I'll put it on the channel and all that. And yeah, because it seems like a good idea. It would be a good idea to do something like that, And I have been looking for new ways to monetize the channel as well, because I get some from views, and I get some from streams, and that's cool. Not really enough to survive, but it's cool. I would like to open up a shop on the channel. I haven't done that yet, and the Cash App thing can be like another way of doing it. I would also like to stream, to give people options to not only streaming here, but also streaming on Twitch, possibly streaming on both at the same time to give people the option of whether or not they want to go on one or the other. I don't know. There's a couple of different ways that I can go about making money off the channel that I haven't actually dived into yet. But I think like the Cash App one's probably one that I could do relatively quickly and that'd be cool. And then I can give a shout out to the person who paid for it, and then I could be like, hey, this video is thank you to this person for this donation and blah blah blah. Here you go, awesome. This is like Big Dick, whatever his name is. Give you some, blow you a little bit, get a little brown nose for the donations. You know what I mean? Yeah. So no, I think that
Gary
kind of
dude showed up.
What's up?
Sorry, it's like I'm surprised this Gary dude just showed up with the whole spamming God is good shit again.
He's doing it again?
Yeah, he literally showed up, started just saying it and saying a bunch of other random shit.
Okay.
Telling other people to shut up who asked. He's just kind of being an ass.
Okay. Let's see.
Hello.
Channel activity. Okay, if I remove him, would it remove him permanently?
I don't know. Let me double check that. Dan would need to be here for that one.
Let's see.
You have a budget, Dan. Deal with it.
Or would it just remove this one message instead of removing like him? Actually,
I think that would just remove the message.
I mean, you could just
message deleted. Oh, yep, it's just the message. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see if we can fix this. Go to channel. Nope, didn't want to do that. Did not want to do that. That was not what I wanted to do at all.
Pretty sure you can mute him.
No, there's a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. I've never done it before. That's crazy. I've been doing these things for months, and I have never once needed to. I don't know. I guess we'll put him in timeout for only 24 hours. Whatever. We'll put him in timeout for 24 hours for now, and then I'll figure it out. And then if he shows up again, I'll fucking boot him permanently. I gotta talk to Dan about this. I don't know how to do it, but yeah, there it is. All right. So view deleted. Okay. Wait, I said delete message. Deleted all the messages. All right. Whatever.
I think that just deletes like every.
Yeah, I warned him before. He came up spamming "God is good" over and over and over again. He was just trolling, and now he's back and he was doing it. I told him if he did it again, it would be a problem. I would deal with it. And I mean, okay, he's gone now. All right. Yeah, it's like I don't think that he's really a Christian. I think he's a troll.
Yeah, he said God is Otis earlier.
He said God is
football player.
What if he's Buddhist?
God is what? Otis, some football player.
Buddhist? Yeah, he's just a troll. That's I think this is actually like a record because I have been streaming for a while, and that is the first time. Let me see how long have I been streaming for? That was the first time I've ever had to move anybody. That's crazy. I feel like that's a really good record. Let me see. Oldest? What's my oldest ever video? 8 months ago. I've been streaming for 8 months, and that's the first person I've had to actually.
That's pretty good.
I've had to boot. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty baller, son. Okay, now I don't know. I guess we come to a relative end. Yeah, it's like it's been 4.5 hours, and I've made $60, and 60% of that's gonna be taken. So it's like what
that would be like.
It's $20.
It's considerably, yeah. It's in 4.5 hours, so that's less than $5, or a little over $5 an hour. So yeah, no, this
that would be like.
What's up?
That would be around like 25, 26. Because you have to divide by 60.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's
See,
right.
Kosh is like worst wage of all time. Yeah, like sometimes I get really good. Like sometimes I get really good weeks. Like I mean, one time I streamed for like 6 or 7 hours and I made like $700 or something. It was a lot. No, I'm sorry, I'm lying. My highest was $980. But again, they take a lot of that. Like YouTube takes 30% of it, and then I get taxed 30% of it. So that $900, it wasn't actually $900, but it comes out as a good amount. Like I feel like if I stream for 6 hours and I make like $200-300, I'm good. Like I'm that's fine. But if I'm streaming for 6 hours and I'm making less than $100, like well like that's not right. Like that's not like what the fuck am I even doing? So anyway, yeah, we're gonna end the stream here. I'm looking at the Cash App thing. I'll look into
it on a joke.
No. Let me. Wait, who is?
What is happening?
Whoever's got the dog, mute it, please. Mute themselves.
It actually sounded like a person yelling through audio cutting out.
I have no idea.
This stream is gonna make $36.
I'm not worried about it. Yeah. So, let me fucking talk, motherfucker. Okay. Yeah. So you'll probably get a video Tuesday. probably is when the Tournament of Power of Survival Challenge will be out. I'm hoping. Yeah, it's gonna, because I'm not gonna be able to finish it tomorrow. So I'll probably edit a little more tomorrow, then film the rest of it and finish editing on Monday, and then it'll be out Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. That's my hope. And then I'll try and look into the whole Cash App situation and see if I could deal with that. And it won't be in the next video, but maybe the video after that or the video after that, I'll actually announce that, hey, I have a Cash App now. Good on you guys. And then we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah. So thank you guys for showing up, coming around for what is. I'm sorry it was a slow night. Like I said, it's been the last couple of weeks. It's been relatively slow. Like for a long, it was like 3 or 4 weeks in a row. No, it was like months, dude. We the lowest I would get was around 40, and the highest I would get was around 70. But like today, mostly I've been in 30s. Like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I was like 20 the whole time. Like I don't know what's up with the numbers. I don't know if it's like a summer thing, or it's like just a certain time of year my videos will be pushed less. I don't really get it. But like if you look at my live streams, I had a live stream, like I had one live stream that had like over 3,000 views, and another live stream that was like 2,700 views, and then like 2,800, 2,500, and another 3,000, and then all of a sudden it drops to like 1,200, and then from that point it goes to like 900 and 700, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? Like it just suddenly happened. It just started dropping, and I don't know what happened. But whatever, it is what it is. I'm hoping that's just the time of year, and you know everything will go up or whatever. But yeah, thanks for showing up. We'll be streaming next week as well. I don't know what the topic is going to be yet. Maybe I'll do classes. Like we did races and sci-fi.
Cool idea, classes.
Yeah, maybe I'll do classes, and we'll talk about like different classes, like you know, a space marine. If you be like a space marine in a fictional, or will you be you know, a Spartan, or like
space marine.
What?
Which space marine? There's two of them that comes to mind.
That would be something to talk about in the actual video. We would have to come to that conclusion. And you know, we could do like Spartans. We can even be like a Doom Marine could be a class or whatever. And we'll just talk about all the different kind of possible science fiction. A Biotic from Mass Effect could probably be on the list. And we'll just talk about like the different. And then it would be the same thing where you would go in at level 1, but you could become like level 1,000. So like, what would a level 1,000 fucking Biotic look like? You know, like what would that like a god level Biotic? Yeah, like a god level Biotic. That's like, you know, it's and this. What's up?
I thought level was capped at 20.
What are you talking about? Capped at 20?
For D&D, levels capped at 20.
If we're doing like classes,
I'm not doing
D&D.
I'm not doing D&D.
It's like Isekaied.
It's in D&D. This is based on like Isekai shows where like characters go into another world and then like level up and become god level beings. It's like, well, like what would if something like that happened, but you were in a science fiction universe and you got to pick a sci-fi class, you know? Like someone can go in as a Doom Marine class, another person can go in as a Biotic class, and then they're level 1. They could do like a couple of things, and then by the like, what would that something like that look like when they're like, you know, level 1 would be like early game, you know, original Doom, and then level 1,000 would be fucking Doom Eternal Doom guy who's like fighting Davith and shit. So like, what would a version of that look like if you were a Biotic, you know, from Mass Effect? Like level 1 would be like, oh, I could do push, and then by the time you get to fucking level, you know, 1,000, you're like opening holes in the center of planets. You know, it's like something crazy over the top bullshit. Anyway, I don't know. It could be kind of fun. Maybe we'll do something like that.
I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. It is what it is. And I'll keep doing the streams. Doesn't matter how popular they are or how, you know, what it looks like. I'll keep doing them. I'll just start ending them sooner based on, you know, super chats and engagement and things like that. The usual stuff that I always do. But yeah, you guys can expect a video Tuesday morning and and possibly I'll add the whole Cash App thing. And also, here's another question. When it comes to Cash App, if someone sends me a Cash App, do they send a message with the Cash App?
Yeah. They can.
Yes.
Like that's how it works. Okay, because I was just wondering, like, they're not sending me cash and then like sending me a message somewhere else telling me why they sent me the cash. Like they could just send me the cash and then it would say
what?
Yeah, they can send
like
a message.
What it would
yeah,
be.
Okay. I think now you actually have to send a message.
You would have to be careful because people could just send like, say, here's the money, monkey man. I don't know.
What does that mean? Who cares? What's that mean?
Okay.
Oh no!
You
called
know some random ass motherfucker
You
on
called
the
me-
internet called me a monkey.
You called me monkey man? I don't even want your money now. You hurt my feelings. You
My
made me
ego was hurt.
You made me feel bad. Monkey man. No, it's
Oh
fine.
no, I'm so sad. Oh, hey, $20.
Did you just repeat my joke but worse? Fucking Nano. No, that's not Nano. That was Dan. That was
No.
Dan.
Yeah, that was fake Dan. Yeah.
That was fake.
was
No,
Dan.
wait.
Dan.
That was Nano? Was that Nano or fake Dan?
Yeah. No, Nano.
Fake Dan.
Nano's muted.
Why is I didn't mute him? Who muted Dan? Who muted
Himself.
fake? God damn it! Who? Oh, Nano muted himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Nano.
But what's the hardest part of a vegetable
Nano.
to eat?
What? What'd you
What's
say?
the hardest part of a vegetable to eat?
Did I not say that we're not ending on a stupid? Where is it? Okay, I found out. I found out who I'm fucking muting. Who said that? Was that War? Was that War Daddy? Who was that?
Nah, that wasn't.
Who the fuck said that? Which one of you was it? I'm muting it. That's the last thing I'm gonna do.
I think it was. I think it was.
I love how
Dan.
I think
it was. It was fake Dan. It had to. Have
What?
been.
No, it
Fake
was the
Dan.
seal.
That was not
Fuck
fake
you.
Dan. Oh, it was the
No,
seal.
It was the
Okay.
damn seal.
Okay, so you knew it was the
Trying
seal.
to play good.
So you knew it was the seal, and you didn't tell me it was the seal.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
was trying
getting
to
paid like
self-sabotage.
real Dan. I'm fake.
Okay, well I'm muting
what the
fake.
hell?
I'm muting fake Dan too, since he was hiding it from me.
Now just block him. Block
There
him.
we go. You're both muted.
Rouga, what the hell, man?
I'll unmute them in like 5 minutes. It's fine. Okay, so that's gonna be that for that. What the shit?
Oh my.
What the hell is that?
Let's make
What
stream
happened?
a bit longer. I'm curious on your gripes on One Piece. No hate. I'm just curious on your thoughts.
God damn.
Bro, it's
Well,
always
you
the
gotta keep
last
going,
minute
man.
Just
donators.
end the stream.
It's always the last minute
Just end the
donators.
stream.
No.
Leave him muted.
No.
Ignore his buddy.
No.
Ignore his money
I'm
is
very smart,
vicious.
Nano.
No, I'll keep it out. Okay, and I guess I gotta unmute the guys who I just muted too. Who were they?
Monkey Man too.
Who were they? I don't even remember who it was. It was founding. Okay.
So what the hell, Rouga?
Another
Come on.
There we go.
2 hours.
So I'm talking over here like
I'm
fuck,
free.
fucking Nano. I mute
Alright.
myself. Fucking Nano. Like everything I do, bro. What can I do at this point? I can't
First
do
off,
anything.
Nano, I want to be very clear. That was the first time I ever called you out for doing something, and it wasn't you. And so like the other like 8 times, it was always you.
Literally said that. Yeah, he's muted. Okay, fucking Nano.
Every single time. Every single
was
time
my man.
I have said, "Is that Nano?" It has been. The answer has been yes. So
No.
I'm pretty fucking on point with that. Let me see.
Half the time it's been me.
So,
Exactly.
like,
See.
I don't
Half the
think
time it's
they're-
been me. I just been using a voice changer.
All right, let's see.
Discord link in the chat.
All right. Well, we talking about Rouga who wanted who wanted me to call Monkey. Yeah, they were saying how they're gonna send me a Cash App and call me Monkey Man. They were gonna send me a Cash App for the sole purpose of calling me Monkey Man, as if that was like some kind of horrible thing that I couldn't deal with.
Monkey Man.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
No, but we were you actually kind of missed our conversation about One Piece because we were talking about it for like a while, and my opinions on One Piece I've kind of made pretty clear on this stream already. But it was kind of funny. You probably could have just rewound the video and you didn't even have to pay any money. But no, we'll talk about it some more. I like One Piece. I like One Piece pretty well in the first half. I don't like. It's not like my favorite thing ever, but I do really enjoy it. And some of the arcs I think are downright amazing. And then after the time skip, I haven't liked anything. Like there's literally nothing. I dropped it at the beginning of Wano because to me after Marineford, I basically had like 12 years straight of just shit I didn't care about. No, that's not true. The ALS stuff was all right too. So after the ALs, basically when they came back from the time skip, I did not like any of the arcs. They were all I either like disliked them, were completely indifferent to them, or outright just didn't like hated them to the point that it was like hard to get through. And I kept up with it despite that for like 12 or 13 years, however long, whatever the time span between the time skip and like a third of the way through Wano, that's how long it was. So it was a very long period of time. It was almost half of the time that the series was out at the time. And
I think I can change your mind.
no, you can't. I guarantee you
Dude, I
can't.
tried to change his mind. I
Let's
tried
hear
to
it.
change his mind.
Yeah, that's
Hasn't
what the
worked,
whole
bro.
debate
It
was. It was
hasn't
like
worked.
an incentive change.
Look, Ruga, I'll tell you, it doesn't. You can. I can understand why you don't like what you don't like, and everyone's gonna have their own opinions, of course.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
some of
saying,
those
like,
opinions are
I'm just
correct,
saying, like,
and
there's
some of
so
those
much.
opinions
Yes,
are wrong.
I know,
mean,
but like what I'm saying is like there's
I mean,
so
in my
much
opinion,
you
we
can
should-
like in the new arcs. There's a lot to like.
Fine,
and
I
can understand
said
if you don't like it or not.
and I said that that's
And-
po-
and-
and I
in
said
my
that
opinion,
and I
it's
said that
just
that's
worse.
possible. But even if Eggman is the greatest arc that's ever been made in
Eggman.
the history of man, Egghead, sorry. Even if Egghead is the greatest arc that's ever existed in the history of man, that still doesn't negate the 12 years of trash that I had to sit through, and it doesn't make the series good again. Because I
can understand that.
if you have
I
an
understand.
entire massive gap, damn, what's going to end up being more than a third of your entire series that I just didn't like, over 1,000 chapters almost, not over 1,000. How much is it? It's really long. It's like 600-700 chapters. Yeah, no, it's bad. Very, 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 very bad. Like no, it was atrocious. It was so hard to get through at times. You have arcs of to answer his question. You had arcs of like 100 and like I said, I think Dressrosa was like 116 chapters, and there's like 5 or 6 cool moments, and the rest of it is just like, why? What are we doing? Like, what is the who cares about any of this? Why does this matter? And then at the end of it, like all those characters and all that time that was spent on those characters disappeared, and we never saw them again. So it was just a fucking giant waste of time. Like, you could have had that entire arc be a Colosseum arc that then ended with beating dealing with Doflamingo, and just those two things. Completely cut out the Tentatas, completely cut out Kyros, completely cut out all of the chasing to get up the mountain that was just so long for no reason. There was just so much shit that I was like, why is this happening? Who gives a fuck? And we were just stuck.
I mean, I could.
What's up?
There is a series that is coming out in either next year or at the end of this year called The One Piece.
Yeah, I brought that up.
It is going to be a shortened. They're gonna make Dressrosa from like 100 episodes to 30.
Actually, no, they shortened it way much more. In fact, they confirmed it. The entire show, as it stands right now, has been shortened to 238 episodes.
Yeah, that's gonna be really bad.
No, people have already. I understand what you're saying, but they've already expressed that many people have expressed that they're worried that they might cut out some good stuff in character development. The people have said specifically that no, they're not, and it's actually supposed to stay more faithful to the manga.
How is it even possible to stay more faithful to the manga if it's 200 issues and you're trying to pack like 2,000 chapters into it? Not 2,000, but you know what I mean.
I mean, okay, well, I don't know, but okay, actually, no.
You can't be more faithful.
There was a fan who actually did that. And it was slightly bigger than what the actual official show has been saying that they're making. The fan actually managed to shrink it. Yeah, One Piece. They actually managed to shrink it to slightly greater than what the new show that's coming out soon was said to be, and it was actually good, but it wasn't official. But with this one, they essentially shortened it barely just any amount, and they say it's not much. And it's.
I mean, I'll see. I'm not gonna say it's impossible because the anime wastes a lot of time, like a lot of time. I think there's entire chapters of One Piece that can be done in like 2 or 3 minutes that they like stretch into an entire episode. So I'm not entirely disbelieving of the possibility that it's true. But that's not really a defense of the series because I'm not even talking about the anime when I talk about it. I'm talking about the manga. I dropped the anime in Dressrosa because I just couldn't bear it. The pacing was too bad. But I dropped the manga in Wano, and I hated the manga afterwards too. Like you can't even. I'm not blaming the anime's pacing because One Piece already has bad pacing, and pacing is not the only issue with the manga. I've talked about this. I feel like I'm repeating myself because I just said a lot of this, but bad pacing is a part. Massive build-up for not enough payoff is constant. Constant Deus Ex Machina to get people out of situations. Luffy never having to deal with the consequences of any of his actions, no matter what he does. Ridiculous levels of plot. No, he doesn't. Name it.
Ace.
That's not a
That's why
consequence.
Ace-
That's not a consequence for his actions. That happened completely separate from him.
No.
Yes.
He
Ace
died.
got
No,
captured.
he
Ace getting captured had nothing to do with Luffy, and Ace getting executed had nothing to do with Luffy. That was not based on his
Okay.
consequences. That was not a consequence for his
see,
actions.
because it technically was because Luffy
That was something
had the
that happened.
opportunity to
No.
run there.
No, that was something. No.
Because he had lost his Beaver card.
No.
Ace had to stay. Yes.
No, that was something that happened to Luffy. That was not something. That was not a consequence of his actions. It would have happened with or without Luffy being there. It's not a consequence that he had to deal with.
Also, I mean, they had the opportunity. Okay, I see what you mean. I guess.
What do you mean? See what I mean? It's not a consequence for his actions. Ace dying was not a consequence of anything he did.
You want to know a fun fact?
What's up?
Bonnie is a child.
Yeah, we know.
So?
Yeah, is it kind of weird that they over-sexualize her? She's 12.
It's an anime. That's not a fun fact. That's just like that's just what
also,
happens.
They didn't over-sex. They didn't over-sexual.
Yeah, they did.
Sexualize her a lot. Not that much.
Look at her costume. Look at her Just look at her outfit in hold up. I mean, I was looking at. I don't see how you could see just by looking at her outfit. You could tell that she's over sexualized. She has a very look at this. She has a very sexual outfit.
I'm really cool. For some reason, it closed out at YouTube for me.
Wait. Open image and tab. Yeah, here we go. Look, you're gonna look at this outfit and tell me that that's not a sexualized outfit.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Never mind.
It's very clearly a sexualized outfit. Yeah, that's a manga drawing too. That's not like fan art. That's strict. That's the manga's art style. So yeah.
What you mean?
I mean, look here. I mean, this is. I haven't even seen this one, but this looks like she's naked.
Yeah, but to be fair, at that part of the manga, they didn't. I'm pretty sure Oda didn't plan for her to be a little girl.
Yeah, I don't think Oda has any. People always say like he's the best at foreshadowing. I don't actually agree because I think that a lot of it he makes up as it goes along, and he doesn't really have it all planned out. I think he knows how it's going to end. I believe him when he says he knows how it's going to end. But I think what ends up happening is he writes something, and he will occasionally go back to things that he's already written and pull those things again and like re-pull from those things. Like, it's not so much that he laid the seeds so that he could use it later, but more so it's like, oh, I remember this thing from years ago that I wrote. Let me, like, reference it here or, like further explore it here. And then it's like, oh, look at all this foreshadowing he did. I mean, yeah, if you read the story, it's technically foreshadowing after the fact, but he didn't have all that shit planned out. I know he didn't have all that shit planned out because of how often his payoffs don't, like, his payoffs are never satisfying. Which is one of my biggest issues with Oda's writing. Like, I have never...
In early One Piece, he intended to end it around, like, 200 chapters. That was during Skypiea.
He was supposed to end it... Originally he was supposed to end it around Alabasta. Was his original... it was supposed to be within... Well, no, it wasn't supposed to be Alabasta at the time, but he wanted it to go on for 5 years, and 5 years after the series was out, they were in the middle of Alabasta. So if he wanted to go on for 5 years, that's when it should have ended. Well, but it was never going to end after 5 years because everybody says this, and as someone who actually writes as well, I could tell you anything you plan to write, you're expect to be at least a third of longer, but it'll usually be like, for me, it's usually about twice as long as whatever I'm expecting it to be. It's just kind of the way it works. Yeah, that just is just the outline. Like, I just wrote the outline to a comic book that I'm writing, and I initially intended the outline, which is basically just like a rough. It's a rough, quick version of a story that's not quite fleshed out yet, and I expected it was going to be 3 parts, and each of those parts are like, I don't know, between like 12 and 20 pages long. And it ended up expanding to being 6 parts, so it ended up being twice as long. I think it totaled like well over 100 pages. And it just became like it was a whole thing. And it's like, yeah, damn, okay. And that's just gonna keep happening. It just does, And I think Kishimoto actually told Oda. No, Kishimoto told the writer of My Hero Academia that like because he asked him for advice when he started writing My Hero Academia, and Kishimoto told him just expect that everything you write is going to be way longer than what you were expecting it to be. Like you're going to want to do it in a short amount of time. It's not going to work out, and that's why if you notice when you read My Hero arcs like early on, they're super short and super condensed because I think he was taking Kishimoto's advice like really to heart, and he was purposely writing them in a way that was like, like let's try and like cut the fat. And those early arcs are really good because of that, because he's just like there's no fat on them. They're just important shit that need to be seen. Good character moments, like really cool, like inspirational scenes and badass scenes. Like there's constantly something good happening in those early arcs. And then as the show started going on more and more, and the manga as well started going on more and more, the arcs got longer, and they started adding more stuff that wasn't quite as necessary, and the quality of the series as a whole dropped towards the end there. But yeah, at the start it was great. And I think that's what happens with a lot of manga. Like at the start, when the arcs are shorter and everything can be like condensed, they're like really solid. And then after a while, they just, I don't know. I guess because when the stories go so long, I've never written a story that long, so I can't tell you. But I'm assuming that once the story gets that long and you have such a big world at that point, so many plot points being made that haven't been closed, you're kind of forced into making this like large, unless you just want to make it an episodic series where it's like every arc is completely disconnected and it's not a continuous story. But I feel like if you're going to make a continuous story, you're going to get the bloat eventually. But managing the bloat will be your job to do, and a lot of people are not that great at it. And I think that Oda has completely lifted his hands in the air, but like, fuck it, bloat. I'll add, every arc he adds more bloat, way more bloat than he needs to. Like, he's got so many things in the series after when the time skip hit that we don't know about and has not been explained properly, and like, we need to understand what this is. Like, he could have just focused on all the shit he had already introduced, but instead he decided to introduce so much more stuff and add so much more bloat every single arc that we get, with like fucking 50, 60, 100 more characters per arc sometimes, and like a bunch of new storylines, a bunch of new backstories. It's like, what? There's so much stuff that we don't know of the stuff you've already introduced. Why are you you're just making the world bigger and more characters for the sake of having a bigger world with more characters. Like, this isn't good. It's my problems with One Piece are long. It's a long list of issues.
I mean, whenever I say I don't like Bleach, people do the same thing with me when I put my issues, so yeah.
I've only seen the first episode of Bleach. I've only seen the first episode of Bleach, so I can't really speak on it. Has anyone in this here actually seen or read One Piece, or is it just me and Nano?
Just call me DJ.
I have read it.
Okay, because everyone's super silent, and I'm assuming it's because
I've read it, sorry.
I'm assuming like we're the only two people who have even fucking know the series all that well.
Another guy said he's
I
read it.
have
no idea.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Rouga. I can understand why you don't like it, and I can see the glare. I know the glaring problems as I'm watching this show right now. I just can't really say that I can agree with you, because I do like what's kind of happening. Like,
That's
I know
fine.
the problems. I don't like the problems. And yeah, I'm not gonna just say like you can't dislike it. I'm
No,
not
I always-
saying that. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to come to like an understanding.
I've always said the same thing. Like, there's a difference between liking something and thinking it's bad. Like, I could like something and think it's bad, but because you like it doesn't make it good.
I know.
Like, that's about like
But you can't.
I don't.
I'm just
think
saying you can't say that it's not good.
I can.
I look like it's like the universe of One Piece is good, but like I agree with him. Post time skip is kind of low key.
It's not good.
Boring.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah.
It's like it has so many issues, so many things that any other series would do. You would just say that that's just shitty writing. One Piece is filled with it to the brink. You ignore it because you've liked the series and you've been following it, and it's been but like you can ignore things that you enjoy. Maybe it's funny, maybe you like the characters, whatever. You're going to get attached to certain things. But there is no way that you could look at the stuff that happened with like the Tamare Mako box, for instance, what we were talking about earlier, and say, oh yeah, that's good writing. Like, it's good writing that box was built up over the course of several years and multiple arcs, only to act when it finally came into fruition. It was just a Deus Ex Machina to save Luffy's life and further his fucking plot armor. Like, that's not good writing.
That's a problem, really.
How is that not a
to be honest.
problem? Explain to me how that's not a problem.
Because it's convenient it's convenient.
Yeah.
And it helps Luffy and his crew get away.
Is convenient mean good? Yes, it's.
I mean,
by your definition, Luffy could have gotten away literally any way. Okay, there could have been a spontaneous explosion under their feet that came from nothingness. There could have revealed that God exists and shot a fucking lightning bolt from the sky and saved him, and you would say it's good because it was convenient and let Luffy get away. Anything that's convenient and let Luffy get away, it would have been good in that moment.
No, because the difference is, what other way would allow Luffy to escape Big Mom in that moment?
Don't write the fucking story in a way that needs you to have a Deus Ex Machina to get Luffy out of a situation. He could control the story in any way he wants to. He purposely decided to write it where Big Mom was about to kill Luffy, and then right before she did, the Torimato box on the other side of the platform exploded, completely irrelevant to what was going on, and that explosion was a distraction to Big Mom that allowed Luffy to get away, and this was a bomb that was built up for years. That package was, it was built up like, oh, what's inside of it? It's some legendary artifact. The world government is after it. Oh no, he sent it to Big Mom as a gift to save Fishman Island, but it's got a bomb in it. Once Big Mom opens it, she's going to be pissed, and she's going to attack Fishman Island and take it out on them. Like, there were all of these little things that kept coming up about the Tamamare Mako box of all these different plot lines and how it was going to cause so many problems when it was finally opened, and nothing. Nobody opened it. It fell off of a ledge. It hit the ground. It exploded, and it was a Deus Ex Machina distraction when Big Mom was about to kill Luffy so that he can jump and get away. It's so unbelievably dumb.
The entire chateau fell. It did cause a problem.
No, it didn't.
It killed almost all of the Big Mom pirates.
That's not a problem. Those are the bad guys. It helped Luffy. How's it a problem? That you're just adding to the Deus Ex Machina. It saved him. It got him out of this situation because Luffy has god levels of plot armor that don't make sense. It's
many characters have god levels of plot armor.
Yeah, and I would say that they're bad. All characters have plot armor, but again, we just talked about this. It's weird. I gotta repeat this. All characters have plot armor, but the idea is to create an illusion to trick the audience into not seeing the plot armor. And the Oda has completely thrown aside any possibility or any desire to even hide it at this point. Luffy just gets over things. He is never held responsible for the shitty decisions he makes. He never sees any consequences for his actions. Anytime he gets himself into any situation or any problem he comes into, you can always be sure that he'll get out of it because literally reality itself will bend to the will of getting him out of there, and it's bad. It destroys all stakes within the story. And it's not good storytelling. There's no argument that can be made that it is. You can like it, you can not care about it, but you can't say it's not a problem. Because it is. Yeah. It's bad.
The only thing I'm going to say right now is that I can't, because Oda has written the tomate box in the story, and like we're already past that thing for many chapters. At this point, I just can't really see another way that you could write that because it's already happened. And yeah, when that is,
you don't see another way that they could use the Tamarimato box to actually be something that's is interesting for the story, or another way that they could have written any number of situations, like how they went about going after Big Mom, how Big Mom's island operates, who Big Mom was as a character,
so that it doesn't screw up the rest of the story. No, not really, because it would change the story.
That is a lie. You are lying, Nano. That is an absolute lie. You can do literally anything with a story. You have unlimited precedence to write whatever you want. If you say that there's no other way to do anything in any terms, when you're talking about any story, that's not true, and you know that's not true. Nobody is dumb enough to believe that. It is literally your imagination poured on paper. That is ridiculous to say that you don't believe that there's literally nothing else Oda could have done, no other way Oda could have written the entire arc of Whole Cake. He could have changed any number of things. That is what you said. That's what you said.
I was mainly talking about like in terms of the universe itself and how it was already written. I could say like, oh yeah, he could go back and
Most of
change
the
the
stuff,
entire
no,
thing.
most of the stuff in Whole Cake was introduced for the first time. The whole picture thing, where it's like, oh, her defense is so high, nothing can hurt her. But if you break this picture, for some reason, her defense goes away, so now you can hurt her. And then you have the dude. I'm forgetting his fucking name. Al Capone looking dude.
Veggie.
That's not Veggie. Veggie.
No, his name's Veggie. Veggie. With a B.
Veggie.
Veggie. That's his name. Veggie.
You're mispronouncing
Veggie.
that. Beige. Capone
No,
beige. Capone
no,
beige.
they call him Veggie.
Yeah,
dude, it's
yeah,
Veggie.
because it's Japanese, but his name is beige. If you look at the spelling, it's beige. They're Japanese and they pronounce it weird.
It is, but in the show they constantly call him Veggie.
Okay,
Even if
well,
it's spelled beige, it's Veggie.
Okay, well, Doofy. Yeah. His name's not Luffy, it's Doofy because that's how you pronounce it in Japanese.
Yeah, I know.
No, so it's beige. It's not Beige. I'm not fucking Japanese. I'm American.
Well, if you were calling, well, I'm talking about the English dub, bro.
Well, then they're pronouncing it wrong because the name is beige. It's Capone. It's Capone beige. His name is beige. It's not Beige.
Yeah, Rouga.
What's
do
up?
Not open your Discord chat on stream. You will get them on stuff.
What's on the Discord chat?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Tell me what's on the Discord chat.
Don't worry about it. I just looked.
Do not say don't worry about it again. What is on the Discord chat?
There's a bunch of SpongeBob memes and TF2 memes.
It's porn?
No, memes.
Okay, so why would I get demonetized?
I don't know.
Is it like extremely violent?
Guys, someone answer me. What is the memes and why would I get demonetized?
I'm staring at a Squidward taking a picture of his ass.
Okay, that's good enough. All right, whatever it is. Okay, what was I saying? What was I saying?
Something about Veggie.
Capone beige. It's fucking beige, dude. It's beige.
Okay, well they call him Veggie, and I'm gonna call him Veggie. That's what they call him.
That's
okay?
weird. That's like.
Didn't we have this argument about Sabaody? Like how you said Sabady, but then like they call it Sabaody. Like.
Yeah, because it's Sabady. If you read it, that's what it is. Sabady.
Yeah, but it's called. They
Whatever,
say
tomato,
it's
potato. Who
Sabaody.
gives
Like
a fuck?
I don't know. I just call
tomato,
it
tomato.
I'm bothered by it. So
aluminum,
aluminium. I'm not bothered that you call it beige. I'm bothered that you kept correcting me when I said beige, that I was saying it wrong. That's what aggravated me. Yeah, I wasn't correcting you about the beige until you started correcting me. It's spelled beige, and I'm pronouncing it beige. So it's like that's like shut the fuck up. It's fine. Beige is the wrong pronunciation. And the whole and you're only pronouncing that because someone else pronounces it wrong, which just makes you a follower anyway. Fucking learn to read, man.
It's literally not someone else. It's literally the entirety of the show. Everyone calls him Veggie.
Yes, that would be someone else.
What a sheep.
That would be someone else. Okay, what was I saying? Let me see. Whole Cake Island, Big Mom, weakness picture, RPG. Yes, thank you. Dumb plan, dumb plot point. Right? That she's completely invincible, can't be harmed by anything. Except when you break this picture, then she can be harmed for a couple of seconds. But also, they completely forget about it later in the series, and now she can be harmed normally. Like, what is that? Like, why is her durability reliant on that picture not being broken, or her emotional state? Like, what is that all about? Where did that come from?
I think it's something to do with trauma.
There's a bunch of stuff like that. The bird cage being indestructible, but none of the other strings him making can be indestructible. Just the bird cage because the plot needs it to be. Like the fucking the beige, them setting up Beige as a perfect assassin who's never failed an assassination, but yet every assassination attempt we see him try in Whole Cake fails. And then his plan to kill Big Mom is to shoot fucking RPG rocket launchers at her during a wedding. You couldn't come up with a better plan than, like, you're the perfect, amazing assassin. They set you up. They say that you're an assassin that has never failed an assassination attempt. And your assassination attempt on Big Mom is to blow her up with... Why not poison the cake? Like, they literally go in and they have access to the cake. Like, why don't they just poison the cake?
Poisonous too.
But why not just poison the cake?
I don't know.
They literally stated Sonya's honor would not let them.
Why does it sound like you're talking underwater?
Yes.
Why are you talking
underwater?
underwater?
Like he's talking through a pillow.
Sorry, I tried to drown him. He's underwater right now.
No, just fix your... I can't understand what you're saying. Please fix your mic and then you can continue what you're saying. But But like we see that they have access. We see that they have access to the kitchen and the cake, but they just don't poison the cake. Like
because of Sony's order that
I cannot understand you. You sound like you're underwater. Fix your mic situation. Like I can't understand anything you're saying.
Is this better?
No.
Oh, shit. All right.
That's better.
I guess to really talk about the whole poison in the cake thing, don't you think it would kind of like just make it less interesting? Because she eats it, she dies. Oh, there goes Big Mom.
That's your fucking problem. Like, don't write stupid shit in your story. You're the one who wrote a wedding. You're the one who wrote they had access to the fucking wedding cake and that the whole Sanji being a chef and could cook shit. You wrote all of that into the story. You set it up that way. So if you want to make her harder to kill, you need to set it up in a way that makes her harder to kill. That's on you. You don't just get to do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, you can, but it won't be good. And just have whatever happen because you think it would be more interesting and have all your characters act fucking retarded, especially considering that you set up Beige to be a perfect assassin that's never failed an assassination attempt. And then again, there are two assassination attempts in that arc, and he fails both of them. He fails to kill Peckhams, and he fails to kill Big Mom, back to back. And apparently, they build him up, and they say he's never failed an assassination attempt. He's a perfect assassin. They literally say that in the manga and anime, I believe.
I mean, for Peckhams, he was saved by the fish man. I don't know.
Wait, what's up?
That's why it failed.
Wait, what's up?
Okay, so the main reason why they didn't poison the cake is because Sanji made the cake. That cake was made to settle Big Mom down, so she didn't basically destroy her island. And they wanted to poison it, but Sanji wouldn't let them.
Okay, that's not a reason.
No, that's not what happened. Sanji didn't make the cake. It was Big Mom's little chef associate.
Yeah, I don't think Sanji made the cake.
Also, they were. I guess the only reason why the way it worked is because they were trying to save Sanji. Either way, I don't know why they didn't poison. If they
wanted to, even if they had poisoned the cake and it wouldn't have killed Big Mom, they could have killed the vast majority of her people, and then they would have only had to deal with Big Mom. Like there's a lot of.
Actually, the only person I think who wouldn't be affected of it was the Juice Lady, because the Reiju kicked her and poisoned her multiple times, and she was able to juice out the poison.
Yeah, that's fine. Fair enough. Okay.
I think she would have been the counter to that, actually.
But I'm saying like as I said before, Oda will bend reality around. Like, he will just make whatever happens need to happen for whatever plot point he does, and he doesn't care how much logical sense it makes. It just is. It just happens, and then characters will be as strong as they need to be, and they'll do whatever they need to do at the time. Like Luffy can fly. They've already established that Luffy can fly. But you know what? We're still going to have this long-ass thing where Luffy has to climb his way up this fucking mountain to actually get to Doflamingo to fight him in Dressrosa, despite the fact that we've seen him fly in previous arcs. Like before this, he doesn't have to go into Gear 4 to fly.
He just kind of slingshots himself. It's less flying.
No, he flies. It's the spinning ability he has.
It's like, It's going UFO.
Yeah, he can fly. We've seen it.
Where he just takes it. It's less that he flies and more that he can't fly for a while. It's only for a bit.
I mean,
that's different because you just
doesn't matter. We've seen him. It doesn't matter.
You just kind of put wind under you.
So it's still flying. What does that matter if it's wind? It's wind force. That's what planes do. Put wind under them. Like that's not saying it's not flying.
Like,
we've seen him launch. We've seen him launch himself across whole islands before. Right? Zoro launches himself all the way to Pico using the fucking punching guide to throw him over there. Why didn't Luffy have the same thing happen just doing that? Like, send me over there. Why did we have to have fucking 25 issues of him or chapters of him trying to get up to where Doflamingo was? Like, what is the reason for this?
That was a problem I had with Dressrosa.
There's a lot of problems with Dressrosa. There's so much shit there that's just wasting your time. From the Tontatas to all the backstories with Kyros. Yeah, you know how many backstories we have in there? We have a backstory for. We have two backstories for Law. We have a backstory for Kyros. We have a backstory for Rebecca. I mean, there's so many goddamn backstories in there, and these backstories are not short.
They just spam the Kyros and Rebecca backstory. It's not different for them. It's the same backstory, just spammed.
All the Tontata shit, all the shit with the underground stuff and the fucking toys. Like, none of this shit's necessary. Like, none of this was necessary for the actual plot and what they had to do. It was
yeah, sure, but you telling me you didn't really like the idea that they were trying to save the toys?
No. Did you? Did you like the storyline? Did you actually were you entertained by the stuff that was going on in that underground? Were you like, oh, this is great. I want to stay here for the storyline. No.
Well,
nobody.
I didn't want to stay there. I just wanted to know if they could save him or not, and they did.
Okay, that's a question being answered. Okay, well, if that's the case, you could have had the entire Dressrosa on the surface, and then at the end of the story, you could have had him be like, "We saved the Tatatas." Boom, you got your answer. If it doesn't matter, like if your whole thing is I want to know if they save them, but you don't want to see them go through the process of saving them, then why is the story there? Why does it matter? The whole point of the stories is to entertain. Like, that is the entire purpose of them. If they're not entertaining, you're not enjoying what's happening in front of you, then don't do it.
I was entertained. I'm just saying, like, they were like showing that, like, them going underground and saving the toys. Like, that wasn't bad. Like, did it play any plot to like defeating Doflamingo? Technically, it was supposed to.
You know, I don't even know how to pronounce your name, dude. Un1Xifi. I'm not I'm calling you Un. He said that I was playing video games while most of the arc was playing in the background. I don't remember most of that. You didn't watch it then. Like, that's just, you just didn't watch it. Like,
the thing is, I did the exact same thing.
Then you didn't watch it either.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you can't. If you were playing a game,
you can't tell me that. How are you telling me that I didn't do something?
Because you just told me you didn't. You just said that you were playing a game while it was playing in the background. That's not watching it.
No.
That's what you said you did. You said you were doing the same thing.
I said, well, I should have worded that better. I meant similar. I was doing similar.
Okay. Were you playing a game while it was playing on the background?
No.
Okay, so what were you doing that was similar?
I was kind of like drawing.
Okay, so you weren't watching it. You were drawing.
Either way.
Okay, then you didn't watch it. So how were you entertained? No, you weren't. Not if you were drawing. So you weren't. So you were drawing without looking?
What? No. Clearly, you don't understand what multitasking is.
You cannot multitask with your eyes on two different things. That's not possible.
You can. You could watch for like 10 minutes, draw for 10 minutes, and then pause it and watch again.
No, that's not multitasking. That's watching, then drawing, then watching, then drawing. Listen, it's not an audio book. It's a visual medium. It requires visuals. You cannot draw and also watch a television show. Those are two activities that you cannot do. You are not multitasking. You did not watch that arc if that's what you were doing.
Fair enough, but that still doesn't really. I still don't understand how that, like, what that gets at. Like, I still saw the show. I watched the show. I know what happens in the show.
Well, that doesn't mean anything if you. I mean, you said you knew what happens in the show last time we had this conversation, and you had only looked on the wiki and saw YouTube videos, and you were talking about Whole Cake and said you know what happens in Whole Cake, and you had never seen it. So that doesn't matter if you know what happens. You could read a wiki and know what happens. The whole point is that you said that you were entertained by the show, but you were drawing. Yes. Well, you weren't entertained by the show because you weren't actually.
How can I not be entertained by the show?
Because you weren't engaging with the show. You were drawing.
Okay. First off, for any show I watch, I usually am entertained unless I just don't like it and I turn it off. But I don't just sit there and just stare at the screen.
That's what watching a show or movie is doing. That's what you do when you watch a movie is you sit there and you stare at a screen. You're saying it like that's weird. That is what the activity is. If you're not sitting there and watching a screen, then you're not watching the movie or a show.
I know that.
You're drawing while while a show plays in the background, and you pick up things from time to time. You get the general gist. That's what you're doing. You're not watching the show. You can't watch the show and draw because because your eyes can only look at one thing.
Sure. I mean, I was entertained though.
But it doesn't matter if you were entertained because you were drawing.
Even if I'm not entertained, first off, I didn't draw the entirety of that show. I only drew when I felt like it was going on for too long.
Okay,
And when
so
something
now we're
happened-
back to the main point. You were not entertained. You stopped when you felt it was going on for too long and began drawing to entertain yourself. You were getting bored.
Yeah.
Okay, so you weren't entertained.
Okay, but then again, you're saying that I wasn't entertained by the fact that they were
No,
going down.
you just
they
said
were with the whole-
you just said that you weren't entertained.
I only say I'm only saying.
You just said you were not entertained. Your entire point just fucking collapsed.
No.
Yes.
It hasn't.
Because that's what the entire thing was. That's what we were talking about. That's the whole point of what we were talking about was. And you just admitted that you weren't entertained.
I mean, I will say Dressrosa was kind of boring for me.
Boring as shit.
Yeah.
It was unbelievably boring.
Hold on. Okay.
But I did like
Did I get
something.
bored? Yes. I got bored, and I drew when I was bored. I
Oh,
did
hey,
other stuff
Porky.
when I was bored.
I didn't
But
realize
did I
that
not-
was you. Sorry. Hey, man. The uni guy in the chat. He's M Porky. I didn't realize that was him.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah.
But yeah, I didn't say I wasn't entertained at all. I was
don't care.
when the Tontadas were introduced. I
Yes,
was
when you weren't drawing, you were entertained. But when it got boring, you started drawing. So that
Okay.
I mean, you were bored. Like you got bored. Like I don't understand. Your argument's done. Like what else can you even say? Like that was our whole thing. Is like this is boring. It's done. There's a lot of shit in the show that didn't need to happen. It sucks. It's boring. That's what I've been saying this whole time. And you just admitted that you stopped watching large portions of the show to start drawing because you got bored. So you agree with me. So why are we arguing?
You're right. I don't know.
You
But
agree with me.
still,
You found it
you're
boring.
saying that-
It's a
you're
boring
saying that-
fucking arc.
I was only countering. I'm only arguing because you're saying that I wasn't entertained when something was introduced, even though I was. Like when the Tontadas. You're saying that you weren't interested in the Tontadas.
Of course not, because you're stopping when you're not bored, when you're bored to draw a fucking thing. If you weren't drawing and you were watching it the whole time, you would have gotten to such an extent of being bored that you would have continued to be bored. That's how boredom works. If you stop watching the show to entertain yourself and let all the boring parts pass and have to look up for fucking 10 minutes during the Tontada scenes, yeah, you're not going to think it sucks because you didn't just watch the last 30 Tontada scenes that passed that got you so bored that you don't want to fucking see them anymore. Like, nobody can ever say that they like or really are into a show and the whole time the show is playing, they're doing something in the background. There's a word for that. We have whole movies where it's like, oh, I don't really like it, but I can have it play in the background because you're not actually engaging with it. It is not interesting enough to fully keep your attention for the duration of its runtime because it's fucking boring.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what it is. Yeah, there's certain things that I don't mind if it's on in the background, but I'm not going to sit there and fucking watch the whole thing because it sucks. But the difference is that I don't do that. If I put a movie or a show on, I'm going to sit there and watch it. I don't play things in the background. I never do that. And I think you just like when I said that it's so strange to me that you're like, oh, I'm not just gonna sit there and stare at a screen. Like that's what the fucking thing is. Like what do you mean? Then you just don't watch movies. Like that's what it. Like if you never do that, then most things. I would argue that most, if not all, movies bore you if you can't just sit there and watch them for the entire duration of their play. Like that's very strange. Wait,
I don't know.
Let me say.
I never get.
Mike sent a thing, a rather large one actually. Thank you, Mike. Y'all better destroy all humans to the chair, cause only one of the race gets a pecker and refuses to let the rest of the clones get him. Also, is this Joker for real? Oh, he's talking about you, Nano. Mike.
Okay.
Actually,
Yes, I'm the one.
we talked about. Okay, so we talked about this, Mike. We put him down to. He's in C because of the whole penis situation. However, in this particular situation, you can go out and get a penis. Like it's and since this whole stream, we were talking about it basically like it was in we're pretending it's in like a sci-fi world where all of these different races exist within the same universe. Like every single sci-fi species and race you could think of all exist within the same place, which means that there's definitely going to be technology that will allow you to get a penis, basically. It wouldn't be as difficult to get a penis in this particular situation as it was for him in that situation. But that is the reason he's at sea, because when you appear there, you're gonna not have a penis, and then you have to go through the process of getting one, and that's gonna suck. But
to 1,000 yen. I'm pretty sure that's yen.
why do you still sound like he still kind of sounds like he's underwater? But yeah, it's 1,000 yen because Mike lives in Japan right now. I think he's
Isn't 1,000 yen like $100? I think, or is that $10?
I just realized Fishy hasn't showed up.
I don't know.
Yeah, it must not.
I haven't seen Fishy in a bit.
Well, I haven't seen Fishy in a bit. Mike's been gone for. That's another thing, Mike. I got some fucking beef. I got some beef with you, Mike, because you told me. No, because Mike told me, he's like, we need to go back to debates for a little while. Like I missed the debates. Let's do the debates. 2 weeks in a row I did debates, and you didn't even fucking show up. And now we're back to the streams, and then you show up again.
For shame.
So like he told me like 2 weeks in a row. He's like let's go back to the debates. Let's go back to the debates. I had like 8 or 9 people in the comments being like, hey, can we do debates next week or whatever? And I was like, okay, yeah, we'll do debates. 2 weeks in a row I did debates. Nobody fucking showed up. None of the people who said that they wanted debates showed up. So you, sir, have some explaining to do about that one, because you didn't show up to the debates that I had specifically for the people who were asking me for them. And the problem was that the debate stream sucked. The debate stream sucked because all the people who were asking for me to all of them who were asking me to bring it back didn't show up, and those were the people who wanted to debate. So like we had a couple.
If I would have showed up, I would have asked.
I thought last week you did a tier list.
No, last 2 weeks were debate streams. This is my first. This is my first tier list in 3 weeks, and none of the normal people who debate and who asked me to start doing debate streams even showed up to it. It was the same time as always. It was 7 p.m. Saturday, and they were just like, nah, we're good. Fuck you, man. There's like, all right, well, the fuck. So I'm like, okay, fine. Next week I'm going back to tier list. Since none of the fucking debate people didn't show up 2 weeks in a row, and now Mike fucking wants to show up. God damn it.
Which one do you make more money off of on like usual? I'm just curious.
Probably the tier list, but it depends. Like if I do the tier list for too long, it starts to have lesser returns. And then when I go to debate stream and I haven't had a debate stream in a while, it like hikes up. And then if I do it for too long, it starts doing the same thing. Basically, what I've noticed, like people don't like doing the same thing for too long. So I like to switch it up.
So it's like flying the man in a way.
You still sound like you're underwater, man. I do not know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on.
Let me see.
What is he talking on?
I'm sorry. Wait, hold up. Mike said that. I'm sorry. Some of us work for a living, but I am working, sir. This is a form of work, motherfucker.
It's his job, man.
Yeah, I'd argue that there are multiple people who who work for a living and do show up for the stream. Just take Doug. I think he works.
I'm working right now, and I'm here talking.
See,
exactly. I know multiple people who show up for streams. And
I understand. No, I understand. No, I get it. He works. I forgot what he did. He did something interesting. Nice. I forgot what he did.
Something to do with firearms. I think he's a firearms trainer.
For the military or something. It was something. Yeah, it was something like that. I don't know.
10,000
I'm just a nerd.
10,000 yen is $69.
Nice.
69 bucks.
Well, he just said 10,000 yen.
So that'd be 6.
But
Fuck, why can't the Japanese just use American money? Fuck.
Yeah, that's wild.
They want to be different.
The
IOU. Be like us, you know.
I mean, we can show them what we did to them in the 40s. I'm sure that'll get them to switch to American dollars.
Rouga, please don't mention the J word. It's very, very Japanese.
Oh no, the J-O-B. People are getting afraid of that.
Jobs. People don't want jobs.
Rouga,
I got an interview on Wednesday. Any advice?
Don't be
nice.
You got the interview?
Yeah, I got an interview.
Interviews are easy. Interviews are easy. You just say whatever.
I've never had an interview.
How old are you?
You just glaze the.
I'm 20.
You just say interviews are super easy. Whatever you think that they want to hear, that's exactly what they want to hear, and just say that.
Gotcha.
Also, just dress nicely.
I've never gotten I've never gotten an interview and not gotten the job, with one exception, and that's because I walked out in the middle of the interview because they asked a question that I found so fucking stupid. I knew I didn't want to work for those people.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No.
What was the question?
They asked me why I wanted to work there, and when I gave them my answer, they said, no, not like why do you want to work, like why do you want to work specifically here at this place? How okay, it was, I believe it was a Raising Cane's or something, and they're like why do you want to work here? And I said, oh, it's close to the house. I need money, and all of a sudden I was giving, I was telling them all this thing. I gave them all these. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was basically gave them reason to believe that I would show up on time, that I would continue to work for years to come, all the stuff they wanted to hear. And they said, no, I get that, but why do you specifically want to work here at Raising Cane's at this, why here? And I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? What kind of a question is that? Because I dreamed from the time I was a young lad to come and make fucking chicken at a fast food restaurant. I was
Honestly,
like, what a stupid question.
As a young boy, I dreamed to make unseasoned bland chicken.
As a child, I yearned for the mines.
That was the dumbest question.
I yearned to make.
I've been asked a lot of dumb questions over the years. I've been asked a lot of dumb questions over the years for interviews. That was the dumbest question I've ever been asked in an interview. Because it's not so. I understand asking me why you want to. I understand asking me why you want to work here. I or even I can kind of get that, being asked that question if it's a massive corporate job that's super super specialized. But for a fucking fast food fried chicken place, you're really gonna ask me why I want to live specific? I don't. I'm applying to 50 fucking different places, and I'm hoping that somebody hires me. That's
shit.
And they know that. But it's like why are you even asking that? That's just dumb. And I walked out. I was like, I don't want to work for you. And I just walked right out, because I was like, if that's a question you're gonna ask, you're gonna be a pain in the ass to work for, and I have no, because I've never had issue. It's never taken me more than 2 weeks to get a job, and I've never not gotten a job once I've gotten the interview. I'm really good at job hunting. I'm stupidly good at job hunting. So I don't have to do it.
If I asked you to go hunt a job right now for I don't know, some retail,
I never have.
get it.
I never have to. Well, yes, but I never have to. I never have to go job hunting again. I'm with the union, so they find jobs for me. So I literally never have to do another interview or hunt for another job in my life, as long as I'm with the union.
That's what my pa loves about it. My pa loves the union, man.
It's a cool little bonus. I like it. Also, the fact that I make way more money than I make way more money than normal electricians is a really good bonus. The fact that I don't pay for
the union.
I don't pay for any of my own stuff. So I don't pay for health insurance. I don't pay for any life insurance. I don't pay for none of that. They pay for all of it for me. It's all in the thing. So that's a big one. People who don't have life, if you guys are pretty young, so you guys might not have life insurance, but life insurance costs a shit ton. It's a large portion of your. It's the largest part of your paycheck. Is the health insurance aspect of it. It's more than taxes. The life insurance part, and the fact that and when you're doing it for your whole family, when you have a family of 5 people or whatever, it gets into these several hundreds. Hundreds, and I think my dad pays for life health insurance for him and my mom, his wife, and I think he pays $600 or $700 a month or something for health insurance.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's a lot, and that's just for 2 people. And and mine, my health insurance pays for me, my wife, all my children, totally free. I don't have to pay it. It's a really big selling point of it.
See, that's why I just love the union, man. Union helps.
There's bad things about it too. There's a lot of bad. It's very communism-ish kind of in ways, which I'm not a huge fan of.
It's not.
I
think there's more
positive. Your paycheck. It's our paycheck.
Hold up. Citadel, $50. Thank you, man. Go over scrolls, please. Yeah, we could do that. We could totally go. Let's go over scrolls.
All right. Oh, from Star Trek?
They were last. No, scrolls are not from Star Trek. No, the scrolls are from Marvel. Okay, so
You know the point of your guys? You do the hand
those
gesture.
guys.
Sorry.
Let's do the scroll. We'll do the scrolls. We'll do the scrolls next. Okay, so the scrolls. Who knows about the scrolls? I think
I watched the movie.
everyone's gonna know
I'm a
everything
Marvel
about the
fan.
scrolls, right? Yeah, they're basically they're basically a group of green shape-shifting aliens that can essentially copy the powers of people. Now I believe there's a limit to this. Like I think most of them can only copy one person at a time, but Super Skrull is special because he's capable of copying more than one, and he actually copied the powers of the entirety of the Fantastic Four. So that's kind of cool. I actually would not put them very high on the list because they're like
Aren't they space Jews?
Why? That's the second time I've heard that. What makes them space Jews?
Aren't they like persecuted and they like steal other people's
Space
identity?
Jew? What?
No.
What is
That
going on?
sounds racist.
First off, you got that from.
I don't know where you got that from.
He got that from the movie where they made the Skrulls the victims, but the Skrulls are the.
I only watched the movies.
Yeah,
I didn't watch. I didn't
the Skrulls are not the victims. That's a movie thing. In the comics, they're actually the invaders.
What movie are they from?
Yeah, they're the bad guys. Yeah. Michael agree. Why did Michael's name get changed? Or is that a different person? No, that's Michael. His name got changed. That's weird. Yeah, Michael. He says that he also calls them space Jews. I don't think there's space. Oh, so there was this funny thing. I used to go to church, and there was this song that they would say, and it was like I don't know if you guys have heard the song if y'all go to church, but it was a song. It was like it's like it was talking about God and shit. It was like you reign forever, you reign eternally. It was like the song that they sung, this guy, but the guy who sung it at the church had an accent, and he never said you. He said Jew when he said you. So when he would sing the song, he would say, Jew reign forever, Jew reign eternally. And then
Was he Mexican?
He was black. But me and my mom, me and my brother would always laugh our asses off because we would be like, oh no, we got to get away from the Jew reign. It's gonna turn us all into Jews. And it became like this joke about like the Jew reign. Anytime it would like start raining, it was like, oh shit, it's Jew reign. Let's get the fuck out of here. And it was just like a joke.
Let's get out of here before we get circumcised.
We can't get.
Is he from like?
I don't know.
Is he from like Cuba or something?
No. Accent's not the right word. Accent's not the right word because he was American, but
inflection.
He spoke. Yeah, it was like an
inflection.
Yeah, like he spoke like when he didn't say you, he said you. Like he would pronounce his Y's in the word you strangely, and he would say. And it was just anytime I hear like Jew anything like space Jew, I always think of like Jew reign. You know, like this. I don't know why. It's just like fucking the Jew reign.
I thought it was Spaceballs.
I'll put it in my book. That's a great idea for my book that I'm writing.
Jew reign that turns people into Jews.
Jew reign.
Yeah, that's a great idea for my book.
Plagiarism.
Why someone Jew reigned on Germany, on Nazi Germany?
Stealing
Instead of
ideas.
raining cats and dogs, it rains Jews.
Hey, that's what most of my book is, man. I'm telling you.
It doesn't rain cats and dogs. It rains Jews and gypsies.
But yeah, but so someone who's more well versed in the scrolls, because I don't read Fantastic Four comics. They can only transform into one person at a time, right? They can't just shapeshift. Like the thing that makes the Super Skrull special is that he can use multiple powers for multiple people, and all of the normal Skrulls can only turn into one person. I am. That's true, right? I'm not just fucking making that up. I'm almost positive that's the case.
Yeah, I think
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I cannot believe anything you say, Nano, because you have agreed to so many things that I have then asked you a question and you didn't even like watch the thing or knew about it. So I don't trust when you agree with me. So I'm just gonna let you know that now. Yeah, pretty sure. I think it is. I think that is the case. If that is the case, that kind of makes them pretty shitty. Because we already have a shape-shifting character that can steal powers, and that's the Thing who's up in A, and the Skrulls are just a really shitty version of that.
Yeah,
so I would put them in C, like very bottom of C.
Well, I don't know because C's I don't know because let's just say.
At least they're not being hunted.
Not being hunted is good. Not being hunted, being a part of a massive empire is useful. You would be protected by the massive Skrull empire. So that. Wait, hold up. Michael, you may change his name again. Hobo, stop changing your freaking name. Okay, real talk. I don't think the Skrulls should go above the evolved monsters, even being able to copy people's powers. They can't copy a 100%. It's like 80 to 90. Is that true? I don't know how true that is. Again, I don't see like when I talk about comics, the Marvel comics, you'll notice I talk about mostly stuff that happens on Earth. I'll talk about Thor. I'll talk about Spider-Man, Hulk, stuff like this. And this is because when it comes to the cosmic stuff, I couldn't give a shit about Marvel comics. Like, I don't care at all about any of the cosmic goings-ons in the universe. Like, I just don't give a shit. I don't think it's particularly well done. Yeah, I just don't think it's particularly well done, any of it, and I think it all just becomes so nonsense. It's ridiculous. Like I'm okay reading like a Hulk comic where he goes off to Sakaar and has a little adventure, comes right back. Okay, fine. But I don't like go into like, oh, these are the different factions and this is their relationship with each other and these are the multiple universes and it's like that's the shit I just don't care about. Which is also the reason. This is probably a good reason why I think the storylines are already pretty bad in Marvel across the board, but they get really bad when they start leaving Earth. But when you look at, I think that's also a really good reason, or a big reason as to why the movies have gotten so bad, because there's a lot of reasons why the movies gotten so bad. This is not the only reason, but they're also diving more into the actual universe of Marvel as opposed to just Earth and the shit that's happening on Earth, and they're diving into, the multiverse and shit, and that is like the least interesting, most batshit, who gives a fuck, dumb storytelling stuff that exists in Marvel is that stuff. So, yeah. I mean, they weren't helping themselves any by introducing all that stuff into the movies. They really should have just made the movies focus on Earth and like occasionally go there for little stuff, and not make the entire focus of the MCU the fucking like multiverse and shit. That was bad. All right, let me see. Does someone explain why that Yuta is better than Kryptonian? Okay, yeah, I can explain that. So, the idea of the list, if it is, you would know it's basically the same as it was when we were doing the fantasy races. So basically, you arrive in a universe. It could be a universe, multiverse, whatever. It's infinite. There's every single fictional alien and cosmic horror and evil empire all exist within the same universe. This big ass sci-fi universe. You are going in as a level. You are being Isekaied into this other world as a random, not a random because you get to pick, but Isekaied as an alien species. You are going there at level 1, and you can then level up your character to be whatever level you want. So you can be a level 1 predator or you can be a level 1000 predator. And we are taking things like the culture that you're having to enter in, the fact you'll be born into whatever faction you're born into. You're gonna have to deal with all the same issues that race has had to deal with. So, like for instance, Superman, his planet's fucking destroyed, and he doesn't have an empire to go to. Like, he doesn't have a planet to hide behind. There's no military protecting him. So, like, if the Imperium of Man show up and decide to fuck up his shit, he's just gonna have to deal with it by himself, maybe with a couple of Kryptonians here and there. And just like everybody else, he's going to be a level 1 Kryptonian that has to level up. He'll be enhanced for sure, but a level 1 Kryptonian is not going to beat a level 1000 Predator, basically. Like, it's going to be still this sort of isekai formula of starting off as a nobody and slowly increasing your level to become this god level being. In this sort of variation of the idea that we're talking about, like you like a going in as a predator level 1 and then getting to level 1000, you can eventually become the same power as like the Doomslayer. You could just keep going with the leveling up. It's like the game mechanics. That's why. And we did say that the Kryptonian is going to start stronger and faster and have a lot of powers, like more, and be just overall better than the Predator. But the reason why the Predator is higher is because, well, we basically compared it to the Orc. If you saw that race version, the race tier list, where we basically said, like, it would actually be really fun to be an Orc. It would actually be really fucking fun to be a Predator. Like, you're born into a warlike society. That's true. Wait, what's up?
You said it's fun to be a Predator.
It would actually be pretty. A what?
Predator. I mean, you said it'd be fun to be a Predator.
Yeah.
No, I know what type you're talking about, but some people might misunderstand. Might
I
be
don't
looking
think.
out for cub seekers,
I
too.
don't think there's anything to understand. I think it would be fun to be a predator. I think it would be really fun to be born as a predator, and you're in a society where you're just surrounded by a bunch of bros, and all your bros are going out hunting together, and like you and like I think we did talk about how it would be difficult at the start because you're like a kid, you're trained from a young age to be this awesome predator dude, and then like you have to like be blooded and you go through these challenges. But like your whole thing is like, let's just go out and hunt all the time and like get a couple of your like we talked about the film Predators, right? And how Predators, if you look at from the perspective of the Predators, it's just three dudes who are probably friends who are just going around the universe like capturing alien species. They took over a planet. They went around the universe capturing alien species, then dropping them on this planet, and then just be like, hey, it's like our own little personal hunting reserve, where we just go down and like fuck up some dudes, and then like we're just like having a ball, having fun, just hunting as friends. Like it's just, if you're a dude who likes hunting, and you're a dude who likes actively these sort of activities with the boys, being a predator would be fucking cool. Being a predator would be awesome. It would be so much fun. It would be one of the funnest ones to do. The bro culture makes it so much fun. That it's just a bunch of dudes going out hunting together, and that's like all you're expected to do. You don't have a job. You know, you don't have to go to work. You just, all these predators seem to have their own ship. They just give you a fucking ship. They're like, yeah, go around and hunt. You're expected to get on this ship by yourself. Go around the galaxy, explore wherever you want. Go to all kinds of different crazy worlds. Find all kinds of crazy different species and monsters and hunt them. And you can hunt them to as much as you want, and you can use whatever weapons that are viable on the ship. If you don't want to follow the honor code, you can become a bad blood, and you don't have to follow the honor code. And just become bad blood, and then just it's fine, and then you can hunt other predators if you want to. Just like just do your thing, man. If you want to completely abandon the whole predator like lifestyle and become like a space bounty hunter or something, a predator would actually make an amazing space bounty hunter, you know, or a you know, you could be on different planets like I think actually we talked about how the predator would actually fit really well in like the Star Wars universe. There's like a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, like a Mandalorian. Like maybe you want to fight in the Mandalorian Wars, you know, and pick a side or something, or like work as a merc. Like there's all kinds of cool, crazy shit you could do as a predator that gives you a lot of freedom. But like even if you just want to live the predator lifestyle, it actually seems like it would be kind of fun for the right person. Like it's the same thing as the orcs. The orc lifestyle would not be great for every single person, but for a lot of people, the orc lifestyle would be a lot of fun. It's just a bunch of dudes like let's just do some crazy shit. Let's go into battle with the boys. You know,
pillaging, man.
It is
like
a
Vikings.
fun. Yeah, there is a very, very fun aspect of the Predators that we talked about, and that's basically why we put him above Superman. Whereas Superman is just a dude with like no other Kryptonians who's just like in the universe all alone, and he doesn't have there's no art there. Well, no, I mean he can go live in a planet somewhere and be like an alien to that planet, you know, and become like a protector or whatever, or maybe join some faction somewhere or whatever. I mean, you could do other things. You basically just find your way in the universe. I just think the
What
Predators
about the Creed?
would be a lot more fun. Well, the Creeds aren't on the list.
Well, aren't you doing one like later, or are you still doing it now?
What are you talking about?
Aren't you doing like a part 2?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Why would he do that?
Maybe.
So-
Right now we're not. Right now
He runs out of ideas.
So I'm looking at the ones that you didn't put on the tier list. What's the rainy one? Like right next to Ratchet and Clank and the Demon from Hell.
That is the Gen something from Star Wars.
Star Wars one?
Yeah, Gen whatever. What were they called? We looked them up earlier. It was the dude with the
that wrong.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
What?
I think they're called like the Zepho or something.
Crazy.
No.
Dude from Star Wars.
They're like
Survivor.
Doug,
like
I'm trying to listen to what
really
Doug.
good at healing and shit.
Doug, what did you say?
I made a comment to Crazy. My bad. I was typing something.
What happened?
Oh, you're fine. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah, don't look at chat. It just got racist.
What else is new?
It's the best
Like
part,
it hasn't
man.
been this whole time.
What else is new? I don't even know why y'all are talking. Why are y'all even talking in chat? I don't understand why y'all are even like discussing in the chat. Whatever. Because we have the stream is right here. Like we have a stream chat. So why is there so many people in the freaking Discord?
Because we
Yeah,
get the stream
but, I
immediately
don't wanna
banned.
I don't want to get it.
Also,
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't want to
allow
get my
images
account
in the
taken from
stream
me.
chat.
Hold up, let me see.
Just being racist.
Anyway, that was my reasons for putting the Predator over Superman. Overall, I think it would be a way more fun lifestyle. It would be a way more interesting thing to be isekai'd into. You get your like little predator honeys, you know, and then you just go off with your boys hunting all the time, not really expected to do anything but hunt. It just sounds fun, you know. I mean, say what you want. Like, as much as it sucks when you watch the Predator films and you see the humans kill the predators, I mean, you have to admit, like, for the predators that survive, which is most predators, like, we're not following them, but most predators succeed in their hunts. That would be pretty fun. Like, it would be pretty fun to be a predator. What's up?
Doug, what is that timing, man?
Hey, stop. This stream is not for you guys to have like a separate conversation about shit that's going on in a completely different chat. Like, y'all, if y'all gotta do that, y'all gotta go to another place. This is for the stream. Okay?
Damn.
Yeah, nah, can't be doing that. Well, I mean, nobody else is even fucking in the. Nobody can see what's going on in the Discord. Y'all can't start totally separate conversations about some shit that's happening that nobody can even see. It's a fucking live stream, assholes. What do you expect?
Oh, you can't have an inside joke now? Jeez.
Wow.
Let's see. What the fuck is the third option? Oh yeah, no, that's what I just said that. Okay, let's see. But how else would you doom scroll for 8 hours a day if you were a predator? What does that mean? Someone explain what that means.
Doom scrolling is when you're like just on TikTok, just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling.
Why would you do that?
Because
it's addicting.
Because it's made to be addicting.
Well, I don't do that, so I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I don't do that now.
Because you're on the internet, so, anyways.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
So, you're practically immune.
I don't.
Because you're mentally well.
Okay. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time on the internet outside of the channel, so it just doesn't. I still have to figure out fucking Cash App this week. Like I don't know how it works.
Fucking drug dealer.
So that'll be fun. No, are you new, bro? We just had a whole conversation about this. People have been asking me to get Cash App so that they can donate stuff and ask me to make certain videos. So I have to look in.
I'll pay you $100.
I have to look into the whole Cash App thing this week, and I'll probably release a video that announces that I now have Cash App, and yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. Yeah. So let's do the scrolls. So the scrolls. Wait, that was the last thing, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What did he say? He said, "Real talk. I don't think the scrolls should go above the evolved monsters."
I would say put it.
Yeah. I don't think they should go above.
I don't think they
B.
should.
I would say put it in like C tier.
I think they should be in C.
Well, the evolved monster are in C tier. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, only being able to copy one person and not be the full level of, well, okay, so to be fair, if we're doing the whole leveling thing, right? At level 1, you would probably only be able to copy one person, but by the time you get to a level 1000, I'm sure
just like a level 1000 with
you could probably copy as many people as you want. But I still think there's just no getting around the idea that like the thing is just a better version. You know?
So what I'm getting at is like what you kind of like based on how easy your start is then.
How does the scroll copy things? I mean, I know it's very limited, but how does that work? Did they just look at them, or
I
they got to do it?
I don't think it's look at them. They generally replace them, but I don't know how it works. Like I said, I'm not big on the I'm not big on the scrolls or the Fantastic Four stories or anything like that. So I'm not 100% sure.
I feel like there would only be one S tier.
I don't like the scrolls.
Is it with contact? Hey, does anybody know how the in the chat? Does anybody know how the scrolls acquire the powers? Is it through contact or
sight?
Scan them or sight or.
I always remember from a cartoon of the Avengers of a scroll who literally just had the ability to just shapeshift back and forth between the forms. Like they just could do it innately. They didn't show how they ended up acquiring that. They just could. That makes sense.
Yeah, I've seen the scrolls be other forms, but I don't think I've ever seen how they actually go about doing it. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. How do the scrolls gain new forms? Gain new forms.
Shapeshift.
Really? Alright, let's see. They possess a deviant gene series, which was a result of a genetic experimentation by the powerful Celestials. Okay, blah blah blah. The gene series grants the innate ability to alter their size, shape, and color. Their bodies are composed of unstable molecules that can be expanded or contracted at will, though mental concentration and muscular expansion and concentration. Skrulls can manipulate these molecules to mimic the physical characteristics of other. Okay, so they're not actually even so how do they get the powers?
I guess they're just.
Mumbo jumbo.
I guess it's some comic bullshit where they, manipulate their DNA to mimic theirs.
It says here, however, they do not gain the inherent properties of the object or powers of the person they are mimicking. For example, turning into a metal box would make them look like metal, but they wouldn't have the hardness of metal. Well, that's not okay. So like. The version of the version of the Skrull that like turned into Black Bolt, right? And he fought against Hulk. He still had Black Bolt Scream. How did he have Black Bolt Scream? Just by changing his molecules and reshaping himself. He would have had to acquire those powers. They do have memory absorption. Skrulls can replicate recent memories of the individuals they mimic. They further enhance their abilities, their ability to blend in. Some Skrulls like Klurt, that's not a fucking word. The Super Skrull have undergone genetic manipulation to acquire and mimic the powers of specific individuals, in addition to their natural shapeshifting ability.
Oh, so that's only those two.
Accurate shapeshifting requires practice and talent.
Alright, I'm gonna call it a night.
You don't have to say goodbye. Just leave. Skrulls gain the new forms through the combination of their innate abilities. I don't know. It's being very not clear on how this works. Let me see. Does the chat tell us?
If I'm not mistaken, there's specifically a Super Skrull is what I'm seeing that it is online,
Yeah.
and there was originally one guy, and I guess it became a running thing where there were just Super Skrulls who had the ability to copy powers, and it just became a random.
So it's not something that every Skrull can do then. So
yeah, but those guys are genetically different.
I don't know though if it's
regular
one
Skrulls
guy
can
or
copy
a couple
forms.
of dudes who have the ability to copy powers though. I haven't.
But
got
either
that.
way, it would just be regular Skrulls could copy forms, but they can't copy the powers then.
Yeah, like only one Skrull is able to do.
So it's like a super shitty version of the thing. where you can't
Okay,
even get
so
powers
this
or
is not great because I just read the chat and there are different answers. Different people gave. Well, no, I'm not saying that anyone told me that there are different answers. I'm saying that the chat there are different people giving me different answers for how it's done. So they're not even clear about it.
Rouga.
They're not even clear about it. So, okay, so because you have the potential to transform into anybody and use your power, I mean, like I said, it's just a lesser version of the thing. Whatever. I'll put it below evolve. I think below evolve is fine. At least you have a penis. That's good. That puts you above the guy.
That's always.
That puts you above the guy who doesn't have a penis.
Excellent bonus. Yes.
That's a requirement. You gotta have a penis.
You gotta have a penis.
Yeah.
You gotta have a penis to be up this level. You have to have a penis. That's for sure a requirement, and not be a cuck. That's also a requirement. Don't be a cuck. Very, very important to not be a cuck. Okay, I guess we're continuing the stream.
A bunch of people paid a lot of money.
Because I guess we're continuing. So okay, fine. We'll keep going, you fuckers.
Man, you should do. I know the Saiyans aren't the next one on the list, but you should do the Saiyans, man.
When I get to them, I'll do the Saiyans. When I get to them. Next up, we have the Lombaxes.
I know nothing
about these guys.
The Lombaxes. Okay, so I don't even. It's probably not even really that good of a pick, to be honest with you. There's really nothing all that special about the Lombaxes in terms of what they're capable of. The thing that makes the Lombaxes good is their technological advancement and the ridiculously overpowered guns and tech shit that they have. So, they have guns that can make black holes. They have guns that can mind control people. They have guns that can, open up fucking like warp holes into other realities and pull other versions of things out of those realities to attack people. They can do all kinds. They're all kinds of crazy shit. All kinds of crazy shit. And basically, the entire arsenal that Ratchet has will be widely available to a Lombax, as the Ratchet and Clank universe is already extremely technologically advanced. I would say in terms of guns, easily the best guns of anybody on this list, easily the best tech of anybody on this list, and the Lombaxes are the most intelligent and most advanced of all of those species. So yeah, just basically you would just if you became a Lombax, your entire leveling up thing would be about just getting really, really big, really incredibly amazing fucking guns and just destroying everything. Yeah, you'd essentially be a tech guy. But they can also do stuff like Ratchet can like punch through fucking robots' faces and shit. Like he's definitely stronger than a normal human being. But he also built his own. He also built his own ship, from like just having a bunch of junk and metal scrap around.
It's a garbage race.
Garbage, mostly extinct race, but cool guns. Yeah, it's not a garbage race. It's only, I mean, they're the ones who make a lot of the guns. So it's like, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a garbage race. It's a garbage race in the way that it doesn't have any crazy over the top superpowers. I guess. I mean, they're superhuman, but I think you could say that their intelligence and the fact of all the different crazy tech that they can make puts them. I mean, they can fucking travel through time. You know, they could shrink or grow themselves. They have fucking anti-gravity technology. It's like the tech is so over the top awesome. Like the Lombax. The Lombaxes would absolutely destroy the Imperium of Man. Like absolutely fucking destroy them. They don't have nearly the numbers. Not even a fraction of the numbers. They would destroy the Imperium of Man because you could put one fucking Lombax down on a planet and it could wipe out literally millions of people before he goes down because of the crazy technology that it has. Like their shit is so unbelievably over the top insane. And it's arguable if the weapons at the because of the way the armor works, it's arguable that if the weapons of someone like a Space Marine would even damage a Lombax because their armor's really, really good. Like the way their armor works is that it's nanomachines, but basically when a Lombax's armor is hit by any amount of damage, it repulses out a certain percentage of that force. Basically, it repeats the force back on to the thing that's being hit to it. So like if you hit a Lombax's armor with 100 tons and that armor is rated at 80%, it will send 80 tons back to fight against that 100 tons. So you're actually only being hit by 20 tons. And it does significantly less damage. This means that if you have a defense high enough and someone like if your defense is, say, I could take, 1 ton of TNT to the face and not get hurt at all. Okay, and then someone shoots you with, 5 tons of TNT, and you have the armor that does 80% defense. That means they're now hitting you with less than 1 ton, and they're not going to do any damage at all. You've completely negated it because it's not that it's negating damage done or health lost. It's negating the actual force. It's like lessening the force that you're being hit with, so everything will just hurt and do less damage. And the Lombax
is full stats into defense. I'm practically invincible.
You could be, depending on who you're going up against. Like the Lombaxes are unbelievably durable. Like even at the very beginning, the first game, Ratchet in his spaceship crashes into a mountain. The spaceship explodes while he's inside of it. He falls like several stories, and then he just gets up. He's like, "Oh shit, my ship's destroyed. Guess I gotta get a new one." And then he just goes on to like kill 100,000 people and then get a new ship. Like it's like so that 100,000 is an exaggeration, but he's super like he has gone like way faster than the speed of sound on a motorbike and then crashed headfirst into a building, smashing through concrete walls, and then he's been fine. He's been shot. Had rockets shot at him, lasers shot at him. He's been set on fire. Like they're very, very, very durable, and they can take lots and lots of damage. They're physically strong enough to punch through like robots made out of all kind of different crazy metals that we don't exist in our real world. There's like a lot of good. Like the Lombax is not a bad choice. I am not going to say that the Lombax is a bad choice. No one here plays Ratchet and Clank. I feel like I'm the only person talking about it.
I played it, but I don't remember
Been a
much.
very
It's
long
something I
time
played
for
when
me
I
as
was a
well.
kid.
Gotcha. Yeah, no,
I
there's.
remember playing a game and watching the movie.
There's a movie.
Rhino 5 versus 100 Space Marines. You're gonna have to remind me of which one the Rhino 5 was, because there's a different Rhino in every game. Like there's one Rhino that like the first Rhino was just shot like it was like a Gatling gun of rockets.
Water.
What? But water kills him. No, it doesn't. He can swim underwater. Water doesn't kill him.
You might die in some levels, but that's game design.
There's certain level. There are like in the first game specifically. No, even in the first game. The first game he had before you could swim underwater, you had to get the No, I don't know. There's just certain levels. Yeah, no, you're wrong. I remember. Even in the first game, the only water that kills you is when there's giant fish that eat you. Like there's actually an animation that you jump into the water and this giant fish eats you, or it has to be toxic in some way. But there's whole levels, even in the first game, where you can like swim throughout the whole level. Now you can't breathe underwater, so you need like a breather. But he absolutely swims underwater. Water does not kill you. So I'm not really sure where you're getting that.
Yeah.
I think water kills Jack and Daxter, but water does not kill Ratchet. No, he can.
I know nothing about that game.
Jack, that's a good game too. Played the game where like Clank was revealed to have the soul of a time. Ugh, I hated those. Those like the original 4 games were awesome, and then they had a trilogy that like retconned a bunch of stuff and went into a bunch of really stupid shit and got rid of the whole consumerism message of the previous games that made it so good, and they just weren't as good. And that's the trilogy he's talking about. And then after that, they started making a bunch of newer games that were just not very good. I don't like the last like 2 or 3 really. So I really haven't like genuinely loved a Ratchet and Clank game since Deadlocked probably was the last one that I really liked.
I thought they stopped making them. I didn't know they still made them. I haven't played one.
No, they had one a couple years ago.
They had one a couple like 2 years ago.
Maybe I think it was more than that. I think it was more than that. But it was one where there was like the female Ratchet that he found in another universe. Yeah, that one. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I don't like what they did with the character of Ratchet and the universe as a whole. They kind of pussified the entire universe, and it annoyed me because originally it was actually pretty kind of a hardcore game for a T for teen game. Like it went to some places and had very interesting character dynamics between people, and things were interesting and characters were kind of gray, and it was pretty cool. Like the whole universe was just horrible and very consumer driven and very money obsessed, and that was like a big message of the game. And now it's just kind of like, it just feels like kind of like a Pixar movie of like a fun space adventure with 2 dudes who act exactly the same and always do the right thing, and it's like, Jesus, this fucking sucks. It's not as good. Deadlocked was great. Yeah. Space Gladiator. Yeah, no, Deadlocked was good. The first 4 were really good, and then they got less good after that. But I mean, it really just depends on you. How much would you enjoy being Isekaied in a universe where you have the potential of getting unbelievably advanced technology and essentially being a genius mechanic and can make whatever tech you want.
I would say middle of B. Middle of B. I don't think that they're cooler than the Yautjas. I don't think they're
I wouldn't mind being a wombat, but
one issue that there is with the Lombats, which we have to kind of put on the same level with the whole Superman thing. The Lombaxes have been wiped out. They're gone. So
I was going to bring up the fact that I wouldn't want to be the only Lombax.
Well, he wasn't originally. That's a part of the retcons. Because originally he actually has a romantic interest in 2. Yes, in 2, where there's this chick that's Angela that's a Lombax. And then in the later games, they reveal this idea that the Lombaxes are this race that was driven to extinction, and people called them out, being like, "No, they weren't. We've already seen another Lombax." And then in the sequel to that game, there's a one joke where like the radio's playing in your ship, and it's like, oh, the final, and like some radio host is talking. It's like, oh, you know, we've discovered the Lombaxes, and it's like, wait, wasn't this chick Angela a Lombax or whatever? And they made like a joke about it, that like Angela was actually not a Lombax, but like I don't think we ever actually said she was a Lombax, even though she looks the exact same species as Ratchet, or whatever. But yeah, it was a retcon. They retconned Ratchet and made him like a Lombax, the fucking last surviving member of an ancient, like amazing, great, awesome, technologically advanced race. And they retconned Clank that instead of a failed robot design, he was actually a time god, or he was created by time
what?
gods. Yeah, they
What?
just
I had no idea.
That's
they
so
just
fucking weird.
it's so stupid.
So I don't even know. I don't even know if I would put them above the fucking Kryptonians.
Well,
They
if we
made the-
do take the fact that the Lombax aren't all gone, you know, maybe there's a couple extra.
They're not. There's one.
So do you want to be the last year race? At least with the Kryptonians, there's at least a couple out there.
Yeah, but I would actually argue that you could potentially become more powerful as a Lombax than you can Superman with the technology that you have. Like,
yeah, but would you want to be the last year race though?
But you would be basically the same thing with Superman.
But at least with Superman, you
have
fight
a
other
handful of people.
And to be honest with you, it doesn't really affect Ratchet all that much. Like Ratchet doesn't like the fact that that's another thing. Ratchet doesn't really care about finding people of his race, and then they make his entire storyline about like his obsession with finding his people, which completely changed who his character was. Because in the original games, he was just like a fucking, basically just a hillbilly, like Daredevil guy who just loved like going out and doing crazy shit. Like he was like a what do you call it? He would fit in with the characters from like Rocket Power. If you ever watched the Nickelodeon show Rocket Power, like he loved like racing and hardcore races, and he loved big guns and fast cars.
Adrenaline junkie?
Yes.
Redneck.
Massive,
Oh, yeah,
massive
sounds
adrenaline
yeah.
junkie.
Oh yeah, it's hardcore racist.
Yeah, not racist. No,
Racist is
redneck.
crazy.
he was no. He I mean, it would not be inaccurate. Like if he was a dude who was born, who was like in the first game, he was born on this planet that he just like very bored, but he was like this genius inventor. He built a ship, and his only goal in the first game, the only thing that he has, is that he was doing what he was doing because it was fucking cool. Like he liked the idea that he was fighting against this evil emperor because it was fun to fight against these dudes and get weapons and earn money, and like he would all, and like Clank was like, no, we have to stop Drax, right? Drax is gonna not Drax, Drac. What's the fucking villain of the first game? I'm forgetting his name. Anyway, it's like Clank was the one who was like, we need to stop this because he's killing people, and Ratchet could not give a shit about stopping Drac. He just wanted to do shit that was fun. Like he would stop his quest of trying to stop Drac or whatever his name is, to join a fucking hover bike race. Because he just wanted to join a hover bike race. Like he was just like, yeah, I want to fucking join a hover bike race. This sounds awesome. And Clank was like, we don't have time for this.
To others.
Yeah, and then Clank was like, we don't have time for this. Drac is literally destroying whole planets and killing billions of people. And Ratchet's like, bro, like he's doing that anyway. Let's like fucking do this hover bike race, you know? Like and it was like Ratchet was an interesting character, you know. And over the course of the story, Ratchet grew as a character, and he became like more understanding of the evils of Dragon. Like he started caring a little more, and he became more of the hero character, right? Well, parents complained that Ratchet was an asshole and a bad role model for their kids, which he was never meant to be a role model for your fucking kids. He was his character. And in the sequel, they changed his voice actor, which I thought was a step down from the original voice actor, and they completely rewrote him to just be generic hero, and he's been that since Ratchet and Clank 2. And I hated it because he was so fun in the first one. I really liked him in the first game, and I have not liked him since. But I still like the games. I still liked 2, 3, and 4. I still think they were written well, and they were good games. I just found him more boring. And then after 4, they threw out all of the edge that the games had across the board, and they basically just became fucking Pixar kids games. I don't even know why they're T for teen anymore, other than the fact that the games have guns in them. Like they used to earn the T rating in those games. Like they earned it hard. Like Ratchet just didn't give a fuck about people. He would kill people, no problem. He didn't give a damn. He would leave people to death. He would like threaten people's lives, and he would manipulate and shit to get his way with it. He was kind of like a little fucking kind of asshole. A little. I really liked him. Anyway, they ruined his character. But
all right, so
what?
I still say middle. I say middle of beast still, man. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Like honestly, I wouldn't mind being a Lombax. I mean, I wouldn't.
I just
Yeah,
think
just
that
an
being a
asshole to
predator would be
everybody.
better.
Like,
I think
yeah,
that being
it
a
would.
predator.
But like being a Lombax, first off, I was like, it's not like I would be an asshole to everyone, but like I get sick ass technology. Like, come
That's
on.
still that. I don't know.
And
Being
and,
the
and,
last
and just
one,
because like
every
every
eventually.
one of my race is extinct doesn't mean I have to really let it bother me a whole lot. If it doesn't bother Ratchet,
Well,
why
that's
would it
my
have to bother
entire.
me?
That's my entire point. Like with the Kryptonians, that's you lose all of the society that you once had. The
Yeah, but
military.
Ratchet at least lives in a society. He actually has his. He does live in a society that
does.
isn't his own
That's
race.
not his
Well, he
people.
comes.
Even then, he doesn't care about it either.
Well, no, he didn't at first. They eventually write him to where he does, which sucks. But no, Ratchet, like Ratchet, lives in a universe where there's a bunch of different species that are all living together. Like he does, like that's the whole thing that's kind of weird about it. Because in the first couple of games, they're really we don't even ever hear the name of any of the species. You know, there's just different species, and they're all just sort of interacting with each other. It's not until the later game that they're like, oh, well, you're actually a Lombax, and this is your whole thing, and you're actually a species, and this is the planet you're from, and it's like this is the first time you've ever done this. Like, we don't know the names of any of these other species. We just know the names of the Lombaxes now. So it's like it never affected him because the universe that he's in wasn't segregated by different races. Like, you just had everyone was just living, like any planet you would go to would have, like, 20 different races living on it, and everyone was just kind of walking around interacting with each other. So it wasn't a big deal. Like Ratchet's love interest in the second game is a Lombax, but he doesn't stay with her. His love interest in the third game isn't a Lombax, and then he eventually gets another love interest in the the shitty like middle trilogy. He gets a love interest, and that's actually his current girlfriend is the chick that he met in there, and she's not a part of his race. Like it was never a big deal that he wasn't a Lombax. Like they made it a big deal, but it wasn't necessarily. He didn't really care. And I think it just depends on what society you live in. Like if you're stuck in a society where every single person around you are all, the same race, and you're the only one ousted, then I get why that would be an issue. But in his universe, every planet he goes to, there's a ton of different races all over the place. So it's like he's just another race. No one even really brings up that he's like, oh, I've never seen your species before. That never comes up once in the first 4 or 5 games until.
Where would you put him? Where'd you put him?
Me.
That technology is really hard to bypass, though.
Like, I don't think it would
really hard to get over.
The experience of being a predator would still be better. I don't know.
Maybe,
I mean,
but
sure,
we also talked about the possibility of you having a very short life. Because you could possibly.
That'd be a sick ass life, though.
When you think about it, you can have the same things as a predator, but as a Lombax. Like you can be a Lombax, go find a bunch of bros, and then do cool shit.
You can do whatever you want. Yeah, there's nothing limiting. I mean, the society of the predators is cool. But I mean, with the Lombax, with you being able to build your own ship and all your crazy weapons, you'll be a lot safer than a predator will. I mean, you could still make friends out in the universe. You become a fucking space pirate if you want to. Like you can do that same stuff.
That would be fun.
The thing that makes the predator cool is the fact that it's built into the society. Whereas with the Lombax, there is no society. You're just kind of free to do whatever you want to do. But I think that the benefit of the added technology is pretty fucking cool. I'm gonna put him above Predator in I kind of want to put him in A a little bit because I actually think he would probably kill the fucking.
I was also thinking about A.
I think he would kill the Thing pretty easily too.
Really? Oh well, yeah, he has a black hole gun. So
he has a bunch of shit. He has all kinds of shit. He has a gun called the Incinerator, which he clicks it and then it instantly incinerates everyone in the area. That would immediately one-shot the Thing. Like the
he's
moment
probably
he uses it.
He's probably one of the strongest characters here.
What type of gun he uses.
There's not many characters.
I just said that's one of his guns. It's one of his many guns. He has one gun that creates a sun, and then this like a small sun, and then that sun explodes.
How's it even possible? How does he survive these? Is his armor just that good?
They don't affect him. None of his guns affect him. He has one gun that mind controls everyone in the area. He actually has several guns that mind control people in the area. He's got all kinds of shit. all kinds of shit. So many shit. He has a dimensionator that allows him to open up portals into any universe he wants to go to, and he can travel freely between universes. Yeah, a lot of shit. A lot of cool shit in the game. I mean, it's a game. Yeah, like everyone always talks about Borderlands. They talk about games that just have like a ton of different guns and shit. I mean, Ratchet and Clank beats it. It's got less guns or less types because they're not randomly.
But the guns are cooler though.
They're way better, so much better. He would turn the thing into a. That's true. He has a sheepinator. He can turn the thing into a sheep.
Oh.
Yeah.
How would that even work?
It's a sheepinator. It's literally called a sheepinator. He
It turns you into a sheep.
There's another gun that
a sheep.
There's another gun. No, they don't turn back. They're sheep.
No, like with the thing. He's the thing though.
What does it matter? No, because you're changing. No, because you're changing his fucking molecular structure into no longer being a thing. He'll be a sheep now. A regular sheep.
Like he can't like assimilate anymore.
No, why would he? He's a sheep. He's not a thing. There's he also has a gun that turns people into snowmen. How are you gonna assimilate if you're made of ice? These snowmen, I don't believe these snowmen can move or do anything. They're just regular snowmen. Like he could just transform you into shit.
He's just basically killing you.
Yeah, he's just killing you.
Yeah.
But and then if he
You're
wants,
done
he can
for.
go. If he wants to, make it final, he could fucking hit the snowman and burst the snowman into little pieces if he wants, But yeah, the sheep down to the Porky's right. So the sheep's down to the molecular level. Yeah. Ratchet and Clank guns you'd want in real life. You got infinite ammo. I'm not gonna make a tier list of one series because nobody's gonna watch it. I would make a tier list of like guns in fiction, but I wouldn't make a tier list of just guns in Ratchet and Clank.
Give me the super Zach gun.
I don't even know what gun I would pick in Ratchet and Clank if I did add a Ratchet and Clank gun to a list like that.
I don't know, man.
There's a lot to choose from. There's a lot to choose from.
I mean, the sun gun seems pretty fun.
I believe that's
But
one.
I
I think that's one of the rhinos. I'm almost positive that's one of the rhinos.
But I think that you would pick a gun that you could use in your everyday life, man. I mean, how many times are you gonna be needing to shoot a fucking sun though?
Yeah.
Lost. I want to get Korea off the map.
Lost Soul said Ratchet has a disco ball grenade that dances people to death. Not exactly. It's a gun. It's not a grenade. It's a gun, and it fires a giant disco ball that's in the sky, and it forces people to dance. But it doesn't dance them to death. I think it just uses as a distraction. I don't think they die. Like you can use it, and they're stuck in this dancing animation, and then you can walk up and kill them or shoot them with something else or whatever. Yeah, they have all different kinds of crazy guns. There's probably like a list on YouTube that's like best guns in fucking Ratchet and Clank, and it's just like got all the crazy shit he could do. But there's a lot. There is a lot.
You gotta wonder how that universe is even still standing.
Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like if one Lombax can have this many guns, like.
Well, yeah, most of the I'm not gonna say most of the economy of the universe is based on guns, but it's a large portion of it. It's also okay. No, that's actually not true. I'm lying, because I think it's very, very heavily implied. Or even maybe outright stated. Someone might be able to correct me, but he buys most of his equipment on the black market. So like the Rhino is purchased on the black market, and I think you can say I'm almost positive his guns are also purchased on the black market. I'm almost positive that's the case. But yeah, well that is one thing to note. Like he doesn't build his own guns. He buys his guns, but he did build his ship, and he does work on his ship. And I don't think has he ever built a gun in the entire Ratchet and Clank universe?
I don't think so.
I don't think he has.
But
I don't know.
He likely could.
Sure.
I mean, he's unbelievable.
I'm pretty sure he could. He's really smart.
He's unbelievable. He's really good at building shit. Like that's his whole thing. He's good at
what
building
if
shit.
instead if he looked at the sun gun and was like, what if I want this to be the moon gun?
I think that would be a different situation because one is a ball of fucking gas and fire, and the other one is solid rock. So you're like literally creating something out of
a
nothing.
new gun.
A gun that fires other guns. That's now you're getting into like Borderlands level of shit. That's a Borderlands. Yeah. They actually have a gun that fires other guns. All right, so next up we have, I'm forgetting the name of them, but they're the squid people from Star Wars. If anyone remembers their name, please let me know.
Squid.
Yeah, the squid people. They
Dude's from Jedi Survivor. He's like a boss.
and he's also in the Clone Wars 2D show. But basically, it's a damn near unkillable creature that are really good at fighting against Jedi. Basically, it's made out of a bunch of tentacles, usually encased in armor. And you cut off the tentacles, and the tentacles keep growing back. And the only way to kill it is to destroy the core inside of like this ball of tentacles. So it's like a constantly regenerating alien species that's also a warrior race. So they're like really, really good at fighting. And
so that's like straight to A tier then.
Why would that be straight to A tier?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think that just sounds like it's better than a predator. It sounds like that, man.
I mean, I know who you're talking about. They're weird, like flesh creatures.
Bunch of tentacles.
I think it's like Drax or something, which I know is also a Marvel character, but
no, they're not called. It's got we had the name before. It was Gen something.
I'm talking about the one bounty hunter that was in that one Clone Wars series.
Oh, I have no idea what his name is.
I think his name was Dirge.
It was Dirge or Drax or something. I can't remember, but they have extremely good regeneration, and that's about it. I'm pretty sure
they're called Gin Dai is the name that it says here, and they are let me see. A species was first introduced in Star Wars Legends with the bounty hunter Dirge, and Ravis further brings them to the forefront in the game. Yeah, because Ravis is the boss in Jedi Survivor. But yeah,
Wait, what are the names again?
They're called the Gendai, GEN apostrophe DAI, capital D. And yeah, and Dirge was the one I believe in Clone Wars, and then Ravis was the one in Legends. But yeah, the idea is that they're some of the most dangerous species like alive, and despite the fact that they don't have to be Jedi, and they could still fight and kill many Jedi because they're just so hard to put down because of their regeneration abilities. So that's pretty cool. But at the end of the day, it's really just a species that can regenerate. I mean, that's really all it is. It's cool, but I don't know if just being a species that can regenerate is like that awesome. You know what I mean? Like I just it's cool.
Really good regeneration, but you don't get enhanced strength. He only has that because he has cybernetics, and you just get the regeneration. Like it's extremely good.
Not necessarily. I mean, Dirge had super strength, and Ravis had super strength. I mean, they're taller than they have to at least have somewhat super strength because they're way bigger than humans are.
Yeah, they obviously have more strength, but I'm meaning like, ripping through steel strength that Dirge is actually shown. I'm pretty sure that's because he has cybernetics that gave him that, which it's just a lot easier to do for him.
How do you give a ball of tentacles cybernetics? What would that even look like?
Yeah, how do you do that?
He has cybernetics. It's in the armor, I'd assume. It's like a spider.
Oh.
You have the flesh inside and the exoskeleton outside.
Yeah, but Ravis has that too. But are we sure that that's not just armor?
It may be. It may.
If it's armor, it's not even cybernetics because the cybernetics. Well, I mean, it would be like
if the cybernetics in the flesh, then.
Well, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Is it how can you have cybernetics in the flesh if you're a constantly regenerating squid monster? I don't think there's any cybernetics in either of these characters. I think they just have suit that covers the squiddy bits. Because if that was the case, when you slice off the squiddy bits, they lost the cybernetic now. They don't have it anymore. Like you would lose. You can't give cybernetics to a creature whose whole thing is regenerating constantly. Because you would just because the cybernetics aren't going to regenerate.
Yeah, you just lose them.
Yeah. So I don't think it's cybernetics. I think they're just giant squid people that are put in, or like tentacle based people that are then put into suits of armor so that they could sustain like one thing. Like as you fight Ravis, you start destroying the armor, and the squid pieces start like poking through, and then he can start attacking you with these giant tentacles that come launching out of different parts of the armor. And but I don't recall any cybernetics with him. but he's very clearly like way stronger than your character, who is a Jedi and who has enhanced strength.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I know Dirge does, but it seems that wasn't the bit, and from what I'm reading, it's just mostly to help him use heavy armor. So it's that's the main reason why. Yeah, that's why I say, because I don't think flesh would give you much structure there. To try.
Well, that's why that's what the suit's for. That's why that's why they all wear a suit of armor, because they don't have much structure. They would be just like crawling weird squid things. And it's like, nah, let me get
that actually does kind of suck.
Let me get like a suit of armor, and then they could kind of be like a normal bipedal being that's kind of humanoid that way. Otherwise, they're just a weird amalgamation of tentacles.
Do you think that'd be a disadvantage?
To be a weird amalgamation of tentacles?
I mean, yeah.
I wouldn't want to be a weird amalgamation of tentacles. I don't think it matters to me if it's a disadvantage or not. I don't want to be that. Someone came up to me and be like, "Hey, bro, you want to be a weird amalgamation of tentacles?" I'd be like, "Nah, I'm good. Thank you."
Yeah, I'd be like, "I'll pass."
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Fair
You're
enough.
lost, man. Crazy
lost.
shit you could do with the fucking weird amalgamation of tentacles. I don't know. I don't know. Like, really, 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 really good regen. What is that?
Great porn career. That's about all it has.
What is that? What is that enough to get him to? Is that enough to get him to?
I mean, he's not a human. He's not worse than a human. I'd say it's better. Solid C probably was where I'd guesstimate that.
I think.
Oh man,
I think below
sex with between these creatures got to be so fucked up.
It'd probably be like any hentai you'd freaking see.
No, it's not, because there's a person in there. This would just be two balls of fucking tentacles coming at each other and just like tentacling each other. It's like, what even is that? That's fucking weird.
I mean, that brings up the question:
Play-Doh
do they
smash
even
them together.
break, or do you think it's a mitosis sort of thing?
What's the question?
Do you think they bone, or do you think it's like a mitosis sort of thing? Where they just sort of.
I can't. I don't know. I mean, I would assume they're a species. I don't know if they're a biological species. I would assume they bone somehow, but I don't know. We don't know enough about their species, so it's really hard to say. Let me see. How about Lost Souls? You keep just saying different tier lists. Like, we're not doing it to another. We're doing this tier list right now. How a tier list is super suits in the core like a middle chip. Why do the elites in the volunteer? They're in the cuck section.
Yeah, I was
it's not volunteer. Yeah, they're in the cuck section because we find out that they cuck. They get cucked. They cuck each other. I don't know. I'm not gonna put them in. I still think it would be better to be an evolved monster. But I think I'll put him.
I think below evolved is fine.
I think below scrolls, honestly.
Below scrolls.
Yeah, because
it goes lower. Because I'm reading here.
What?
Apparently they rarely have sex. Like, it is extremely rare they ever bone.
Oh no! So like all of you guys.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Practically.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, no, that it'd be better than us because I don't bone, so
Damn.
that sucks. Yeah.
Good sir, I'm missing text to speech, so sorry for that work. That was a bit off. Wait, why are you? Oh, okay. How about a tier list about a tier list? Yeah, the tier list of the best tier lists. Well, the Furons don't. Why does it always come down to how you bone, or if you could bone well, or if you have a penis?
Because sex is a part of the human. It's just part of the human identity.
I'm keeping him above the Furons. I'm gonna keep him above the Furons. Okay, but yeah.
I think that's good.
Furon doesn't even have a penis, so it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, no penis. Can't even bone.
All right. Next up, we have the Doom Demons.
Shit.
This is a difficult one.
That one kind of suck. Like, you get extreme power, but you're kind of under mind control.
They're not under mind control.
Are they not?
Mm-mm.
Right, because if that was the case, then they would never infight.
Yeah, they're not under mind control. They are a very warrior-like race species that is constantly fighting and dominating each other and enslaving each other. It's not pleasant to be a demon if you're a weaker demon. Like, you want to be a strong demon and you're good, but if you're a weak demon, it's not good to be a weak demon. If you can at least get if you can at least get to like a Baron of Hell level, it's all right. But even then, like, you're being enslaved by like the higher ups, not enslaved, but you're still being subjugated by someone above you. Like, subjugation is a big part of their species. But there's also a lot of benefits. They never sleep. They never they never run out of stamina. They live forever. Dying doesn't affect them because their souls will just reborn.
But no sex.
They adapt.
No sex.
They adapt to their. Well, we don't know if they don't have sex. There's females and males. So
There's females and males, but I think that's mostly a carryover due to the fact that they usually take over other species that then become demons.
True, but we don't really have a whole lot of evidence that they just straight up can't have sex. Like, it's never tapped into. But like, if a human gets turned into a demon, does that human lose the ability to use his penis? Like, why would he?
I mean, we don't see any demons with penises. All we see is like
that's because,
mildly breast-shaped objects on the female ones.
But we don't see any creatures with penises because that would instantly make your fucking game be rated A. That's not because that's not like, I mean, dogs have penises inside them.
I mean, they don't have. Number one, I don't think we see a sheath or anything like that either. They aren't wearing clothes or anything.
I understand, but just because, I mean, fucking like animals in Disney movies don't have fucking penises. Like, people don't animate penises.
But we're not ranking freaking Disney animals or ranking demons.
But you wouldn't be making the argument that if a Disney animal doesn't shown to have a penis, that they don't have penises and don't have sex. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's because that's a real creature. A demon is very much fictional.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Why are you assuming that this fictional character doesn't have a penis just because it's not? Most of the time, the animals and creatures are not animated with penises. You don't give them penises because these stories don't.
Mike does bring this up, and that's a good point. It would suck because the Slayer would just be hunting you down. It doesn't matter. He says it as an imp, but it doesn't matter. It'd be all of them.
Starting off as an imp. Shanked. Yeah, but what are the odds that you're actually going to run into the Doomslayer? The Doomslayer's one dude, and there's an infinite number of demons.
Yeah.
I mean, fairly high. That man was fighting for thousands of years. They literally made.
He was fighting for billions of years.
Billions of years. I'd say it's.
But it doesn't matter because even in those billions of years, he didn't kill a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the demons that actually exist because they're infinite. You can't get rid of them. So as long as you're just not where the Doomslayer is, you'll be fine. Stay away from heavy demon activity. Just don't go there. Just be away from there.
Run away from the screams, I guess.
No, it's just, well, I mean, you probably never come into contact with them. I mean, look, hell is an infinite in size realm, right? That's infinite universes that are all this one giant amalgam, and with an infinite number of demons. What are the odds that one dude is going to run into you and start shit?
You are eventually going to have to deal with the whole getting cucked by the Doomslayer at the end of Eternal also. Like, you can't go anywhere after that.
Well...
That's going to eventually happen.
Yeah, but you could, I mean, after billions of years. But even if that's the case, I mean, you don't have to leave hell. Hell is an infinite sized universe. That's like, why would you need to leave? You don't feel trapped because you don't leave Earth.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? We've seen.
It's still kind of a terrible thing due to just how the command structure of hell sort of is.
It is, but if you have the whole video game premise and you're leveling up and getting stronger and all that kind of stuff, it's only a matter of time.
You'll become strong.
It's only a matter of time before you're strong enough that you will be able to subjugate other people. And with enough time passing, like, it'll suck, sure. And the fact that you can't die, Like they kill you and your soul just keep coming back.
Yeah, you have an infinite number of chances.
Infinite number of chances to kill as many people as you need to constantly level up and evolve. You adapt to your environments. That's how you get things like the Hellborn Barons and the Cursed Prowlers, because they adapted to their environments and became like different variations of demons. Like I mean, look, you have like the Cyber Demons that you fight in Doom the Dark Ages, and then you have the Cyber Demon that you fight in Doom 2016, which makes all those Cyber Demons look like fucking bitches because he's just a way stronger, more powerful version. And it's basically be like, I mean, imagine starting off as a fucking imp, and then all of a sudden you become like a legendary fucking imp that could take on and fight fucking Barons of Hell and shit. And you'll probably be bigger with all kinds of different powers and whatnot. Yeah, because they evolve and they get bigger. Maybe eventually you can become a Titan. You know, who knows?
Even so, I feel like you have a lot of things above you, and demons aren't nice. So I don't think they're just gonna let you freely get stronger. They're gonna notice that at some point, and then they're probably just gonna pull a reverse Doomslayer and try and control you before you get to their strength.
Well, I mean, they could try to control you if they want to try, but I mean, they can't stop you from increasing in strength and eventually overcoming them if given enough time. I mean, it's going to be about you. Like, look, it's one of these like kill or be killed sort of situations. I'm not saying that it's not great, but you're immortal. You'll keep coming back to life no matter what. There's no limit to how strong you can get. Some people might actually find this like being a demon kind of fun, you know. I mean,
you can basically do whatever you want, really, without.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I don't even think they're capable of feeling pain. Like,
no, I don't think.
I don't know actually. That's a.
I don't think they feel really any emotion. Like
they don't feel any negative emotion. So they can't feel sadness, guilt, shame. Like, they don't feel any of that fear, even though the Doom guy is capable of making them fear. They're not capable of feeling fear outside of Doom guy. So, I mean, you will basically immediately, when you become a demon, you will immediately become a completely immoral psychopath, just based on the biology of a demon and how they work, which would be an interesting change of pace. Like, you will become the worst version of yourself, and then thrown in a universe where a bunch of people are trying to subjugate other people and torture humans and like living mortal souls. And it's like, I think that would actually have its own kind of weird appeal to it.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be.
There would be no negative kind of to it.
Let me see. Michael posted. Also, compared to these other races at level 1, you would still be insane compared to any of these other races. So you're really only gonna be competing with other demons. Yeah, I think there's a thing. Like, if you come across a Kryptonian, the Kryptonian's probably gonna fucking kill you. But again, the kill is not permanent, right? And
at what point in the timeline? Like, if this is before like Dark Ages, I believe, is when Argent starts. No, it's a bit after Dark Ages.
Well, it doesn't matter. Whether you get Argent or don't get Argent, it's not really relevant, because the whole idea is that you're going in at a level 1 and you could level up to wherever. I mean, if you want to eventually get to the point where you become a fucking Titan level threat, or like an Azrek level threat, or even beyond Azrek or something, or become like one of the demon lords, just keep leveling up and get more and more and more powerful. I mean, eventually you can basically have your own demonic like empire inside of hell, and we know that these exist. This would be something this would be cool stuff to explore. Like, I would play an entire Doom game where I get to play a demon, and like
that would actually be kind of like a cool game,
and like go up against other demon factions in hell. That would be really cool.
The question would be, can the stronger of the other demons actually, permanently put you down, or is it just you're gonna respawn no matter?
They would probably have to enslave you or subjugate you in some way and control you.
Yeah. Obviously, Davith would be able to, but that's freaking peak.
Davith is the god of the universe. Like he doesn't.
That's like literally saying saying freaking Jesus Christ would be able to one shot you.
Yeah, it's like he's not. I don't think. And Davith does. He's not the type to like come down and be like, I'm gonna like subjugate this fucking imp because he's becoming. He's also relatively
one-shotting all the cool guys.
And also, I think you're kind of missing the whole concept of like what the demons. Their whole culture is about strength and getting stronger. They are a warrior culture. So you're saying like, oh well, they'll want to subjugate you or whatever like this. I mean, if people start seeing that you're gaining strength, you'll have higher ups that want to subjugate you, sure. But you'll also have other people there'll also be other people who be like, this dude's getting strong as shit. Like that's good for us. You know what I mean? Like it's not like the rulers. There's only one rulers, and these are positions, and they're just there for billions and billions of years, and no one can topple over them. I mean, demons get toppled and subjugated to each other all the time. Like demons that are in control of millions of fucking people will get subjugated by a totally different demon, and it just kind of happens. I mean, Azrak's entire army was him going into hell and just subjugating demons that people wasn't a part of anybody's army or nothing. Like, there's things you could do. You can also go down like the swamps from Doom Eternal, the blood swamps. Like there was the blood swamps was like one area that you can go into, and there's like the fireborn pits of another place. So there's like different areas that you can go to. So depending on where you are, you'll have to deal with different types of demons and different demons that are ruling over their area in different ways. I think it would be kind of fun. It would be like an adventure of toppling over some evil emperor, but every time you topple over some evil emperor with your awesome cool demon powers, there's another fucking evil emperor to deal with because it's an infinite realm of like shit. So you would just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger and constantly fighting more and more and more and more demons until you basically become this god level being. And then you could be like a demon that takes on fucking Superman. That'd be awesome. Just fucking big ass.
Yeah, that would actually be really cool.
With crazy corruption powers. And then you could like take souls and use those souls to make more demons that then serve you, which is something that can happen, and corrupt those souls. And it's a cool idea. It's a cool thing.
You can start invading other planets and
invading other planets and yeah, absolutely. And then maybe if you get too big, you'll cause shit with the Doomslayer or whatever. But the whole thing is like the whole concept is the whole video game thing. Like Doom guy or some Doom like thing might be there or whatever. Fine. I mean, look, is Doom guy gonna hunt every single demon in all of existence? He can't. And also, if we're talking about a science fiction realm, he's gonna like the Doom demons are here, but the Chaos demons from Warhammer 40k are also gonna be here. Like there's gonna be multiple.
Yeah, he's gonna be hunting other people.
There's gonna be multiple other iterations of different types of demons that all exist within the science, within like sci-fi realms. You know what I mean? There's gonna be different stuff that's gonna be out there. Like you might your story might never ever come into contact with this one dude that exists. Like ever, and it's not like the only threat that Doom guy has to deal with are the Doom demons. In this universe, if the Doom guy was there, he'd have to deal with cosmic gods and fucking like Warhammer universe bullshit, and just like there are gonna be so many evil factions and empires and shit that are causing harm. He's gonna be fighting so many more people than just demons.
So this is a sort of like. It's a combination of literally all of these in one universe.
It's not just all of these, but all science fiction.
Oh, imagine an MMO, but in sci-fi, just in general.
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
Like it's every sci-fi universe that all thrown into one giant amalgam universe, or amalgam multiverse, if you want to put it that way.
No, that's fair. With that defined, yeah, I'll concede. I wasn't here when you explained that bit.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Apologies.
So. I'm not gonna say it's S because S is like perfect.
Yeah, that's true. I will say
it's still rough. Like it's not easy. Yeah. Like it's a rough
chance
existence.
of being enslaved.
The chance of being enslaved. You might be enslaved for thousands of years before you actually get strong enough to do something about it. Like there's stuff, but I don't think it's necessarily as bad as a lot of these. I'll put it top of A. I think top A.
I think it's above the Thing, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would definitely be more powerful. Also, there's also a good, not a good chance, but it's definitely going to happen where if the Thing even corrupts you, if the Thing even takes over and amalgams you, it'll just be corrupted anyway. So it's like, Like yeah, you know. And now the thing's a demon. You know, that's fucking wild.
That's a weird concept.
Do you think the thing would still control you, or would you just?
Yeah, like
it'd still be controlling you because it's just
yeah,
a demon now.
I think it would still probably be controlling you. It would be a completely new entity. It wouldn't be like the thing now a demon. It would just be because the thing wouldn't exist either. It would just be. It would just now become a demon, and now you know they're both demons. But honestly, with the crazy amount of like, oh, that's another thing we haven't really talked about, like the demonic magic that could destroy souls and hellfire magics, and they actually do have like force field technology and certain stuff like that. And there's armored variations. So like you have like an armored Baron as opposed to the regular Baron. They use technology. They have cybernetics in hell, so you can actually upgrade yourself.
Guns and
they have guns in it. They have guns. That's what the cyber demons are. They have ships and shit that can invade other planets and that like have like bombs and shit that nuke other planets and shit. Yeah, they have like technology. So like all that's also
it's a really big perk to be a demon or a doom demon then.
Yeah, there's a lot.
They do it. They don't really need to use it because they have portals. They can just sort of show up. But
well, they don't really use the ships in Eternal because at that point they've got like the portal stuff, but they don't really. They have the portal technology. I don't know because do they teleport in Doom the Dark Ages out of nowhere?
I don't
recall if they ever do. I don't remember if they teleport or not. In Eternal they do. In the Dark Ages where they have the ships, I don't think we ever see them straight up just teleport into a map like they do in Eternal.
We see them teleport even all the way back in like the original Doom and Doom 2 and all that. They'll just freaking teleport right in front of you. So I'd say they'd still be able to.
In the original Doom?
Yeah,
I don't remember them teleporting in the original.
They don't.
Just show up.
I don't. They don't. You open up a door and there's guys on the other side of the door. I don't recall any teleportation. I know there are summoner. I know no. There are the Archviles and summoner. Not summoners, but the Archviles will summon demons. That happens in the original game.
The Archviles just revive them. If I'm not wrong,
almost
in the original one.
It's been so long since I fucking played. I don't
remember. They just always revive any dead ones.
I don't think they I don't think they teleport into it in the original games. I can't remember a single. I can't remember a single animation of a demon just appearing out of nothingness in front of you in the game. Like when you open up a door, there are demons on the other side of the door. That's generally
there's monster closets, but I'm meaning I remember they will just appear sometimes. That just happens.
I don't remember. I can't say. Let me see. That's saying Huey. The reason why they have the tradition is to pass on source and genes. They must be in a conversation that's not nothing to do with us. Doom 3 had teleporting. Yeah, I know Doom 3 did, but Doom 3 is not even fucking canon anymore. Like we don't know how it aligns with the canon and what it has to do with the current games, or we don't know where it sits. So it's nothing that happens there is really all that relevant. It doesn't really matter.
The only thing that's there that's still canon is the Soul Cube. Even then, that's weird.
We don't even know if that's canon because it's. I mean, is it canon or is it just a reference? Like he doesn't use it, so like does that necessarily like? That's the thing that keeps that I don't know where we've gone like as people, but there used to be a time where something could be shown in a movie or a show or something that's from another movie or show, and we knew that was just like an homage or a reference to it, and we didn't suddenly have all these crazy theories about everything being like when you saw the fucking truck from Pizza Planet in Toy Story, and then it appeared in Finding Nemo. Like, people weren't like, oh, they're part of the same universe. Like, oh, that's kind of a cool little, that's the thing from Toy Story. Because I get it, because Pixar made both movies, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow, look, Woody is in the toy chest in the fucking doctor's office of Finding Nemo in the dentist's office. Okay, cool. Is that really Woody really being there? Or is that just a cool little reference to this other movie that Pixar made? But now it's like every time there's any little reference or homage in any way, we're like, same universe, multiverse. It's like, shut the fuck up. Not you, but just in general.
In all fairness, when it comes to Doom, that'd be a reference to a game previously. Like this is all supposedly just the same.
But how? Because at no point in the timeline did Doom Guy ever go to the world of Doom 3. We don't have any evidence that that's ever happened. So when did he get the Soul Cube?
hipster writers. That's why.
Like, at what point in the timeline would he have ever been able to go there to get the only universe he's ever been to is the main starter universe, Hell, and the Argenta. And then whatever universe he is in Doom 2016 and forward, but we don't know if that's a new universe from the old one he was in. The Soul Cube only existed in Doom 3.
Yeah, it only existed in Doom 3's universe.
So, like, at what point in the timeline would he have been able to get the Soul Cube? Or is it just, like, a cool nod to Doom 3 that they put the Soul Cube in his room? And then it's like, maybe he does have the Soul Cube. Like, maybe canonically he has it. But did he get it from Doom 3? Or is that just, like, it's just like it would still just be a nod?
Like, I mean, if the Soul Cube was in Hell, then theoretically he could have came across it. Because that Hell would be the same as the Hell that we see in Doom, in the entire Doom series.
Hobo Mike says hipster writers, that's why. I don't think it's got to do with the writers. I think it has to do with the fans. Like the fans have gotten way too uppity about the fucking Marvel and DC multiverse shit, and now they think that everything's got a goddamn multiverse. Like,
well, I mean, like Doom does have a multiverse.
No, I get that. I'm not saying that it doesn't have a multiverse, but I'm saying that not every homage is a connection to something else. Sometimes it's just an homage. Like just because a multiverse exists in Doom does not mean that Doom 3, which is in every way, if you play the game and look at it, doesn't in any way connect and is in all likelihood a completely alternate continuity. We don't have to find and squeeze it into the current Doom universe just because there's a multiverse that exists now. Like, there's no evidence that it's in any way tied to it. It was a reboot when it was made, and it had no connection to Doom, 64 or Doom 2 or Doom 1. And then when Doom 2016 came out, we figured that was another reboot, but then Doom Eternal revealed, well, actually, it's tied into the previous game. Okay, cool, but that doesn't suddenly make Doom 3 tied to it, because Doom 3 was always meant to be a reboot. There's no connection between Doom 3 and the main universe at all. And saying that, oh, we found a Soul Cube laying in a room that you can't use and has no explanation of how it got there is actually confirmation that these exist in the same universe, as opposed to it just being a cool little nod to an older Doom game.
I mean, there are plenty of Easter eggs in that room.
Yeah, there's a ton of Easter eggs. Fair. There's Easter eggs of YouTubers. There's a YouTuber Easter egg, and there's like a YouTube. If you read the books, there's Easter eggs to movies and other games and like all kinds of stuff. I
believe Markiplier's dad has an Easter egg on there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if but I heard that there was a YouTuber that had like a thing with his something, or I don't know if. I guess it must be multiplier, but I heard something about a YouTube thing years ago. But yeah, there's like all those books are all references. Like it's all filled with it. There's all kinds of references all across that room. So it's like I don't. You need to show me more than just like here's an item that existed in this game for me to be like, yep, they're the same universe. You need to give me a little more than that. Because
there's no continuity in a story with that item or something.
Yeah, because otherwise you could just call any homage or any Easter egg or reference like a proof of a connected universe. And I'm not gonna do that just because Marvel and fucking DC exist and they're obsessed with the universes now, and Rick and Morty exists. Like, there's a lot of stories that are doing the multiverse thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that literally everything is connected, and I still think we need to kind of take it with a grain of salt when we see stuff like that.
Yeah. And I do think a lot of people just sort of do that as like a bit of a gag, it's just for the fun of it. Like, how much stuff can you connect? Just sort of like semi-stringing it along through references. Like, just a bit. They don't actually believe, the freaking alien is connected to freaking a Hello Kitty somehow.
Yeah,
like 50 different reference chains.
Well, that is a thing, right? Like in the original in Predator 2, there was a nod to Alien. When they had that nod to Alien in the Predator movie, nobody assumed that Alien and Predator were a part of the same universe. It was just a nod. And then people demanded that they wanted to see an Alien vs. Predator movie, and this led to them writing the comics, which made them want the movie even more, and eventually they came around to making the movie. and
And
you know,
that's just
and that was
that's
cool.
mostly because
But
yeah,
that was
it's a cool
originally,
idea.
just a nod. It was a cool little reference. I mean, if you look at something like Evil Dead, in Evil Dead 2, there's there's a scene where Ash goes into a shed, and at the top of the door of the shed, you could see Freddy's glove stabbed into the wall. And it's like, does that mean that Freddy in the Nightmare on Elm Street series is canonical to Evil Dead, or did they just make a cool little nod to a horror movie because this was another horror movie and it respected, you know, the dead, and Raimi was friends with Wes Craven, so it's like they were just friends. It was just like a nod to another dude's movie. You know what I mean? It's like it was just it's just a nod.
No, I understand that. I just know that a lot of people end up doing that mostly just for the fun of it. Like how far along can you connect a line to get from one point to another?
Yeah, well,
through franchise.
and I think there was a certain point before the whole Marvel multiverse and stuff became like the norm, and like the Rick and Morty stuff. I think that was the case where people just did it for fun. But now I think people are taking it a lot more seriously, where it's like I've heard people say, "Oh, they're in the same universe," and I'm like, based on what? And they're like, "Oh, because this appeared," and I'm like, that is a fucking nod. But like they just don't understand. I think it's for a lot, because like I seem to. I'll oftentimes forget that many people who like watch the Marvel movies and watch Rick and Morty, I mean, these series have been out for a long time. A lot of these people grew up with this stuff. So like a fucking 18-year-old, right, who is, you know, an adult now, has been watching Marvel movies basically their entire life at this point, and Rick and Morty has been out for over half of their life, and like all of this stuff is like constantly being like they don't know a world where shit was just references. You know what I mean? Like they've only, like, their entire life this shit has always meant something deeper now, and they forgot that shit used to just be references, and they still are references oftentimes. So I feel like younger people have a harder time like seeing the difference between a reference and an actual like legit confirmation of a connected universe, because they're doing the connected universe bullshit so much now.
It is a lot of connecting the universe. It's
Yeah,
actually
like everyone's trying to have a fucking
annoying.
connected universe. They tried to make the Universal Monsters shit a connected universe. Like everything needs to be a fucking
Yeah, I hate
connected
that.
universe. You know, Dune's not just a movie series anymore. They came out with a fucking TV show to create a connected universe between the TV show and the movie now, and it's like TV show was trash and nobody watched it. So it's like, oh, can we just stick to the movies now? Like, do we have to do the TV show? Like, Star Wars is now it's not just a movie series. It is now a connected universe. Why? What reason for that did it need to be connected?
It's been a connected universe for a freaking while. Since
No, it
like
hasn't.
2000.
No, it hasn't.
Since 2000s, yeah.
When? How?
Freaking the shows like
No.
Clone Wars.
That wasn't a connected.
Yeah.
That wasn't a connected universe because it still followed the same characters.
Yeah, like it still had the same continuity. Like
It's literally the same. The main character of the Clone Wars was Anakin Skywalker. Anakin Skywalker is the main character of basically the entire series. Luke Skywalker takes over in the previous one, but the story is of the Skywalker family, and the Clone Wars continues the story of the Skywalker family.
Yeah, fair enough. That is more of an expansion than an actual main difference.
Yeah, like it's not like okay, well, what are these people in the world doing over here? You know, I mean, if you want to say that it was an expanded universe, I guess you could say that the games and the comics and the movies went into like other stuff. But I'm sorry, not the movies, the games, comics, and that's it
Like-
really. Games,
like-
comics, and books basically. But the movies
Yeah.
was always just one thing. It was just one story.
Yeah. I mean, if you're including that, that's been happening since like freaking.
That's been happening forever. That's nothing new.
Yeah.
But movies weren't doing it, and that was always
No.
considered like a non-canon sort of side fun thing. But
Yeah.
they've been doing that forever. But movies didn't have like expanded universes. It was just like the story, and now everything's a fucking connected universe. Hobo says Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah, that'd be a freaking mess to try and connect there. Freaking, you have the aliens. You have.
What
Yeah,
connections
wow.
are in Conker's Bad Fur Day? I don't remember. It's been so long.
Wait, you do have the aliens. That was a boss
Like
fight.
xenomorphs.
Yeah, the xenomorph. As
Oh, they
well.
are they actually xenomorphs, or are they aliens that look like xenomorphs? Like they kind of like resemble
They
xenomorphs, but they're
look,
just inspired.
they look a hell of a lot like it. I don't know what to tell you there.
Okay.
I don't think they're ever named.
Okay.
So I think that's how they got away.
Because I feel like
with
they
it
get
without getting
sued if
sued.
they went
Yeah.
too close to the design of the xenomorphs.
They went extremely close. I'm surprised they didn't get sued. I just think they never named them. They just kept calling them aliens or something.
I don't know if you get away with that just for not giving them a name if you use the exact design. That's crazy.
I mean,
I'll look it up.
It was
later.
absurdly close.
Yeah.
From
I got you. Okay. I don't even care about this tier list anymore. I'll be honest with you. Okay. Next up we have Garrus Vicarian. It has the Matrix part. You know what he's talking about when you say Matrix part to conquer?
Oh yeah, there is a Matrix part. I forgot about that.
Is it just like the shit in Shrek where she like slows down time and beats people up, or is it like actually?
I think it was an actual like Matrix parody.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong.
Okay, yeah, because a lot of shows and movies were doing that around the time. Shrek had the parody with Fiona fighting the merry men, and she like froze time to kick them, and that was like a parody. Yeah, they did that a lot at that time. All right, so Garrus Vicarian. Oh god, I don't even feel like how many people are even still in this fucking thing? Yeah, there's only 4. It's
27.
It's only 4 of us now.
27
Yeah,
watching.
It's getting to that time. I'll probably. Does anybody mind if we end it here? Because I mean we got fucking Garrus Vicarian, the Saiyans, and then a species that I don't even know who they are because
the Vex or Hive or something.
Is a dude from Destiny that somebody picked who isn't even in the stream anymore. So let me see. It was actual Matrix parody with the people get on tangents so often it's kind of annoying, but it's still good. I mean it's a stream, man. Like I don't what I don't know how many streams you go to, and to be honest with you, I don't go on many streams. But if someone's gonna stream for fucking 3-4 hours, are they just talking about the same topic the entire time?
Pure business. This is pure business, completely serious stream.
Yeah, you also have the thing where it's like, the people who watch these streams generally don't watch for the entire duration of the stream. So like a person who's watching the stream, they're not gonna if I'm streaming for 5-6 hours, they're not like almost no one is watching it from start to finish. Like people are coming in, watching for 20 minutes, dropping out, coming in, watching for a little bit, dropping out. So it's like it's not that annoying for most people, because like even you, right? You came in, you're like, oh man, the fucking tangent's annoying. Technically, you didn't watch the whole first part of the stream, so if you wanted to right now, you could rewind the video to where the tangent wasn't, and you could watch when we were doing the whole rest of the tier list, and you have your form of entertainment currently. Or if you wanted to, or like some people might be interested in the engagement that we like engage with what we were having the conversation about One Piece or whatever. You're basically that we have a specific activity that we're doing. We're making the tier list, but if things start dying down, I'm not gonna force like the continuation of the creation of the tier list if I see like clearly nobody's interested and everything's kind of dying down and we don't really have as many people here. And now it's just sort of, we just let the conversation flow however the conversation flows. And if you guys want to add to it, and then the conversation can go in whatever direction that is, then that's the direction it can go into. But I mean, fuck, it's 2:00 in the morning right now where I am.
Yeah.
So it's like we're about to end the stream. It's the end of the night. We got 3 characters left. One of them we can't even do, and the only one that I think people would even care about placing would probably be the Saiyans. So it's like it is what it is, man. We're just having a conversation, enjoying ourselves, chilling, and it'll go on.
Being a Saiyan would kind of suck because you'd be enslaved just off the bat.
Are they? Can you say they're enslaved? It's more like they're colonized.
Yeah, it's more colonized.
It's not straight. It's not straight up slavery. It's more like colonization. But it's also.
Yeah.
But also, like, they wouldn't be colonized. They'd be dead.
Yeah,
like you would be one of the few left.
Yeah, you'd still be in the freezer force though, because that's just kind of how that goes. If you're just a random Saiyan.
It would depend because Frieza's like when do you come in? Are you coming in after Frieza's already defeated? Are you coming in during Super?
Freaking, if you're coming in after Super, you're freaking literally Planet Buster with your pinky finger.
You're not.
In base.
They are. You're still
They
level.
are,
You're
yeah.
still level 1 Saiyan.
You're still level
Yeah,
one.
you're coming as a
Level one
goober.
Saiyan against the fucking 50 boss Saiyan.
Yeah, but you also have like it's also very possible that if you're a Saiyan, you won't be able to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Like most people cannot go Super Saiyan.
Yeah, the only thing you'd have is the monkey form, freaking great ape.
Wait, but
That's
you
about
have
it.
knowledge of a Super Saiyan,
Even
right?
then, you'd have to wait till noon.
Like, 'cause you'd have our knowledge if you went into the universe.
That doesn't mean anything because they had knowledge of that the Saiyan form existed.
No, because they found out very dumbly and very poorly written. Turn into a Super Saiyan, you need a tingle in your neck, and it literally turns you into a Super Saiyan. I'm not joking.
Yeah, that's in Super. That's the whole Super thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
so if
assume.
you know that, you could turn yourself into a Super Saiyan.
Maybe.
I'd assume you're pretty much just on par with like freaking
We also-
Kid Goku.
If you've
Like
watched
Kid
the
Goku we see in
show,
Dragon Ball.
yeah, you can turn yourself Super Saiyan with some massive multiplier. And we actually know how God Key works too, so you could even do that.
You could. You don't freaking know how to do the whole God Key thing. I'd assume not.
I mean, you wouldn't just know how to do all that
I don't
shit.
explain it.
You wouldn't just know how to do that shit.
Okay, it takes practice, but they explain how you can do it, and people just don't know how to do it. And when they figure out how to do it, it normally happens pretty quick.
Well, that's for them. That's not for you. It's still you.
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
once
you
they
know how
get-
to you know how to turn Super Saiyan because you know it has to do with a tingle in your spine.
No, I'm not talking about
It's
that.
literally
Well, it's not even. Well, it's not just that. You would also have to learn key mastery.
Yeah.
Like a big,
Yeah, you have to learn key control, you have to learn how to fly and shit.
a
you
big
have
part
to
of
do a
Saiyan,
lot.
a big part of the Saiyan power is that it's not biological. It's like
Yeah.
actually having to master the concept of ki and flight and doing all that. Like if you go in just as a Super Saiyan, you're just a dude with like super strength and speed and stuff. You wouldn't even be able to fly because you don't have the ability. Like you have to teach someone how to fly and how to properly do it. And if you don't understand key control and not just knowing it, but actually like know how to do it, like it's a difference between me telling you like this is how you do something and then you having to do it. Right? Like if you see me jump in the air and do 3 backflips and land on my feet and I'm like, okay, this is how you do it and I explain it to you, it's not like you could suddenly go do it.
Of course.
Like key control is like a very big part of it.
Do you think
I
it
know. I'm not
honestly?
saying it's not. I'm saying once you figure out key control, you can do a lot what they couldn't very quickly.
But I think you're making it
who's gonna
seem.
teach you, honestly?
I think you're thinking it's simpler task to learn key control.
I'm not.
Than it actually is.
I just don't think it's impossible.
Do you think it'd almost be better to actually have it happen during the Frieza Force stuff, so you actually do have that training just off the bat?
I would think it would be better, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably. So you have someone to teach you. But
yeah, because if you do it after, no one's gonna teach you all these things.
Yeah,
friggin'.
But
so
also,
you gotta go find the Goku.
But also, you also have to look at the fact that I don't think you would want to be a Saiyan. I think that the 99.9999% of people would not want to be a Saiyan, and the reason why they wouldn't want to be a Saiyan is because they are constantly training and working out. Do you work out in real life?
Yeah. I do, but
You don't need-
like
how
you
much?
don't need to.
How much? Because
how much I do it every.
Because
like,
I'm not.
I do 2 days and I rest a day.
I am gonna say this.
Twice a day.
You don't
Because-
have to.
Twice a day. 2
Like
hours.
we do see Saiyans that don't do that. It's just freaking Goku has a freaking complex and Vegeta also has.
It's not just, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, no, but no, it is. I mean, Trunks.
It is. They're a warrior race. They
Trunk,
have to
yeah,
do this.
they basically all train. The only character that we get like confirmation that really does not train is Frieza. Pretty much everybody else trains. Like you have to learn the techniques and shit. Like Goku trains, Gohan trains, Vegeta trains, Trunks trains, Broly trains. They all.
Gohan didn't for a while.
Yeah, and when he didn't, he got massively depowered, and he didn't know how
But the
to
thing,
do anything.
Gohan's also a half Saiyan. He's not a full Saiyan.
Well, it doesn't matter either way. I mean, that doesn't matter. Gohan was a character who was born with just more power than a normal Saiyan was. Like this was a big plot point in the Cell Saga that he is way more powerful than even Goku is capable of, even as a child. And when he didn't train for a couple of years and he came back in the Buu Saga, he was considerably weaker than Goku and Vegeta. Like
I don't know.
I don't know.
Still...
I don't know if you want to be a part of a race of the Saiyan. Like, it's cool. Like, oh, I'm a super. I get to be a Saiyan and go Super Saiyan. Dude, this is all fun. But you got to train like basically every minute of every day to get the same results.
You basically have
that
to
they
put
would
in the
have.
work to get stronger.
Yeah, like
I'd say it's still better than human, at least, because you do get that.
Well, I would say pretty much all of these are better than human. But like the idea is like, look, if unless you in real life are just ripped to shit and like a master martial artist, like in real life, I don't think that. And I'm not talking about like you go to the gym a couple times a week. I'm talking about like you are fucking fit as fuck, right? You could do 21 armed push-ups with ease, you know. I don't think you can argue that you would be a particularly successful Saiyan, because they do that shit. Like, that shit is earned. Like,
it's earned
in a way that none of the others are.
It'd be easier for you. It'd be easier for you to get stronger faster, but you'd still be doing that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't look like Goku. You wouldn't look like Gohan. You would have never caught up to Frieza. You would have never caught up you wouldn't have caught up to Raditz. Like even
you probably wouldn't have even caught up to like Piccolo.
Well, you would catch up to Raditz. Raditz never trained.
Who said that Raditz never trained?
None of the Saiyans ever trained.
Yes, they did.
They just battled.
No, Vegeta trained. What are you talking about?
They all trained. What are you talking about? Yeah, they never said that they didn't train.
They didn't really train.
They
mostly just did it through combat.
They trained. They fight Cybermen as kids. What are you talking about?
They train constantly. There were backstories where you saw training sessions with Goku's dad and shit. Yeah, they all trained. They were a warrior race. They trained constantly.
Yeah.
If you even say they didn't train, they all fought anyway because they're a warrior race.
No, they did train. I think that's mostly coming from like power of a Saiyan elite sort of thing.
I mean, the first thing Vegeta did after he lost to Goku was go off and train, like for the sole purpose of trying to get the power to defeat God. That wasn't the first time he ever trained.
Yeah.
They train. Like, I mean, where the hell you think they're just born with just being as ripped as they are? It just happens naturally through the growth spurt. They just get that ripped normally with or without training.
I mean, a lot of them are like absurdly strong just from birth.
Well, no, they are absurdly strong. They are absurdly strong from birth, but they're not blowing up fucking moons and shit. I mean, that requires training. I mean, technically, we know if you watch just the regular Dragon Ball that just firing a ki attack requires years of training. Just the fact that Raditz knows how to control ki, can fly, and can shoot ki attacks means we know he trains. He wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Goku couldn't shoot ki attacks when he originally arrived on Earth in Dragon Ball. He had to be taught by Roshi.
Yeah, he had to be taught by Roshi, and he was particularly fast on the pickup on that. He's the freaking.
He just sees it and does it.
Yeah, he's just.
No,
that's good.
Yeah, but Goku is a genius though. But the point is, but he still has to be taught how to do it. He still needs to be taught and trained with it. Raditz, I mean, and the entire story of Dragon Ball is like the first Dragon Ball is Goku training with Roshi and getting into all of these different situations. Like, I mean, shit. Krillin is his training partner. That's why they're best friends.
Yeah.
Because they were training partners at the thing. By the time Goku gets to, however old he is, 30 or whatever, by the time Dragon Ball Z starts, Raditz is considerably more powerful than Goku. How do you think that happened? We always see Goku training.
But no, because he was battling all the time. Also, he's much older. And Cybermen.
He's not. First off, he's not that much older. But okay. I'm kind of getting a little tired of this. Where is your evidence that he does not train? Because you say a lot of things without actually having any evidence. So where is your evidence that Raditz does not train?
He wasn't trained because the way they got stronger was battles. They weren't.
Where
training.
is your evidence that he does not train?
They say that they send them to planets and they kill things, and that's how they get
Where
stronger.
is your evidence that they did not train?
Yeah.
Because saying that he goes to planets and fights people, yes, there's a warrior. That's not evidence they don't train. Where does it state? Where does it say or said that these characters do not train?
Because whenever you see them in the backstory, they're not talking about training. They're talking about sending them to a battle.
Okay,
They
I'm
never
not
talk
talking.
about training
Okay, I'm
ever.
not talking about jacking off right now. Does that mean I've never jacked off? Like, I don't understand your logic. Where is the evidence that they did not train?
The only evidence I could really think of
There
is the fact that
isn't.
they do just send literally babies to freaking planets to try and take them over.
I didn't see it. They didn't talk about it, or I didn't see it happen. Is not evidence that it didn't happen. We know they train up. They have to. That's how they learn key attacks. That's how they learn martial. They're all martial artists. That all requires training. Like, it's ridiculous. If you don't have an actual legitimate statement or somebody saying that these characters didn't train, stop making the claim that they can't. That they don't train. You don't. You're just saying it. There's nothing, no evidence anywhere that they don't train. And there's tons and tons and tons of evidence showing that they absolutely do. Like the fact that they're master martial artists, which requires training. The fact that ki requires training, that flying requires training, that ki control requires training.
Goku
The
literally
fact
does
that
a Kamehameha without any training. He
No,
does it.
That's not true. He has to be shown it. It's little training, but it's training.
Yeah,
and Goku goes through tons and tons of training in Dragon Ball. If your evidence is that he does one thing with not that much training, then that's bad evidence. Because we see a ton of training that he does. Again, Krillin was his training partner for years.
Goku's also just a bad example. He's absurdly fast on the pickup when it comes to literally.
That's like his main trait that defi- like
that's just like his
again,
his
what
perk, basically.
where is the evidence that Raditz does not train? It does not exist is the answer to that question. There isn't any. There's no evidence that it doesn't. You're making a massive assumption and a massive leap in logic, and it's like the third or fourth time that you've done this over the last couple of weeks. You do this a lot. Like, you don't have a lot of evidence for that, but you still argue for them. But I don't know why you are. I wouldn't really care if you just mentioned it and we just sort of talked. But you fight it really hard, and you have nothing, like nothing to support it whatsoever. Just that they didn't say they trained. That doesn't matter.
Well, no, because again, I'm talking about the key specifically. We've seen Fidel learn it in like an evening.
Okay.
We see it's not that difficult to learn.
It is it is difficult.
And she's weaker than any.
It is difficult to learn.
Yeah,
because
and also Videl is also trained. Like, she's a trained martial artist.
These
too.
are all trained martial artists. Everyone you're talking about are trained martial artists and combat geniuses. Videl's father is the martial arts champion of the world.
Yeah,
she trained. Yeah. Now, we always make a joke about him, but in reality, he actually is unbelievably skilled for people who don't have ki and are not human. You know, are people who are human. Videl.
He's the only human. He's like, he has no ki control. That's the thing.
Yeah, Videl is so skilled that even Hercule, who's super into himself, believed that she had surpassed him like when she was much younger than she is. Like, she is a master combatant. Before Gohan ever teaches her to fly, she gets into a fight with a bunch of armed thugs with guns, way bigger, way buffer than she is, and she beats the fuck out of all of them. She's very clearly a trained martial artist. And she's a human. Like again, I'm not seeing, like, this is kind of like the whole thing where you said that that Superman has a biological ability of fast thinking. Like, there was no evidence that there was any biological ability about that. Just because he thinks fast, it's not biological. There's no evidence for this either. You just kind of say things, but you don't have evidence behind it. So, like, you actually have to bring up evidence. This is where this evidence would be. This is where it shows that they do not have training. This is where it says that they do not have training, and you don't have that.
Say this. He's not here anymore.
I think he left.
He left.
He left. You're talking to no one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. He is as a bad thing. Like, I've mentioned this to him a couple weeks in a row. But I finally was like, I gotta fucking say, because like the whole thing with the Superman thing, I called him out specifically for the Superman thing, like that's like, where's the evidence? And I keep
I thought
saying
that was
this.
Nano the whole time.
No, that was him.
Yeah.
And then I kept doing it over, and like I kept doing for like weeks and weeks in a row. I keep doing the same thing, but I've called out the things that he's said individually, but I never called out him personally for like specifically using that tactic to argue every single time he argues. But he does. He uses it he has zero. He just makes a statement. And again, I wouldn't care if he just like let it go, but he fights it so hard, and he's just like keeps hitting it. Like, you have nothing, and it's just like he like it. I'm okay with stopping the stream to have a debate if somebody really has a point, but when he continuously gets into an argument over everything he disagrees with me on, and he literally has never once shown a single piece of evidence of anything that he's ever claimed, now I gotta say something. Like, it's a little much. I
do kind of wonder something about that Videl point. Do you think that the martial arts makes it easier to control ki?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course, because I'm pretty sure like Videl meditates and shit. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
I mean, I don't. Would she? Because she was taught by Mr. Satan, which he was a great martial artist, you know, in his own right. Even if he.
Yeah, Hercule. I think Hercule gets a bad rep. My evidence is I made it up.
He really does get a bad rep.
He's a great martial artist. He actually did legitimately win like his first one, if I'm not wrong.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in his defense, all of the other ones started having superhumans in them.
Yeah, all the other ones had literally had freaking planet busters in them.
Fucking King Piccolo and shit started showing up in the goddamn tournaments.
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't fair, man. I mean, I remember at one point in Z, like when they show Mr. Satan, he like drags fucking several 18-wheelers behind him or something. It's like the dude is like really strong, and like he ain't no bitch.
Yeah, he drags 18-wheelers. I think he punches a hole in one and then leaves a massive phone book in half. Like, he's freaking. He is absurdly strong when it comes to human limits. Like, it's absurd. There's some freaking. What's that one strongman that freaking like dragged a plane, like a Boeing, for like
people in real life have dragged 18-wheelers and planes and shit. It's happened.
Yeah.
The strongman competitions have to do something like that every year, and
it's like peak strength.
They get like 10 fucking dudes that can do it. You know, it's pretty cool. Anyway, so where should a Saiyan be, considering they're strong, but it requires basically constant training in order to keep it that strong, and they lose their strength relatively rapidly if they don't keep up their training, which I think is
you'd go to a baseline, which would just always be stronger than human, but that's not saying much. So
I mean, you do get the Zenkai boost.
I'd say probably bottom of C, because freaking guys from Avatar are kind of wimps.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it would take a very specific person who just wants to fucking train all the time, nonstop, you know, keep going always. And it's just like that. I think that's pretty bad. Being a Saiyan.
I mean, I feel like if you do, you become strong and like stuff, but like you have to keep up that mindset of working out constantly.
To be honest with you, I think you have to keep up that mindset more so than even some of the biggest strongmen in the world do. Like, you'd have to be in that gym basically every moment that you're awake and not fighting. Like, that would suck. The only reason why I would put the Na'vi below them is because the Na'vi are probably going to die. Like, that's the only...
That's true.
You know, the Na'vi are just kind of freaking wimps, I'll be honest. When it comes to, like, sci-fi races.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's very, 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 very weak sci-fi race.
Yeah, they're like on par with human freaking Saiyans, or at least like probably like 10 times easily just as a base. Like, no training, nothing, just freaking getting born, like usually 10 times stronger.
I think the same biology actually just makes you want to fight more.
Yeah, I do believe that is the thing. Like, you just do get freaking have more bloodlust and pissed a lot easier, but I mean, it's not that hard to freaking counteract.
Yeah, I say below C. I think you have it right.
Oh, cool. Someone did say we see Goku talk about taking days off and how rest is important in Cell Saga. Well, that's good. That's good. I
forgot about that.
Yeah, but I still think we've seen him work out in certain arcs where he works out more than what any human being should be able to endure to their body in a single sitting. Like in reality, if you work out like 3-4 hours, like that's way too much. Like you should be working out like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max.
You gotta tear your muscles to hell and back.
Yeah, but we've seen Goku on several times like train from sun up to sundown. Like he does. I'm sure. Like let's say he takes days off because he said that. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But training, I don't think you realize how difficult training sun up to sundown is. Like,
I might just be like a Goku thing though. You could say that though.
That is kind of
because Goku loves.
But that's what you would have to do to be as strong and as powerful as Goku is.
That is true. You're right. To be
if you're doing like a normal, reasonable amount of training, like a couple hours a day, a few times a week, you would never even get a fraction of the strength that he was, even when he fought like Raditz. Like you wouldn't even touch that level. You wouldn't have even been close to Krillin, most likely. You would.
Yeah, that's true. Literally his entire way to Namek he was training.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael. Literally his entire. How long was the trip? It was a very, very, very long time. It was at least a couple of days.
Yeah, the only thing I'd have to say is that literally it is a part of his mantra to rest because of the turtle school.
No, I get that, but I mean he said it himself. He literally his entire trip to Namek. That's true.
Yeah,
he did train his entire.
He did train that entire time.
Yeah, so it's like that is now maybe you could say that because he's a Saiyan, like his muscles can take it more, so he could train for longer.
I'd almost have to say that have to be the case because freaking
humans can't do that. Humans can't do that.
Yeah,
unless you're doing you would have to be doing like the lightest, most who gives a shit training ever to the point that you don't tire yourself out, which that's not even training at that point, which he clearly was not doing.
You'd rip your arms asunder. Like you'd probably honestly just hurt yourself to where you're not gonna do anything after that. You don't even gain strength at that point. It's just.
I think isn't there even a scene where like Bulma is yelling at Vegeta because he's in that gravity room and she even says like he hasn't come out there in days or something. It's like you need to come out and eat something, like stop training, and he's just been doing it for days and days and days on end. I'm almost positive there's a scene like that.
You're right. Yeah, it is a scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is. Yeah.
So it's like yeah, like I just. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Pick somebody else.
I'm good.
That's crazy.
Just one thing, even when Goku was just a baby, he just fell from a cliff like before chapter 1, and he survived despite being dozens or even 100 meters. That's not something that a baby that is just 10 times stronger than a normal baby can survive.
Who said anything about 10 times stronger than a normal? I feel like you're just coming in and had no idea what we were talking about. Because that. I mean, yeah, we know that Saiyans are stronger than people. That's not like.
That's why they're above the Navi, because freaking Navi are just practically regular people strength, if not like slightly strong.
Yeah, but I mean, as an advantage, you have that even if you never train, you still have a survivability that is way, way higher than a normal human being. So in situations that
all of these
others
characters
will die, you will not.
All of these characters have a higher survivability than a normal human being, with the exception of Crypto, but he's got mental powers. So like literally, not a single one of these characters are weaker than a human being. So I mean, who cares? Like it doesn't matter that he's stronger than a human being. That doesn't put him above anybody here.
It should put him above the Jaujas.
The what?
The Jauja, the predators.
Why?
It's way easier to kill a predator than to kill a Saiyan, even if the Saiyan is not trained.
have a better social structure than the Saiyans. The Saiyans are
like
splintered and
again, I feel like
all
you've
dead.
missed what the whole stream is about. like I feel like you yeah, because we
who would you prefer to get Isekaied into, right?
yeah, but like we explained all the rules at the beginning, and it was we've explained the rules a couple of times. It's a little more complicated than just which one's stronger. Anyway, it doesn't matter because we're like getting to the end of the stream anyway. But let me see.
Okay, good.
For the let me see for the 10th time, take a I don't know what that is, but also if you've said it for the 10th time, that means you're spamming. So stop spamming. This is the true Goku had the Senzu bean during the trip to Namek. Goku had the Senzu. I mean, that's fine that he had the Senzu bean, but he still had to do that in order to get that strong. We're not. I mean, I get that you're probably not saying this. Like, we're not saying, that's just something that's. My point is that in order for Goku to have gotten to the point that he got, he had to train at such a ridiculous amount of time in such a short period of time, like a large volume within a short period of time, that it would just be not worth it to have those powers in order to have to you had to train that much to get to that point. You would basically nearly have to not have a life. Like, Goku can do that because he training is the only thing he cares about, training and fighting. Those are his favorite things to do in life. But if you're somebody who's I don't know, maybe you golfing. You're not going to be fucking sitting around training literally all the time when you have free time. Which is
I think that just by being a Saiyan, you will want to fight and train all day. It's part of their biology.
No, it's not, because Gohan doesn't like it.
Gohan is half human.
That is because he's half human.
But we barely see that many Saiyans. I mean, in terms of Universe 7, we only see two. We only see two Saiyans in depth, actually get their character, and they both are obsessed with, training. But that's because that's their whole thing. They're rivals of each other. They're obsessed with each other, and Vegeta's obsessed with them, but they like training. But I mean, you can't say that all Saiyans have it born in their biology that they love training when you only have two examples of it.
Actually, you do have Broly and what was his name?
We don't have enough.
I remember it his dad.
We don't have enough information on Broly to say that he's obsessed with training at all times.
No, I was gonna say I don't think he was obsessed with training. I know he did training while on what was it, Yard Dragon?
Everyone does training because they're all martial artists, but I don't think there's any evidence that it's built into the Saiyan biology that they must train at all times. I don't think that that's necessary. I think you still would need the will to push yourself to do that kind of stuff. It's just something that Goku and Vegeta like doing. They're warriors. They were raised as warriors. That's just kind of how it is. That's their deal. But
since Saiyans are kind of in the business of eradicating planets and selling them to the highest bidder, I think that just by being one of them, you're gonna have to fight a lot if you wanna make a living, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you'll be training at all times like Goku will. Just fighting is not enough to get you to the strength that Goku is.
No, but it's still more than enough to make you superhuman, extremely superhuman.
I didn't say you wouldn't be superhuman. I don't know who you're arguing against because I never said you wouldn't be superhuman.
Perhaps not necessarily a planet,
we've been consistently saying you are stronger than human. Like, baseline, no training at all, you're still probably 10 times as strong.
Yeah.
That's a low ball to say.
I shouldn't have said superhumanly. More like strong enough to wipe out entire civilizations.
No.
I mean,
zero evidence of that.
That's what they do to live.
Yeah, you get
destroy the life on a planet and sell it.
I mean, you get solid building after freaking maybe a couple of months of training. Freaking you destroy a building probably. It's pretty solid, and then it'll just go up after that. But yeah, you kind of do need the will to keep that going, because it ends up becoming more and more difficult to become stronger and stronger. That is something that is said in freaking Dragon Ball. If you don't have a strong training partner, strong training, you will just get eventually practically no gains.
Yeah, of course. Eventually, you will stop getting stronger, but you will still be strong enough to, for example, destroy Earth. I mean, that was the whole point in sending baby Goku to Earth, right? That was more than enough. A baby Saiyan, as soon as he grew up, was enough from an
that's
Earth
cool.
level.
That's cool. Maybe you can destroy like a city after a couple of years of training. Meanwhile, freaking Crypto's freaking literally destroying cities with a spaceship and all that. The Autobots are able to do that. Like it's not that all that impressive.
Right.
The Crypto, who's like 2 spots above with a spaceship and all that, he can just go ahead and destroy a city if he wants to.
I would like to remind everybody that Goku was harmed by a bullet in Dragon Ball Super.
This is true. He doesn't have
You see, that's the weird thing. He was not harmed. He wasn't harmed in the original Dragon Ball. Shot with like a pistol, literally the same way, and he had no key control. Yeah, he had no key control. Nothing. That's just
in
inconsistency.
Chapter 1, when he was a kid, he was shot in the head by Bulma. Honestly, that would have been the end of the series if he was normal.
It's extremely weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's very inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, he was also harmed by a rock by Krillin, so I don't know.
That's true.
Yeah.
He was also harmed by a rock. So, like, okay, when Goku was sent to Earth to Dragon Ball, had never trained before?
No, he never did. He had a power level of 1. He was literally freaking weakest he could be.
Yeah.
Really? Like that's like right before they sent him?
Yeah.
He was a baby.
He
was a baby.
So wait, what's the power? Well, he wasn't a baby when he got to Earth though.
He was on the original. He was then in Super. They rewinded it to make him a kid, but he was a baby. At least in Dragon Ball, the original series, he was.
Because he's like, I remember like I didn't watch Dragon Ball, but I remember I saw like image of him like walking and then Bulma shooting him. He looks like he doesn't look like a baby. He looks like a kid.
He's not a kid.
Guys, one at a time.
That's years later.
That is years later, after Gohan had adopted him, Grandpa Gohan, not
Okay,
Gohan,
so he did have training at that point.
He did have training from Gohan.
Okay, so you can't say... Okay, so the statement that he became fucking bulletproof, that he's just bulletproof at birth, isn't true, because we only see him being bulletproof after he's already had years of training.
I didn't say that. I just say that he was able to fall from a cliff on the head and survive.
Well, the cliff thing was somewhat impressive. I don't think he trained at all.
It's not.
He was a baby. He was just born.
No. It's not that impressive. I mean, he falls from a cliff. It does wipe out all of his memories.
It was a very tall
It gives
cliff.
him brain damage. So it's not like the idea that he's like. I mean, a bullet would do more damage than him falling off that cliff.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna compare a baby who was just born to an adult one, even if he doesn't train.
I do want to.
I've never said that he's only like the strong, like a normal human. I don't know why you keep going to that. Nobody said that.
Yeah, sorry.
I do want to state this. I assume we're just gonna be an average Saiyan, like just a regular one. We're not gonna be baby Goku with a power level of 1.
I would actually argue that your average person becoming a Saiyan would not become an average Saiyan, because they wouldn't train nearly as much as a Saiyan would.
Well, I'm meaning we're getting put into the body of an average Saiyan. Like this isn't gonna be a Goku.
No, you're being Isekaied. No, you're being Isekaied.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a Broly eater, right?
You're being Isekaied. You're being born as a Saiyan. You're not just being thrown into a body that you didn't earn. Like you got to earn that shit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, no legendary Super Saiyan, right?
Even so, average Saiyans still didn't have the power level of literally 1. That was just a Goku thing, because he was a freaking runt.
No, I get that.
His power level was 2. Not 1, was 2. He was 2.
Still, that's because freaking.
What's the power level of a normal human?
4.
5. If it's another one, it's 5.
It's 4 or 5. The farmer that we see Raditz scan had like a power level of 4.
5.
Was it? I can't freaking remember. It's splitting hairs either or. It's extremely low. Is the point?
Yeah, basically.
So given that Goku fell on his head and hit his head and, forgot shit, and he was a lesser level than a man, would you say that a man wouldn't have survived being dropped on his head like that?
Probably wouldn't
He
have.
might have. He probably get brain damage.
I'm not sure how
Probably
far
will
of a
have
drop
a lot
that
of
was.
brain damage.
Saying also,
Yeah.
well, he also so him
They both would have had brain damage, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so but you don't think that the man would have died. I mean,
No.
it doesn't sound like they're born like that much enhanced is what I'm saying.
Well, they typically are. It's just because that was Goku with literal power level of 2. Most Saiyans are born with usually a freaking 100. So,
Okay.
Absurd.
Yeah, in the dozens, in 2 digits or even 3 digits normally.
That makes more sense. Okay, because I thought that was kind of weird that it was 2. It was like wouldn't that?
Yeah, that's why he was sent to Earth. He wasn't sent to a more advanced planet because he would have gotten himself killed.
Okay, Tube Baby gets raised by Roshi's brother. What is he referring to?
He was his student. Son Gohan was Roshi's student.
I don't know what that means. Okay. Anyway, given that we're out of interesting people to put on the tier list because I don't really care to do Garrus for Carrion, to be honest with you. But and the last
I don't think so either.
Yeah, and the last one I don't know anything about because the guy who added him to the list isn't here anymore. I think we're basically done with the list for tonight. And it's fucking late, dude. It's 2:30, man. I'm gonna wake up and enjoy my Sunday. Yeah. As I said before, when I was kind of already sort of ending it earlier, you'll probably have a video out by Tuesday. The plans for this week. I'm gonna have a video out by Tuesday. It's gonna be the Tournament of Power video, which I know that's coincidental that it's another Dragon Ball thing. Super quick. I announced this. I announced this earlier last week or late last week. Also, I'm gonna try and get a Cash App going because I'm having a bunch of people ask me to get a Cash App so that they could donate and ask me to make different videos. So I'm gonna have that and probably have that announced in a video at some point this week. Not the next video, but probably the video after that. I'll probably have that done. And I think that's all plans. Anybody have anything they wanted to say? Nothing stupid, please.
One thing that I want to say to the guy that wrote like 10 times about not having sensu beans, they don't really need it that much. If you're born before the destruction of planet Vegeta, they had access to very advanced medicine. They had this capsule with this fluid that healed you super quick. The same that they used on the Namek saga with Goku.
You saw those. They did heal you fully, but
guys, we're not getting back into it. Like that just ended the stream. We got to end the stream. Fucking another fucking 45-minute conversation about goddamn sensu beans.
50-hour conversation.
Yeah. I don't even know how long has this stream been. It's been 7 hours and 37. Yep. That's good. That is a good length. All right. Good night, everybody. I'll see you guys next week. We'll do another tier list stream because for whatever reason the debate streams just aren't. The people who want the debate streams aren't showing up for the debate streams. So I'll do a debate stream at some point, but another one at some point. But we're gonna do a couple of tier list streams. Maybe I don't know. Maybe at the end of the month or not the end of the month. What month are we in? We're in June still, right? Yeah, end of June. So yeah, maybe maybe like the end of next month. We might try another debate stream, but we'll do a couple tier lists in a row. That's it. Thank you guys for stopping by. I'll see you all next week.
See you later.
Bye. See you.
Boop. Yeah. Oh man.